Boom! The two concentrated energy balls collided with explosive force. The winner seemed obviouser. The Naga King's miasma overpowered the black fireball, continuing its deadly path toward Manners. Just as the Naga King was about to grin victoriously, a wave of dread washed over him. Boom! Crash! From the sky, Angus had already gathered another fireball, of this one a hellish, black mass of flames, like a miniature sun. It hurtled down and smashed into the Naga King, sending his massive body spiraling into the ground from the sheer force of the impact. But the Naga King wasn't finished. Hiss! With a furious roar, the Naga King's body rippled, and in an instant, he split into two, each form equally menacing. His rage had intensified more. Hiss! I will kill you both! The Naga King roared, charging madly toward Angus and Manners. Manners leapt into the air with lightning speed, her advanced thought processing and accelerated mind allowing her to move with precision. Every ounce of energy was used efficiently, as she clashed with the Naga King, using a combination of raw physical strength and hellfire to chip away at his defenses bit by bit. Angus, fully aware that their energy reserves were running low, knew they had to act quickly. He turned his focus to the Naga King's other body, preparing to immobilize it. Earth Cage! Greater Earth Cage! Slamming his hand against the ground, Angus conjured two massive, sturdy earth cages, trapping the Naga King inside one of them. The Naga King paused, momentarily confused by the elemental earth prison that surrounded him. What's this? The elemental abilities shouldn't be possible in Demon Land, not unless... He thought a terrifying possibility, but before he pondered further he was hit by a black meteor figure. Hellfire dive! Seizing the moment, Angus, engulfed in blazing hellfire, launched himself into the sky. With a fierce lunge, he dove down, releasing the earth cages just in time to strike the Naga King's body with the full force of his hellfire, aiming to end the battle in a fiery conclusion. Hiss! Arg! No! This shouldn't be possible. How do you know elemental skills like those abominable humans? This is not possible. The Naga King roared, his voice filled with disbelief as his body began to char under the scorching hellfire. Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. You must be one of the spies sent by the humans, he laughed maniacally as his form began to change. In an instant, the Naga King shed his serpentine features, transforming into a towering human-like figure with explosive muscles. His body was covered in tattoos of a red snake, slithering and curling over his charred skin. Though wounded and burned, his power seemed to surge beyond anything Angus had faced before. Angus furrowed his brows, sensing the shift in the Naga King's strength. His aura had intensified, suffocating the air around them and pressing down with an overwhelming weight. Manners, what's happening to him? Do you have any idea? Angus asked telepathically, his mind racing. Master, it seems he's finally using his blessing, Manners responded, her tone urgent. We need to defeat him completely before he ascends to a higher rank. If he does, no one will be able to save us from his petrifying gaze and illusion abilities. Angus's eyes narrowed. Blessing? Who is this ancient red serpent that granted him such power? Manners hesitated for a moment before replying. According to my archive, the ancient red serpent is an ancient deity, one feared for its power over illusions and petrification. His blessing can elevate a chosen few to unimaginable strength. But, Master, if he fully ascends higher rank, we may not survive. Angus clenched his fists, though his expression calm. So you're telling me I have used that ability? Is there no other choice? No, Master, Manners replied firmly. It's the best way to defeat him quickly. With a deep sigh, Angus steeled himself for what was to come. Sienna and his subordinates, having finished their own battles, watched in awe from a distance. Their gazes were fixed on Angus, marveling at the spectacle unfolding before them. Without hesitation, Angus invoked his power, Naga Transformation, Doombringer Fortification. In an instant, Angus transformed into a towering 25-meter serpent, every muscle fiber charged with fortification magic. His new form radiated with dark, menacing energy, dwarfing the Naga King. The Naga King, momentarily struck with disbelief, barely had time to process what was happening when Angus activated his next ability, Gluttony of Darkness. A black hole formed in front of his maws of Angus' serpentine form, its gravitational pull growing stronger with each passing second. The air itself seemed to warp as the intense suction force began pulling everything, including the Naga King, toward it. How? No, don't. The Naga King's eyes widened in terror as he struggled against the immense force. Desperation gripped him as his mind scrambled to comprehend what was happening. How can a person possess both mana and nether energy? Angus' heart of darkness pulsed faster, amplifying the gravitational pull even further. The Naga King, despite all his strength and rage, found himself being dragged inexorably toward Angus' black hole, his resistance growing weaker by the second. The Naga King's roars echoed across the battlefield, sending chill down everyone's spine across the battlefield. The battlefield fell silent as everyone froze, dumbfounded by the spectacle before them. The once invincible and proud Naga King, the leader who had reigned for over 150 years, was now swallowed by Angus. It was an event that would be remembered throughout history. The Naga King's final words rang in the air, venomous and filled with spite. Arg! You will pay for this. Ha ha! I have informed the almighty Red Serpent deity to bring your demise. Just you wait, you will meet your end soon enough. And with that, the Naga King, the ruler of the Naga tribe, was no more devoured by Angus' gluttony of darkness. Suddenly, Angus heard a series of notifications ringing in his mind. You have absorbed the Naga King. You have absorbed part of the ancient Red Serpent's blessing. You have gained plus 140 strength, plus 145 defense, and plus 155 agility. Your nether energy, mana increased by 15,000. You have received the title Naga King Slayer. You have been marked by the ancient Red Serpent. You have received the option to choose a new class for your achievement, Ancient Serpent Slayer. Do you want equip? Yes, no? Angus, back in his humanoid form, winced as he clutched his chest, feeling the sharp pain coursing through his soul. The process of absorbing a living being, especially one as powerful and defiant as the Naga King, had taken a toll on his soul. It was as though countless needles were piercing through his soul, a consequence of the Naga King's resistance during the absorption. Master, are you all right? Mana's concerned voice echoed softly in his mind, her feminine tone filled with worry. Angus grunted, trying to steady his breathing as Butloyu, Sienna, and several subordinates approached, their faces filled with concern. They knelt beside him, unsure of how to help but determined to protect their lord. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, a different tension was unfolding. Sentaro, bewildered and struggling to comprehend the events, confronted his father, Sanka. Father, why were you with the enemy, helping them to kill us? Sentaro's voice was tinged with confusion and anger as he stared into the eyes of the man who had raised him. Sanka let out a deep sigh, a weariness settling into his features. It's a long story, son. But understand this, say from now on, he is your new lord. Stay close to him, and you'll have a bright future. Sentaro's frown deepened. What do you mean, father? Is he truly that powerful? And what happened to the others who left with you? Sanka's expression hardened, the sternness in his gaze warning against further probing. Stop asking so many questions, Sen. Just do as I say. Sensing the dangerous edge in his father's voice, Sentaro hesitated. Before he could press further, his father abruptly changed the subject. And where is your mother? Is she safe? His father hurriedly changed the topic, realizing if he told him about their enslavement, he might do something rash. Mother is fine, but what about you? Look injured. Burned to be exact. Oh, this ... just got some injuries from the recent fights. Okay, enough talking. Follow me now. I will introduce you to a new lord. You must behave with respect, understand? Sen nodded and followed back his father to see who this new lord was. Arriving before Angus, both Sanka and Sen bowed deeply. Sen, observing the man before him, couldn't help but feel a mixture of awe and envy. Angus, only slightly older than him, had risen to a position of incredible power, with hundreds of loyal followers at his command. Sentaro also wanted that kind of power to ensure his family's safety. Angus, still masking the residual pain from the Naga King's absorption, glanced at the newcomers. Sienna, standing beside him, took the opportunity to introduce them. My lord, this is my younger brother. He's hardworking and eager to serve, just like the rest of us," Sienna said respectfully. Angus raised an eyebrow and locked eyes with Sentaro. "Oh, your brother, is he? What was your name again?" His gaze was intense, piercing through Sen as if he could see every thought behind the young man's words. Sen flinched under Angus' scrutinizing stare, feeling exposed. He swallowed hard before responding, "My name is Sentaro Olska, my lord. I wish to serve you and assist in your goals." Angus shook his head slightly, seeing through Sentaro's ambitions and unspoken desires. "You're not being honest enough. You want power, but your heart lacks sincerity and loyalty. You can work under your sister for now," Angus dismissed with cold tone. Sanka and Sienna exchanged a glance, both knowing it was impossible to deceive their lord. Sen, caught off guard by Angus' straightforward assessment, quickly nodded, a touch of panic in his voice. "Why yes, my lord. I will do my best." Though rejected, Sen vowed silently to himself, "I will gain his trust and rise to power, just like Sienna did." Angus's gaze swept over the battlefield as he approached the defeated tribespeople. The Naganians, still reeling from their king's death, fidgeted nervously. Among them were the elderly, children, and former warriors of the Naga king's court. Sensing the tension, Angus stopped before them, his voice cold and commanding. "I am the Baron of Dark Valley, beyond this forest," he began, his tone carrying an air of finality. "Your king is dead, and those who resisted have met their end." He let the words sink in, watching as some of the Naganians shifted uneasily. The reality of their situation was settling in. Angus continued, his voice even more authoritative, "Now, for those who wish to serve me, I offer you citizenship under my rule and a place in my army. You may bring your families with you, but no these or your performance will determine their fate and prosperity. If you harbor hatred against me, you are free to step away now." With those words, he unleashed Darkness Haki, a wave of dark energy that intimidated the crowd, causing many to tremble. Some clutched their children closer, others looked away in fear. Among the tribespeople of hundreds, the common Naganians quickly averted their gazes, too afraid to oppose Angus. However, the former guards, children, and wives of the Naga king looked defiant, their expressions twisted with fury and disbelief. They refused to kneel, and their resentment was palpable. One of the Naga king's children, his eyes burning with hatred, spat, "Traitors! How dare you serve the man who killed our king? You are nothing but abominable cowards." A few of the tribe members who weren't as emotionally tied to the Naga king sneered at their words. "HMPH! Foolish pride will only lead to more death," one muttered, stepping forward to pledge his loyalty to Angus. Without hesitation, Angus extended his hand. "Spectral death strings," he commanded, dark threads of ethereal energy shooting forth. They wrapped around the dissenting members of the king's family, binding them and suck away their life force. They gasped, their eyes filled with terror mixed with anguished screams. One by one, nearly 40 of the former Naga king's closest confidants were reduced to half-dead beings. Their corpses, though lifeless, still had their uses. Angus's cold gaze shifted to the hundreds of tribespeople before him, and fear gripped their hearts as they felt the weight of his stare. My lord, please don't kill us. We will serve you wholeheartedly. You're one of us, after all." "We have no objections," one elder stammered, stepping forward cautiously. "Besides, it is a blessing that you freed us from that tyrant king. We can't be grateful enough actually." "Why yes, the elder is right. We will follow you to your dominion," others echoed, eager not to be left behind. A satisfied smile tugged at Angus's lips. Meanwhile, Sienna, her father, and her brother approached a beautiful Naganian woman dressed in red. "Mother, dear." The woman looked up and exhaled deeply, relief washing over her face. "Husband, Sienna, Sentaroa thanks the demon god that you're all alive. I was so worried about you." They embraced, exchanging stories of their adventures and near misses. "Let's go, dear." "We're leaving this cursed forest today," Sanka said to his wife. "All right," she nodded with a smile. Wherever her loved ones were, that was her home. Afterward, Angus ordered everyone to collect all the spoils and demon cores from the treasury. Meanwhile, he gathered the corpses, ready to add them to his legion and strengthen his most trusted subordinates. After transforming the half-dead Nagas into his legion, Angus finally had a moment to check his stats. Name: Angus Tigro, marked by ancient red serpent deity. Age: 18. Title: Naga King Slayer. Race: half-human half-demon. Level: 31. Occupation: Baron of Dark Valley, Demon Servant. Class: None. Options: Ancient Serpent Slayer. Bloodline lineage: Beelzebub, partial royal, Viper Scale Naga, half noble. Special trait: Energy Converter, artificial. Physical stats: Strength, 380. Agility, 404. Defense, 400. Mana, 18,352/50,552. Nether energy, 10,000/50,552. Attribute points, 30. Skills: Active, Doombringer Fortification -3, C. Hellfire Dive, C. Earth Manipulation 12D, Azure Ghost Blade, D. Venomous Ripper, D. Passive, Blazing Purge, D. Predator's Instinct -23, E. Health Regeneration -4, E. Special Skills: Monster Breeding, Level 2, Demonic Abilities, Peak, Heart of Darkness. Intermediate, Gluttony of Darkness. Basic, Darkness Pulse, Darkness Veil, Darkness Haki. Blood Regeneration, Hellfire Control, Poisonous Miasma Control, Body Duplication, Armored Black Scales, Naganian Transformation, Spectral Death Strings, Pain Resistance. Unique Skills: Appraisal, Basic, Skill Absorption, Mythic, Universal Synthesis, Ultimate. Equipment: None. Angus allocated the 30 attribute points he earned from his 6th level power-up but paused, furrowing his brows at the ominous mark beside his name. Menas, what does this mark mean? Can I remove it? He asked, a hint of unease in his voice. Master, it's a mark left by an ancient deity from long ago, Menas replied. Although they are dead, they can still exert some influence on the world by using devotion energy. While they can't harm you directly, they may send someone in their place to confront you. Until you're powerful enough to remove it completely, you should remain cautious, Master. I see. Now, what about this ancient serpent slayer class? Should I equip it? Angus inquired as he oversaw his followers collecting demon cores and dead bodies. Manas responded, it is a strong class, Master, but it's not ideal for you. It grants special skills related to slaying ancient serpents and their bloodlines, but it's too niche for your goals. I advise waiting for a more suitable class. Remember, you can only equip one in your lifetime, and it can't be synthesized with others for that same reason. Angus nodded thoughtfully, absorbing the knowledge. But Master, I can sense you're clearly in pain. Menas spoke, his voice laced with concern. You should seek treasures to heal your soul. If you let the pain accumulate, it will eventually weaken you. Who will care for you then? Angus looked up at the starry sky, his expression tinged with melancholy. Yes. Alone. I have no one close now. Perhaps I never did. Arya, Aunt Greta, Emily. The only ones who ever showed me kindness, and they're all gone now. His thoughts lingered on Arya's radiant smile, her captivating emerald green eyes, and the graceful way she moved in her white dress. Her memory flashed vividly in his mind, stirring emotions long buried. It's all those damn demons' fault, he growled, his voice trembling with rage. I will kill every last one of them. He roared to the heavens, his body emanating a dark aura as the fury within him surged. The force of his anger sent a chill through the air, and everyone nearby felt a shiver run down their spine. After some time, Angus and his subordinates led over 900 tribespeople toward Dark Valley, their new home. Along the journey, they cleared out numerous demonic creatures, ensuring the safety of the weaker members of the group. 6 to 8 hours later, when Angus finally arrived near his barony, his forces had grown significantly. He now commanded over 220 lesser demons and 30 greater demons, a remarkable increase compared to just a few days ago when he first entered Dark Valley. His legion had also expanded, boasting 700 lesser demons and 25 greater demons. In total, Engus's army now consisted of more than 900 lesser demons and 55 greater demons, not counting the ordinary tribespeople. It was an overwhelming force, especially compared to the other baronies under Bella's rule. "Hey, look! It's our new lord." "Oh, Shiti, who are those Naga people behind him?" So many of them. As Engus and his subordinates entered his territory, the citizens whispered in hushed voices, their faces filled with awe and disbelief. "It seems our new lord is quite capable." Of course. Why else would Marquis Bella appoint him as baron out of nowhere? The townspeople welcomed their lord with applause and cheers, impressed by the strength of his growing forces. Once inside, Engus and his newly added subordinates began settling in. Butler and the administrative department assigned each individual to new posts and ranks based on their strengths and weaknesses. However, Engus had little time for these administrative tasks. Instead, he retreated into a secluded chamber, focusing on synthesizing the demon cores to increase their value and power, allowing him to grow even stronger. Since low-level demons no longer provided him with stats, Engus began ascending them to higher ranks. The process of farming continued as before, ensuring his army and personal strength would keep escalating. At the Fortress Marquis estate, within Bella's mansion, Bella Belfrost sat seductively on an armchair, her chin resting on her shoulder with a casual expression. "My lady, we have received news about the newly appointed Baron of Dark Valley." A vampire with long, dark wings reported respectfully. Behind Bella, Vespera, her loyal confidant, narrowed her ruby red eyes at the mention of the Baron, while Bella's interest was clearly piqued. "Oh? What's the news?" Bella asked, her enchanting purple eyes fluttering slightly. She was intrigued, especially since this involved the man she shared her first kiss with or the man she shared her aspirations with. Confident that the hex poison had fully taken effect on him, she had no concerns about his betrayal. "Lord Engus has subjugated a significant number of formidable Naganians and brought them to his town." "How many?" Bella inquired, her voice carrying a hint of curiosity. "Nearly 700 or so, my lady," the vampire servant replied swiftly. Bella seemed impressed. "All right, you may go," she dismissed him with a wave of her hand. As the servant left, Vespera stepped forward, her tone laced with concern. "My lady, his power is growing exponentially. I believe you should enslave him quickly. I've had a bad feeling about him ever since he arrived." Bella chuckled softly, a sly smile curling her lips. "Oh, Vespera, you worry too much." "Don't fret. I have my own plans. We'll pay him a visit in a few days after I finish these menial and boring paperwork tasks," she said, glancing with mild irritation at the towering stack of documents on her desk. Name, Engus Tigro, marked by ancient red serpent. Age, 18. Title, Naga King Slayer. Race, half-human half-demon. Level, 31. Occupation, Baron of Dark Valley, Demon Servant. Class, None. Bloodline lineage, Beelzebub, partial royal, Viper Scale Naga, half noble. Special trait, Energy Converter, artificial. Physical stats, Strength, 490. Agility, 480. Defense, 490. Mana, 20,500/60,500. Nether Energy, 40,000/60,500. Attribute points, 0. Skills. Active, Doombringer Fortification -3, C. Hellfire Dive -3, C. Phantom Venom /C. Earth Manipulation 89, D. Passive, Blazing Purge -5, D. Predator's Instinct -34, E. Health Regeneration -79, E. Special Skills, Monster Breeding, Level 3, Demonic Abilities, Peak, Heart of Darkness. Intermediate, Gluttony of Darkness. Basic, Darkness Pulse, Darkness Veil, Darkness Haki. Blood Regeneration, Hellfire Control, Poisonous Miasma Control, Body Duplication, Armored Black Scales, Naganian Transformation, Spectral Death Strings, Pain Resistance. Unique Skills, Appraisal, Basic, Skill Absorption, Mythic, Universal Synthesis, Ultimate, Equipment, Storage Bracelet, 2 days had passed since the Naga people arrived in Dark Valley. During this time, they settled their families and began to familiarize themselves with the town and its people. The townsfolk of Dark Valley welcomed the newcomers with open arms. After all, they had little choice. Resistance meant certain death, and they no longer had the right to question their new circumstances. Angus took some personal time to check on their progress. He couldn't simply ignore them, could he? At the same time, he absorbed a significant number of demon cores, further increasing his energy reserves and stats. He also got a space bracelet from the treasury of the Naga King, which he found very useful. Angus could be considered an Elder Demon rank, or a C+ rank powerhouse. Seated in his office, Angus mulled over his next move, contemplating when to subdue the nearby tribes. He still hadn't forgotten the declaration of the Horned Lizard tribe. Bang! The door swung open with a loud bang as Sienna hurried into the office. "My lord, we are under attack," Sienna exclaimed, her face filled with anxiety. Angus raised an eyebrow. "Sienna, how many times have I told you, no banging on the door?" Sienna clicked her tongue, flashing a sheepish smile. By now, Sienna and her brother had been quite enthusiastic and worked hard to assist Angus with his duties. Because of this, they were a little closer to him than the others. "So, tell me, who's attacking us this time?" Angus asked, standing up as he looked out the window. "It's the Hellfire Wolf King and Queen. They're here for revenge after we captured their kin." Angus glanced at her and nodded in understanding. "All right, let's go and make them our new pets," he said confidently. Sienna followed Angus, feeling speechless at his overconfidence. When they arrived at the confrontation spot between Dark Valley's troops and the Hellfire Wolves' horde, Angus was momentarily startled by the scene. Nearly 500 wolves, along with their king and queen, stood at the forefront, their ferocious roars filling the air. Hellfire blazed around them, turning some of Angus' subordinates to ashes. Despite the chaos, Angus remained calm, his cold demeanor reinforced by the passive effect of his Heart of Darkness ability. Without hesitation, Angus summoned his legion, their overwhelming presence clouding the battlefield. "Thank the Lord. Lord Angus is here." Some of his subordinates visibly sighed in relief, their hope restored. The Wolf King and Queen locked eyes with Angus, sensing the threat he posed. "It was you who captured and killed our children?" they growled in fury. Angus didn't flinch. "Yes, it was me." "What are you going to do about it?" he replied coldly. As the legion clashed with the enemy wolves, hellfire igniting all around them, the tension between Angus and the wolf rulers reached its peak. "We're broken by a accursed creature. You will die." Both the Wolf King and Queen lunged at him, using one of their abilities to fly toward him with murderous intent. But Angus was prepared. He no longer feared elder demons. He himself was one. Doombringer fortification, body duplication. As the Hellfire Wolves descended upon him, spewing flames from their mouths, Angus leapt into the air, confronting them head-on with his raw physical power. He knew he had to defeat them quickly before they could use their flying abilities to escape. It would be a significant loss if they managed to flee. The battle was intense. Angus fought both the Wolf King and Queen, two elder demons, with the aid of Menas, who functioned as an efficient battle machine. Their fierce clash sent shockwaves across the battlefield, reducing some of the lesser demon wolves to ashes in an instant. Angus' subordinates watched in awe, their respect for him growing with each moment. "Lord Angus will be victorious for sure," some murmured, finally feeling a sense of relief. As time passed, the Hellfire King and Queen were gradually worn down, their bodies battered and bruised beyond recognition. Their once fearsome presence had faded, and victory was within Angus' grasp. "Arg, please, my lord, have mercy. Spare us. We yield completely to your overwhelming strength. We will do anything, just let us live." The Hellfire Wolf King pleaded desperately. Angus's cold gaze remained unwavering. "Accept allegiance, or die," he said with an icy finality. "Why yes, my lord. We and our children will serve you wholeheartedly," they replied, their voices trembling with fear. "Good." Angus nodded in acknowledgement before stepping toward the female wolf. But before that, he continued with a twisted grin, "Give me what I want the most." The Hellfire King and Queen exchanged confused glances, unsure of his intentions. Without another word, Angus placed his hand on the female wolf's body. Skill absorption. The queen shrieked in agony as Angus pulled one of her abilities from her like a tendon being ripped from flesh. His grin widened as the long-awaited notification flashed before his eyes. You have acquired a new demonic ability, Hellflare on Wings. Physical. Angus savored the moment as the ability surged through him, leaving the defeated wolf queen gasping for breath. But they didn't dare complain, realizing Angus could snuff out their lives at any moment. Any sign of disobedience meant certain death. Angus unfurled the newly acquired wings from his back, are nearly 1.5 meters long, dark-colored with hard, razor-sharp feathers. The power they held was palpable, and he could feel the potential to take flight coursing through him. Just as he was about to soar into the sky, eager to savor his first moment of flight, an unexpected interruption froze him in place. Clap, clap, clap. The sound echoed across the battlefield. Bella Belfrost appeared, a sly smile on her lips, her entourage trailing behind her like shadows. Let's go talk somewhere else, Bella said in one quick sentence before flapping her wings and lifting Angus into the sky. Bella's heart was far from calm. If she hadn't been there at the right time, she wouldn't have believed that Angus had reached Elder Demon rank in such a short period of time. It was unbelievable. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have never believed it. It had taken her years of hard work to achieve what he had done so quickly. She had a growing sense of foreboding that Angus was slipping out of her control, and she wanted to test him. Her subordinates didn't follow after receiving her instructions to leave them alone. Angus could feel Bella's inner turmoil as she held him tightly against her chest, but he remained silent. He realized this might be the moment to clarify everything between them once and for all. When they landed, Bella's gaze locked onto his, and a flicker of anxiety crossed her face. She noticed the absence of the respect and flattery he used to show her, a stark contrast to their previous interactions. I never imagined you could become this powerful in just a week, Angus, she said, her voice steady, calling him by his name. The familiarity signaled that she was being serious this time. Her piercing purple eyes bore into his as she continued, why don't you call me mistress anymore? Why can't I see the obedience you once had? Or was it all just a facade, some fake persona you used to wear? She searched his gaze, as though hoping to uncover the secrets he had been hiding. The tension between them thickened, the weight of unspoken truths, hanging in the air. Angus's silence confirmed her suspicions, and her heart panicked for a moment. She quickly calmed herself and used one of her abilities to activate the hex poison she had secretly placed in his body. The poison, made from her own blood, was meant to enslave him under her control. Why isn't it working? Her beautiful brows furrowed in frustration. I can't accept this, Angus. After so many years, I finally found hope, and I'm not going to let you go just like that, she said, almost in desperation, her eyes slightly teary. Angus was confused by the sudden emotional outburst of the succubus woman. In hurried motion, Bella took out a leather collar made of unknown components. Here, broken bar, wear it. Bella extended her jade-like hand, offering the collar to Angus. Angus glanced at the collar and immediately recognized it as a slave collar, causing his brows to furrow. He knew he was no match for her in his current state, but enslavement was something he could not accept. Without hesitation, Angus took the collar and burned it to ashes with hellfire. Why a broken bar? Bella's anger surged through her chest. Pa! She moved with incredible speed and slapped Angus hard, sending his body crashing into the ground with a loud bang. Even though he had activated all of his demonic abilities beforehand, he still couldn't react in time to defend himself. Angus, lying on the ground after being struck with such force, felt the sting of Bella's power. He had known she was strong, but the speed and ferocity she displayed left him momentarily stunned. His demonic abilities, though formidable, paled in comparison to hers. Yet, the fire inside him, the dark power he'd cultivated, refused to allow him to feel submission. Bella, standing over him with fury in her eyes, couldn't believe the defiance he'd shown. The Kalera, her last hope of binding Hema, had been reduced to ashes in an instant. Her hands trembled, not out of fear, but frustration. She had never felt so powerless to control someone in her long life. You Dead," she whispered through gritted teeth, her voice quivering with a mix of anger and something more vulnerable beneath the surface. Tears welled in her eyes, though she tried to suppress them, unwilling to let her emotions break through her hard exterior. Angus slowly stood up, his expression calm but his eyes filled with a dark resolve. "Bella, I am not the man you once knew," he said, his voice cold. "Whatever bond we had, it shattered the moment you tried to enslave me. I am no one's servant and not yours, not anyone's." Bella's heart clenched as she listened to him. She had hoped to control him, to keep him close, but now she realized that something fundamental had changed between them. "I saved you from death, gave you everything. And this is how you repay me?" she asked, her voice now filled with sorrow more than anger. Angus shook his head. "No, I'm grateful for you saving me. But you gave me control disguised as power. You tried to control me in every way you could. But I have my own goals. I'm going to take over the world and not just you. I'll kill that demon lord who took everything from me. And no one can stop me, not even you, Bella." "Unless you kill me." Bella trembled at his bold declaration. "Kill you? What would I gain by killing you? Would I get the power you have?" she asked, her voice shaking. "And what about the love we shared?" Her eyes searched his, wondering if the kiss they shared had been a lie too. "Love?" Angus paused for a moment, then spoke coldly. "That wasn't love. You were just trying to enchant me." "Pa!" Bella slapped him hard again, sending him stumbling sideways. "Be bastard. You're not just ungrateful, you're an emotionless creature as well. Do you think I would kiss someone just to enchant them? Do I seem like a whore to you?" "I'm not like my other sisters, Angus," Bella shouted in frustration, her chest rising and falling with her breath. Angus, holding his cheek, asked, "Why would you fall in love just after meeting me? And if you did, why would you try to enslave me? It doesn't make sense." He seemed genuinely confused, momentarily forgetting that he had just been slapped twice. Bella's face flushed with both anger and frustration. Her emotions, which she usually kept tightly controlled, were unraveling in front of Angus, the one person she thought she could easily manipulate. "You think everything is so simple, Angus?" Bella shot back, her purple eyes flashing dangerously. "You don't understand anything about me or why I did what I did. Yes, I tried to control you. Yes, I used my power to bind you, but it wasn't just for my own gain." She paused, her voice breaking slightly, as if the weight of her feelings was too much to bear. "I was afraid of losing you to the world, just like my mother." He wasn't expecting such raw emotion from someone like Bella, who had always appeared calculating and powerful. "Afraid? You're one of the most powerful beings I've ever met. What could you possibly be afraid of?" Bella's fists clenched as she turned her back to him, trying to regain her composure. "Just like how I lost my mother, I was afraid of losing you too. She left me alone here when I was just a child, going to the human lands, and I never heard from her again. I can't really blame her. If I were in her shoes, I might have done the same." She was forced by her illustrious family and, more importantly, by the demon lords who opposed my parents' relationship for their own selfish reasons. My father and mother had no choice but to end their relationship to protect a half-breed child like me. She spoke as though she were letting out years of pent-up frustration. "From that moment on, I vowed to overthrow their rules. But no matter what I did, it always fell short because of their power and influence. I'm still helpless against them. But when I saw you, Angus, I saw hope. You're also a half-breed like me, and our goals are the same." She turned to face him, looking into his dark eyes. "Now, tell me, what did I do wrong?" she asked, her voice firm, still standing by her principles to the very end. Angus understood the motivations behind her actions. It was clear that her attraction stemmed from his potential rather than genuine devotion. It wasn't complete love. It was mixed with calculation. She had sought to use him, and while she had her reasons, the manipulation left a bitter taste. Her confession fell on deaf ears, for his heart no longer held space for love, only the echoes of memories long past. She clung to him, her embrace tight and desperate, as though she hoped that by doing so, her allure could conquer his indifference. But it was in vain. Her helpless attraction, despite her beauty, could not stir him. Angus gently pushed her away, his voice calm and resolute. "It's pointless. Bella Belfrost. My heart belongs to someone else already, and now, it's as cold as ice. I can no longer feel the love or affection you wish to offer. Bella's crimson lips pressed into a thin line as she felt a sharp pang in her chest. Yet, she forced a seductive smile, like the beguiling succubus she was. "It's fine," she purred, her voice laced with temptation. "I'll find my place in your heart eventually. And if I'm not mistaken, your former human partner is long dead, isn't she?" Her words made his gaze harden with every second. Realizing her misstep, Bella quickly backtracked, her tone softening. Forgive me, sweetheart. I shouldn't have brought her up." Angus remained silent, restraining the surge of anger within him. Confronting an archdemon was no small feat, and to strike her would be sheer folly. It was fortunate enough that she hadn't retaliated against him for his defiance. Still, if she had, Angus would have been forced to take drastic measures that could have destroyed them both. Suddenly, Bella's gaze fell on the locket around his neck. She leaned in, her fingers brushing it with possessiveness, as though it hers already. "And who gave you this locket, sweetheart?" she asked, her voice laced with jealousy. She suspected it had belonged to his human lover, and the thought stirred something dark within her. Angus grasped her hand firmly, halting her attempt to delve deeper. "It's from my parents." "You don't need to concern yourself with it," he replied, his tone sharp and cold. Unfazed by his icy demeanor, Bella pressed her cheek against his chest, letting out a contented sigh. "Where are your parents, sweetheart?" "Why don't we visit them?" she asked, her voice laced with feigned innocence. "They're not in this world," Angus said shortly. Her eyes widened slightly. "You mean they're dead?" "Oh, I'm so sorry, sweetheart." She smiled seductively, her voice dripping with false sympathy. "But you're not a linear. I'll stay by your side from now on." Her breath, warm against his skin, sent an involuntary shiver through his body, stirring reactions he fought to suppress. Steeling himself, Angus broke free from her embrace, striding toward his residence. Bella trailed after him, her presence is more clingy than ever, her eyes, brimming with naughty thoughts. The Hellfire Wolf King and Queen were still kneeling by the time Angus and Bella arrived at the recent battleground. Their immense forms, once so fearsome, now cowered under the weight of defeat. Bella let out a soft snort, and with that small sound, an invisible force descended upon the wolf couple. The crushing pressure was a subtle yet unmistakable warning. She would tolerate no harm coming to Angus. Her decision to align with him was final, their goals now intertwined. Without a word, Angus summoned back his legion, the ethereal creatures vanishing into the void at his command. He turned toward the mansion, motioning for his subordinates to withdraw and return to their posts. Even though this was the second time Bella had witnessed it, the sight of Angus conjuring powerful monsters out of thin air still left her astonished. It was nothing short of extraordinary. As they entered the mansion, Butler Yu and the maid Donna greeted them with respectful smiles. Angus, however, cast a cold, knowing glance at Donna. The maid froze, a shiver running down her spine as the realization struck her. He was aware Angus had discovered her audacious act, and the silent warning in his gaze made it clear. Why else would he want to unsettle her like this? Sensing the tension between Angus and the maid, Bella stepped in with a playful smile. "Sweetheart, don't blame her. I was the one who instructed her to do that foolish thing." She squeezed his hand gently, her words soft but deliberate. The maid let out a breath of relief, while Butler Yu exchanged astonished glances with her, noting the sudden intimacy between the two. His only concern now was not to become an unwelcome third wheel in whatever was transpiring. So, with hurried steps, both he and the maid discreetly left the room, giving them their privacy. Angus, pulling his hand free from Bella's warm grasp, turned to her with a hint of irritation. "Why are you still following me, Bella? Don't you have your own territory to manage?" She pouted slightly but stayed close, trailing behind him. "Didn't I say I'm staying with you now?" she teased. "I'm giving you my army and myself to manage. I'm tired of responsibilities. From now on, I'll just eat, sleep, and take care of you." Her wings fluttered slightly, betraying her excitement. Angus stopped in his tracks, his voice low and irritated. "What do you mean, sleep with me?" The mere thought was unsettling. If she insisted, Even his sleep would be disturbed by the uncomfortable tension she always seemed to bring. Bella smirked, her lips curling with mischief. Sleep means sleep, of course. What else? She raised an eyebrow suggestively, her curvaceous figure all too prominent as she leaned closer. But if you're thinking of something naughty, well, I wouldn't say number. Angus shot her a sideways glance, his body betraying him with that all too familiar tingling sensation. He could already tell that tonight, his greatest enemy would not be Bella but his own self-control. It was late at night, and Angus and Bella found themselves alone in his bedroom. Bella, having retracted her wings, now wore a revealing nightdress as she lay seductively on his bed. A playful smile danced on her lips as she watched Angus's reaction. "Sweetheart, why don't you come over?" She smiled, her body's soft curves and the alluring contours of her chest drawing his gaze. Angus narrowed his eyes, his expression hardening. "If you're sleeping there, I'm staying here," he said, his tone icy as he settled into a chair in the far corner of the room. The Baron's mansion was small, and with new guests occupying the remaining rooms, Angus had no other place to sleep. He resigned himself to spending the night on the chair, silently resisting Bella's persistent advances. He could have given in to her wishes, but something deep within him refused. A man and woman's bond, he believed, should be sacred, an unshakable belief he had carried from his past life. Sigh. Bella rubbed her temples in frustration. She rose from the bed and moved toward him with a commanding presence. "Sweetheart, being alone isn't always best. Trust me, I know." She grabbed his hand firmly, her grip surprisingly strong. "Come on, let's share some warmth in this cold reality." With a swift pull, she tugged him onto the bed, wrapping herself around him like an octopus. Angus tried to free his hand from her grasp, but her strength was not to be underestimated. It was a mystery how a woman like her could possess such physical power. Even compared to his own, she still had an advantage by a mile. Seeing no other option, Angus rolled onto the bed, turning his back to her. The bed was small, leaving barely any space between them. Bella smiled mischievously as she leaned closer, wrapping her arms around his body, closing the gap entirely. Angus felt an unsettling sensation crawling inside him, but he ruthlessly suppressed it, refusing to give in to the temptation gnawing at him. He let go of the tension that had plagued his mind, craving the rest his body desperately needed. Though his enhanced physique allowed him to stay awake longer than most, his body still yearned for sleep. Despite how irritating her actions could be at times, there was a strange comfort in her presence, something warm he hadn't felt in ages. Closing his eyes, he allowed the exhaustion to take over. Bella, sensing his weariness, remained silent, not wanting to disturb him. As she quietly watched him, a figure seemingly consumed by loneliness, her feelings for him deepened. "Angus, one day, I'll make you mine," she whispered, determination filling her voice. "I'll clear the stone in your heart and claim my place there." With those words, she too tried to drift into sleep, her senses sharp, ever alert for any danger. The next morning, when Angus and Bella stepped out of their room, Butler Yu and Maid Donna exchanged strange glances. They had their suspicions about what might have transpired between the two, and their thoughts quickly spiraled into extreme conclusions. Unbothered by the silent judgment, Angus issued his orders with authority. "Gather the army. Today, we begin our campaign to conquer the unclaimed tribes and territories that have remained independent for far too long." These tribes had long been overlooked, even by Bella, who had more pressing concerns. Her enemies circled her like vultures, each waiting for a moment of weakness to strike. The backing of other dukes and demon lords meant they had no fear of Belial's influence. Still, Bella followed Angus, curious to see his leadership firsthand. She needed to know whether he had the strength to lead them toward their shared vision of domination. Though Angus hadn't spoken openly of it, he had already decided to accept her offer. Aligning with Bella would make his path smoother, at least for now. But the real question lingered in the air: what would the Duke of Lust think of this alliance? Only time would reveal the consequences. He might have to clash with him as well. As they stepped outside, Vespera shot him an unpleasant look. She knew what had transpired between her mistress and him, and for some reason, she didn't like him. "What? Do you have any problem with me, Vespera?" Angus asked, his eyes piercing her soul. And Noah broken bar Vespera stammered, realizing he was on a whole other level than before as she sensed his suppressed aura. She shrunk back and moved behind Bella. Bella giggled, watching their interaction with amusement. Afterwards, followed by Angus and Bella, all of them started their march towards the dark swamp. Their mission, unconditional subjugation. The Horned Lizard Tribe. Inside the Grand Hall of the Horned Lizard Tribe, a tense discussion unfolded. The hall, constructed entirely of massive bones and the hides of fallen beasts, was dimly lit by flickering torches. At its center, the tribe chief sat upon his throne, his clawed hand resting on the armrest made of a colossal serpent's skull. "Chief, we need to rethink our defenses," one of the tribe's warriors, a tall, muscular humanoid lizard with rough, scaled skin, spoke with conviction. "The extra guards at the border are a waste. We've been spending resources we can't afford to lose, guarding against a threat that never came." That half-breed, whoever he was, "He's not coming back." His threats were nothing but empty boasts. He wanted to scare us, make us retreat. "He's a liar, Chief. You must reconsider." The chief's eyes, glowing faintly in the dim light, remained narrowed in contemplation. His tail flicked behind him as he listened, his massive body shifting slightly on the throne. Around him, the older lizards of the tribe nodded thoughtfully, their aged scales dull but their minds sharp. "I hear your concerns, Goruk," the chief finally said, his voice deep and loud. "But fear is a powerful tool. This half-breed, as you call him, may have seemed like a mere braggart, but he carried with him an air of danger I have not felt in a long time. We cannot let down our guard. The world is shifting, and it is better to be over-prepared than to fall into complacency." One of the elders, his scales faded with age, raised his voice. "Chief, Goruk has a point. Our people are struggling. The swamps no longer yield what they once did. If we continue to stretch our defenses, we may not have enough left to feed the tribe through the next season." The chief's gaze hardened. "I am aware of our struggles, but pulling back now would invite danger. I know there is a storm brewing, and we cannot afford to be caught off guard." Just as the room fell into silence, a scout burst through the bone-laden entrance, panting heavily. His scales were covered in mud and swamp water, a clear sign he had been running without rest. "Chief," the scout gasped, his breath uneven, "that half-breed. He's coming." A large army was behind him, and they're heading straight for us. "What?" The hall instantly erupted into chaos. The murmurs of doubt and cautious optimism were replaced by shouts of alarm and fear. The elders looked at one another, their earlier confidence faltering. Goruk clenched his fists, his previous words now hanging heavy in the air. The chief rose from his throne, towering over the others. His voice boomed across the hall, silencing the panic in an instant. "Everyone, don't panic. Go and prepare the defenses. Call back the guards from the borders and station them at the heart of the tribe. We will not be caught unprepared. If this half-breed seeks war, then war he shall have." Outside, the drumbeats of war began to echo throughout the swamp, signaling the beginning of a battle that would shape the fate of the Horned Lizard Tribe or perhaps the entire region. Angus observed the tribe's futile efforts with a smirk playing on his lips. Behind him stood an imposing force of over 500 lesser demons, dozens of greater demons, and his legion, all waiting in disciplined silence. He was confident they all wouldn't even be necessary for such a minor skirmish. From the side, Bella spoke. "Sweetheart, should I help?" she asked, casually gathering energy in her hand. The raw power radiating from her caused a noticeable chill to run through the nearby subordinates, sending waves of unease down the ranks. Angus sighed inwardly, recognizing the inevitable headache her involvement could bring. While her strength was undeniable, Bella had a tendency to go overboard, sometimes leaving a trail of destruction that didn't always differentiate between friend and foe. Still, her presence was reassuring in its own chaotic way. He glanced at her, offering a slight nod, silently hoping she wouldn't obliterate his own forces as collateral damage. From a distance, Sienna watched Bella, her expression betraying a hint of jealousy. Bella's power and closeness to Angus always stoked something bitter in her, but there was nothing she could do but swallow her feelings. Sen gave her a knowing sidewise glance. Meanwhile, the Horned Lizard Tribe chief, who had previously stood with a semblance of confidence, now glanced at the overwhelming enemy force, his earlier bravado quickly crumbling. He looked uneasily between his own meager troops and the mass of demons at Angus's command. Panic was setting in, not just for him, but for the other tribe elders as well. "Is this it? The end of our tribe?" one of the elders whispered in despair. But then the chief's gaze locked onto Succubus Bella, her striking beauty and aura unmistakable. He seemed to be recognizing her, so with a sudden shift in demeanor, he stepped forward, raising both of his large, scaled hand in a gesture of peace. "What is tribe chief doing?" His people murmured from behind. They already took him as he was going to surrender to the enemy. Some brainless fools began to feel dissatisfied at their chief's cowardice. Angus watched him curiously. The tribe chief's earlier arrogance from a few days ago had melted away into something more akin to desperation, and now, he was approaching, his hand lifted in surrender. "Wait," Angus muttered, holding Bella back for the moment. There was no harm in hearing the chief out. Bella pouted slightly, clearly disappointed at being stopped, but she relented, folding her arms as she observed the situation with sharp eyes. Whatever the chief's next move was, Bella remained alert, ready to crush them all at a moment's notice. The tribe chiefman halted his steps, his voice trembling with a mixture of desperation and frustration. "Lady Bella, why is someone of your esteemed status aiding this man? Have you forgotten the pact we have with Lord Duke Belial for non-aggression? If I may be so bold, let me explain." Bella interrupted him with a smile, but her words were laced with chilling indifference. "Yes, I remember the pact, tribe chief. But you misunderstand. This is no aggression from my father. This is a matter of survival in an age of chaos. I suggest you surrender to my sweetheart obediently. You lack the power to oppose him." Bella's cold, unyielding tone stung worse than any weapon. Chiefman clenched his fists in rage, veins throbbing on his scaly skin. "Why are you doing this?" he growled. "Have you forgotten what the Black Dragon Emperor did for your father? Now that he is missing, is that why you behave so ruthlessly?" Bella's smile vanished, her eyes narrowing dangerously. "Oh tribe chief, I haven't forgotten." "Nor has my father," she replied, her voice icy. "Your ancestor, the Black Dragon Emperor, indeed aided my father in reaching his current rank. But that debt was repaid long ago. As for the non-aggression pact," she tilted her head slightly, her gaze piercing into Man's soul. "If I am not mistaken, it will expire in just a few days, will it not?" Man's composure shattered as reality set in. The pact, once a source of protection, was now little more than an illusion of safety, soon to be obsolete. His tribe was isolated and weakened. They had no hope of standing against Angus and Bella, much less her father's forces if they chose to intervene. He could feel the eyes of his tribe elders and warriors on him, waiting, watching. He had promised them protection, assured them of their safety. But now those promises were crumbling before him. "Think carefully, tribe chief," Bella said, her voice low but filled with menace. "Your time is running out. If you surrender now, we may still grant your tribe a place in the new world we are about to build. But if you continue to resist..." She let her words trail off, the threat hanging in the air like a guillotine blade. Man's gaze shifted to Angus, who stood silently, observing the exchange with an air of quiet dominance. There was no sympathy in his eyes, only expectation. It was clear that if Mant didn't act soon, his tribe would be erased from existence. But he wasn't ready to give in so easily. "Lady Bella, I challenge this man to a duel. If he wins, my tribe will surrender completely. But if I win, you must leave us alone forever." Bella turned to Angus with a confident smile. "What do you think, sweetheart? Why not show him your power?" Angus, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, stepped forward without a word. His aura grew stronger with each passing second. The towering tribe chief's heart raced as he sensed Angus' power, now clearly miles beyond what it had been in the past. Even so, he steeled himself, determined to give his all. News of the duel spread quickly, and the horned lizard tribe gathered around to witness how their fate would be decided. Some felt indignant, but what could they do? Doombringa fortification. With a single stomp, the ground beneath Angus shattered, and he lunged at Mund with a devastating punch. FSSSSRR! Crack! The sound barrier shattered as Angus' fist connected with lightning speed. Mund barely had time to react before he was struck with massive force. Bang! MMFF! With a muffled groan, Mund's massive lizard form was flung through the air like a ragdoll, a sharp pain radiating from his stomach. Cough, cough. He spat blood uncontrollably. His entire body went limp and powerless. Angus arrived before him, his expression calm as he looked at the tribe chief. With a heavy heart, Mund loosened his clenched fists and lowered his gaze. What would surrender entail, my lord? Mund gave in, feeling utterly defeated. Surrender your lands, your resources, and your loyalty. In return, your tribe will live under our protection. You will be given power to join our cause. Mund hesitated, his pride and duty at war with the harsh reality of his situation. But as he looked around at his people, at their fear, at the hopelessness in their eyes, he knew the answer. Swallowing his pride, he spoke the words that sealed his tribe's fate. We surrender. The news of his defeat and surrender quickly spread among the 100 or so combatants of the Horned Lizard tribe. It was ironic how their fate had been sealed so swiftly. But what choice did they have? Though they carried the diluted bloodline of the Black Dragon, it wasn't enough to secure their place in a land ruled by raw power. A few, driven by pride and foolishness, attempted to resist, but their efforts were in vain. They were swiftly executed, a brutal reminder that disloyalty would not be tolerated. With the situation settled, Angus and Bella moved on to their next conquest, now with another 100 Horned Lizard warriors added to their growing army. The ordinary tribespeople were ordered to remain behind, guarded by a few demons, with instructions to head to the Dark Valley at a later time. Darling, why are you always in such a hurry? Bella asked with concern as they soared through the sky, their wings cutting through the wind. You should have taken a moment to rest. I can see you're struggling to breathe. What's going on with you, Angus? Angus, still adjusting to his wings, remained silent, flying ahead without a word. Bella sighed in frustration. Sometimes, she felt like smacking some sense into him. Master, your soul injuries are getting worse. You really need to ease up on using your skills until you find a way to heal your soul, Menas warned anxiously. I know. Behind them, Vespera and a few vampires followed at a distance, while on the ground below, his loyal subordinates tried to keep up, racing to match their pace. So, sister, where are we headed next? Sen asked Sienna, a hint of frustration in his voice. We didn't even get to fight last time, he grumbled. Sienna chuckled. We're going to the Orc village next. But don't get overconfident, Sen. The Orcs are known for their bloodthirsty and ferocious nature, she warned. I know, sister. I'm not a kid anymore. Plus, I've received some power boosts from him. I'm close to reaching greater demon rank, just like you, he said with a proud smile. Sienna's expression darkened as she furrowed her brows. Show some respect, Sen, she said sternly. He may not be much older than us, but you shouldn't speak so casually about him. Sen let out a sheepish grin. Oops, I forgot. But, sister, aren't you being a bit too protective of our new lord? Is it just respect a broken bar or something more? He smirked mischievously, clearly thinking along other lines. Sienna's heart skipped a beat, her face flushing slightly. What nonsense are you talking about? I was just warning you, she retorted, flustered. You've become quite bold to tease your older sister like this. As the siblings continued to bicker, the hundreds of demons, led by their superior, marched steadily toward the Orc village. After nearly 2 hours, they arrived near the outskirts of the Orc village and set up camp to rest and regroup before launching their attack. Angus and Bella flew ahead to scout the area from the sky, gathering intel on the enemy. However, the scene that unfolded below left them both stunned. What a broken bar is this? Bella muttered in astonishment. How did humans get this far into demon territory? Angus was also equally intrigued. Below them, just outside the Orc village, a fierce battle raged between hundreds of humans and orcs. The humans vastly outnumbered the orcs and appeared to have the upper hand in the fight. Angus couldn't fully grasp what Bella was saying. Bella, if we can cross into the human realm, why can't they enter back? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Bella shook her head. You're missing the point, Darling, we used a special treasure to cross realms, and it only allows a small number of people through. Our mission was to retrieve the Darkness Cow from the Dreadnought Colossus, under the command of Demon Lord Beelzebub. But, as fate would have it, that core ended up inside you. Anyway, she sighed before continuing. It's simply not possible for humans to cross the realm boundary with so many people. Not unless... Her voice trailed off, a terrifying thought crossing her mind. Not unless what? Angus asked, noticing the sudden shift in her expression. Bella's face turned serious. Not unless the realm boundary has been severely weakened. And if that's the case, it can only mean one thing: the Great War is coming. And it would start very soon. Oh, Angus mulled over the news thoughtfully. This could be an opportunity to catch Beelzebub off guard and weaken his forces. On the other hand, in the worst-case scenario, he could be thrown onto the battlefield as cannon fodder. The Demon Lords wouldn't hesitate to summon every demon under their commander, living or dead. Let's go, darling, Bella said, her purple eyes shimmering dangerously. Let's see what these humans want and why they're after our prey. Angus nodded in agreement, and together they descended, their wings beating in unison as they prepared to confront the unknown threat below. As they descended, dark clouds began to gather overhead, casting an eerie shadow over the landscape. The blood-red sun struggled to pierce through the thickening gloom, its rays dimming as if acknowledging the ominous presence of Angus and Bella. The atmosphere around them grew heavy, filled with a sense of impending conflict. Hey, who are you? Where are you going? A hostile young man clad in battle-worn armor brandished his sword and moved to block their descent. Please be quiet. Bella's voice was icy as she flicked her finger dismissively. The man disintegrated into ashes almost instantly, his body vanishing without a trace. Angus watched with a detached demeanor, his heart of darkness numbing him to any semblance of pity for human. He just felt it was a waste of resources. The dead young man's final, anguished scream drew the attention of a few nearby humans. Another young leader, a similar age to Angus, stepped forward, his face twisted into a bloodthirsty grin and rage. His eyes, wild with a mix of aggression and unsettling eagerness, locked onto Bella's smoking figure. His grin widened, and he licked his lips, his gaze becoming overtly lecherous. Bella felt his lecherous gaze, but maintaining her composure, she suppressed her aura to avoid a panic-stricken retreat of the young man. Otherwise, the young man would have already been pissed out of fear. The young leader's lecherous grin widened as he leered at Bella. A succubus, huh? What's a beauty like you doing here? Planning to seduce me? His eyes roamed her body with obvious desire. Bella glanced at Angus, expecting some reaction to the disrespect. To her slight disappointment, he remained impassive, his expression unchanging. The leader's eyes narrowed as he continued, "So, you two are a couple?" He looked between them, his grin turning malicious. "Don't worry, we'll take him along too. He can watch us have some fun in the bed as well." Angus remained unmoved, his demeanor as cold and unreadable as ever. Bella's disappointment turned into a silent frustration. She had hoped for a show of some kind of reaction, but it seemed Angus's focus was solely on their objective. "Enough of this nonsense, human kid," Bella said, her voice cutting through the leader's taunts with icy blade. "We're not here for games. Tell us how many of you had infiltrated the Dmeon land, so that we can put you to death first." "A kid?" He was dumbfounded for a moment, then snarled angrily, "Bitch, how dare you call me a kid? I'm already a father at my age. And, do you think I'm stupid enough to answer all your questions?" Ha 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 ha. His companions, clad in armor and wielding swords, burst into boisterous laughter. Angus, watching silently, could only pity them, knowing their fate was sealed. "Yes, you're a kid, human." "Want to see a real man?" Bella asked with a mocking smile, as the young man stood there, confused. She pointed to Angus. "He's a real man." "My darling." "Fuck this bitch." The group charged at Bella, swords raised, with the young man leading them in a fury. Bella looked at Angus with pity as if asking to help her. Angus found her request ridiculous. Regardless, he moved to stop their charge and slapped them hard. Pa, pa, pa. They all crashed onto the ground hard, hitting their head, and blood flowed thereafter. "Ouch!" They shrieked in pain, and horror struck them like nightmare. The half-breed demon and demoness was not so simple as they initially thought. They instantly panicked, their heart beating fast. Bella smiled. "Now, tell me how many humans entered with you all?" She leaned forward, her eyes glowing pink as she activated her seduction ability. Instantly, the eyes of all the humans around her turned pink, a clear sign they had fallen under her spell, their tongues hanging out. All except for one. The young leader remained unaffected, his gaze sharp and defiant. "Huh?" Bella furrowed her brows in surprise. She hadn't expected a mere human to resist her charm. "What's going on?" The young man suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha, broken garbage. Your demonic charm doesn't work on me. I'm immune to it all. I'm special." His grin widened as he continued. "Now, let me go, or else you'll regret it." "While you were busy charming these fools, I already alerted the others. I'll forget this ever happened if you walk away now," he offered, as if he held the upper hand. Bella just scoffed at her foolishness, while Angus felt intrigue. It shouldn't be that easy to resist Bella's charm for a human at least. Appraisal. Name: Ashtavistavile. Affiliation: Dragon God's Shrine, Dragon Empire. Otherworlder. Level: 42. Skills: Blade Tempest, C. Dragon Wings, C. Dragon Enhancement, C. Dragon Claws, D. Quick Step, D. Power Strike, D. Quick Draw, D. Unique Skills: Nullified Mental Attacks. What? Angus was momentarily shaken, a rare crack in his usually composed demeanor. Bella, noticing, raised an eyebrow and smiled. "What's wrong, sweetheart? You look startled." "It's nothing." Angus quickly regained his composure, trying to brush off his reaction. "And where do you think you're going?" Bella muttered, her gaze shifting to the sky, where the young man was attempting to escape, his dragon wings unfurled. In an instant, Bella flew beside him, her speed unmatched. With a casual flick of her wrist, she delivered a light smack. Bang! The young man was slammed into the ground, crashing hard despite activating his physical enhancement skills. His body was wounded, and pain surged through him. It was a stroke of misfortune to encounter Bella and Angus, the two monsters. Under different circumstances, he might have been stronger than most, but not against them. By now, everyone had noticed the confrontation. Both humans and giant orcs halted their battle, sensing a powerful third party had entered the fray. They took cautious steps backward, avoiding the gaze of the newcomers. It was clear these two were far beyond anything they could handle. On the other hand, Angus' mind was in turmoil. He had encountered someone with the mysterious unique skills of the very same kind he possessed. It was hard to believe. All this time, he thought he was the only one chosen for such abilities, but now things seemed entirely different. And then there was the mystery surrounding himself. Was this reincarnation body also an otherworlder like them? Could he have come from the same world as them, or perhaps from some other world entirely? If that were the case, did it mean there were some more individuals with unique skills like his? For the first time ever, Angus seriously questioned his own identity. Was this body also from another world, like the young leaders? But how could he know his identity? There were no clues apart from this young man before him. "Bella, I need to ask him something." "Don't kill him yet," Angus said with a serious tone. Bella turned and smiled. "Sure, sweetheart. Ask her why he can't escape anyway." The young leader was in a dire state, his bones and body twisted in a disturbing manner. Angus leaned in closer, while Bella stepped back slightly, giving him some space. She understood that invading personal space too much could lead to distrust. Until they could share their secrets equally, she was willing to tolerate it. Ignoring Ashta's agonized cries, Angus leaned in closer and whispered, "Hey, which world are you from? I'm one of you. If you tell me the truth, I might let you live." The young leader's eyes went wide with shock. How did you know?" His voice was a shaky whisper, disbelief etched on his pale face as he scanned Angus from head to toe, searching for any clues. Then, something clicked in his mind. His expression shifted, recognition and fear mingling in his eyes. "So, you're a trial participant like me? What is your family name in the higher realm?" he asked, his voice trembling, as though speaking too loudly would summon something terrible. Angus inwardly smirked but kept his face composed. his exterior calm as if this was nothing new to him. In reality, his mind raced. This was his first real lead to uncovering the truth about his identity and the origins of these unique skills. He had to play along carefully. The answers he sought were within reach, and this Ashtar might hold the key. "My name is Angus Degro," he replied, his voice steady. The reaction was immediate. Ashtar's eyes went wide with horror, his face draining of color. He stumbled back a step, trembling. Degro? His voice cracked. "Why, you're from that ruthless devil family, but how could you be here?" He stuttered incoherently, as if even speaking the name was enough to curse him. "No. Leave me alone. I can't stay here any longer." "You're a devil. I have to inform everyone." Panic overtook him as he struggled to rise, frantically trying to summon the strength to flee. His dragon wings flared, and his body tensed, ready to escape at any cost. Angus watched the pathetic display, his mind racing. Ashton knew something crucial, something about his family, the so-called devil family, and what it meant. If this information leaked, it could lead to catastrophic consequences, perhaps even drawing unwanted attention to him. He couldn't let Ashtar escape. Ashtar was a loose thread that had to be dealt with, and Angus knew deep down, the moment he uttered the name Degro, there was no turning back. Bam! Crash! Angus moved with blinding speed, his boost skill enhancing his strength and speed as he struck Ashtar mid-flight. His fist collided with Ashtar's side, sending him hurtling toward the ground like a broken doll. The impact shook the earth, dust and debris flying up as Ashtar's body crumpled into the dirt, his dragon wings folding awkwardly beneath him. His ribs caved inward, and blood trickled from his mouth as he gasped for breath, his once defiant face twisted in agony. "Ag!" Ashtar groaned, his voice barely a rasp, trying to muster what little strength he had left. His eyes, once full of defiance, now flickered with fear and desperation. "You'll pay for this, you devil!" Thwack! Angus delivered another brutal punch, this time directly to Ashtar's face. The impact twisted his head at an unnatural angle, a sickening crack echoing through the air as his neck snapped. Blood splattered across the ground as Ashtar's body went limp, his eyes glazing over in death. Silence descended upon the battlefield. The humans and orcs who had once been engaged in fierce combat stood frozen, their eyes wide with terror as they watched from a distance. None dared approach. They had seen enough to know that these two newcomers, Angus and Bella, were not to be trifled with. Bella, standing nearby, simply smiled as she watched the scene unfold. She knew Angus was searching for unknown answers, and for now, she let him have his space. Her gaze lingered on Ashtar's lifeless body before she turned her attention back to Angus. "Done already, sweetheart?" Angus straightened, wiping the blood from his hands. His heart stirred, not from the fight, but from the implications of what Ashtar had said. The name Degro seemed to strike fear into those who heard it, but why? What did it mean for him? For the first time in a long while, Angus wasn't sure where the path ahead would lead. But one thing was certain, Angus was not forgetting his goals because of this. Angus then turned to Bella, meeting her gaze. "Yes, I got my answers." "Good," Bella replied, her voice sharp. "But did you find out how many of them there are? And their positions?" she pressed, wanting to be sure. Angus hesitated, a frown crossing his face. His words trailed off as if caught off guard. "No, I didn't. I was asking him about something else," he added slowly, his uncertainty clear. Bella's lips curled into an amused smile. "Don't worry, sweetheart." She waved it off, her tone laced with a mix of affection and danger. "They'll tell us what we need to know." Her eyes flicked to the trembling humans, kneeling before them, their bodies shaking uncontrollably despite being under the charm's influence. She stepped forward, her voice dripping with venom. "Now, tell me, you filthy humans, how many more of you are out there, besides this place?" One of the charmed humans responded mechanically, his words hollow and devoid of any emotion. "We have entered in several battalions, numbering 5,000. Bella's eyes narrowed slightly, her surprise barely visible. "Why are you here? Who sent you?" she demanded. "We were ordered by the Dragon God's shrine to collect demon cores For unknown reasons, Bella's jaw clenched. Where are the others? Tell me their exact locations. They are scattered throughout this region, attacking villages and tribes, slaughtering them to gather demon cores, the man answered in a monotonous voice, oblivious to the rage building in Bella. Her fists tightened, a wave of fury rising through her chest. Filthy humans, she hissed, her voice trembling with contempt. You dare to slaughter the innocent? I'm ashamed to share even a drop of your blood. Her eyes glowed with murderous intent. Die. In an instant, all the kneeling humans and the humans on the battlefield fell lifeless, as if death god itself had passed judgment upon them. For the first time ever, Angus seriously questioned his own identity. Was this body also from another world, like the young leaders? But how could he know his identity? There were no clues apart from this young man before him. Bella, I need to ask him something. Don't kill him yet, Angus said with a serious tone. Bella turned and smiled. Sure, sweetheart. Ask her why he can't escape anyway. The young leader was in a dire state, his bones and body twisted in a disturbing manner. Angus leaned in closer, while Bella stepped back slightly, giving him some space. She understood that invading personal space too much could lead to distrust. Until they could share their secrets equally, she was willing to tolerate it. Ignoring Ashta's agonized cries, Angus leaned in closer and whispered, Hey, which world are you from? I'm one of you. If you tell me the truth, I might let you live. The young leader's eyes went wide with shock. How did you know? His voice was a shaky whisper, disbelief etched on his pale face as he scanned Angus from head to toe, searching for any clues. Then, something clicked in his mind. His expression shifted, recognition and fear mingling in his eyes. So, you're a trial participant like me? What is your family name in the higher realm? He asked, his voice trembling, as though speaking too loudly would summon something terrible. Angus inwardly smirked but kept his face composed, his exterior calm as if this was nothing new to him. In reality, his mind raced. This was his first real lead to uncovering the truth about his identity and the origins of these unique skills. He had to play along carefully. The answers he sought were within reach, and this Ashta might hold the key. My name is Angus Degro, he replied, his voice steady. The reaction was immediate. Ashta's eyes went wide with horror, his face draining of color. He stumbled back a step, trembling. Degro? His voice cracked. Why, you're from that ruthless devil family? But how could you be here? He stuttered incoherently, as if even speaking the name was enough to curse him. No. Leave me alone. I can't stay here any longer. You're a devil. I have to inform everyone. Panic overtook him as he struggled to rise, frantically trying to summon the strength to flee. His dragon wings flared, and his body tensed, ready to escape at any cost. Angus watched the pathetic display, his mind racing. Ashton knew something crucial, something about his family, the so-called devil family, and what it meant. If this information leaked, it could lead to catastrophic consequences, perhaps even drawing unwanted attention to him. He couldn't let Ashta escape. Ashta was a loose thread that had to be dealt with, and Angus knew deep down, the moment he uttered the name Degro, there was no turning back. Bam! Crash! Angus moved with blinding speed, his boost skill enhancing his strength and speed as he struck Ashta mid-flight. His fist collided with Ashta's side, sending him hurtling toward the ground like a broken doll. The impact shook the earth, dust and debris flying up as Ashta's body crumpled into the dirt, his dragon wings folding awkwardly beneath him. His ribs caved inward, and blood trickled from his mouth as he gasped for breath, his once defiant face twisted in agony. Ashta groaned, his voice barely a rasp, trying to muster what little strength he had left. His eyes, once full of defiance, now flickered with fear and desperation. You'll pay for this, you devil. Thwack! Angus delivered another brutal punch, this time directly to Ashta's face. The impact twisted his head at an unnatural angle, a sickening crack echoing through the air as his neck snapped. Blood splattered across the ground as Ashta's body went limp, his eyes glazing over in death. Silence descended upon the battlefield. The humans and orcs who had once been engaged in fierce combat stood frozen, their eyes wide with terror as they watched from a distance. None dared approach. They had seen enough to know that these two newcomers, Angus and Bella, were not to be trifled with. Bella, standing nearby, simply smiled as she watched the scene unfold. She knew Angus was searching for unknown answers, and for now, she let him have his space. Her gaze lingered on Ashta's lifeless body before she turned her attention back to Angus. "Done already, sweetheart?" Angus straightened, wiping the blood from his hands. His heart stirred, not from the fight, but from the implications of what Ashta had said. The name Negro seemed to strike fear into those who heard it, but why? What did it mean for him? For the first time in a long while, Angus wasn't sure where the path ahead would lead. But one thing was certain, Angus was not forgetting his goals because of this. Angus then turned to Bella, meeting her gaze. "Yes, I got my answers." "Good," Bella replied, her voice sharp. "But did you find out how many of them there are? And their positions?" She pressed, wanting to be sure. Angus hesitated, a frown crossing his face. His words trailed off as if caught off guard. "No, I didn't. I was asking him about something else," he added slowly, his uncertainty clear. Bella's lips curled into an amused smile. "Don't worry, sweetheart." She waved it off, her tone laced with a mix of affection and danger. "They'll tell us what we need to know." Her eyes flicked to the trembling humans, kneeling before them, their bodies shaking uncontrollably despite being under the charm's influence. She stepped forward, her voice dripping with venom. "Now, tell me, you filthy humans, how many more of you are out there, besides this place?" One of the charmed humans responded mechanically, his words hollow and devoid of any emotion. "We have entered in several battalions, numbering 5,000. Bella's eyes narrowed slightly, her surprise barely visible. "Why are you here? Who sent you?" she demanded. "We were ordered by the Dragon God's shrine to collect demon cores. For unknown reasons." Bella's jaw clenched. "Where are the others?" "Tell me their exact locations." "They are scattered throughout this region, attacking villages and tribes, slaughtering them to gather demon cores," the man answered in a monotonous voice, oblivious to the rage building in Bella. Her fists tightened, a wave of fury rising through her chest. "Filthy humans!" she hissed, her voice trembling with contempt. "You dare to slaughter the innocent? I'm ashamed to share even a drop of your blood." Her eyes glowed with murderous intent. Die. In an instant, all the kneeling humans and the humans on the battlefield fell lifeless, as if Death God itself had passed judgment upon them. Ignoring everything else, Angus placed his hand on Ashta's lifeless body, preparing to cast skill absorption. His curiosity gnawed at him. Would he be able to obtain Ashta's unique skill alongside the others? The familiar system notifications flashed before him. "You have acquired a new skill, Blade Tempest. C. You have acquired Dragon Claws. D. You have acquired Dragon Wings. C. After multiple attempts, Angus finally achieved what he had been hoping for. "Congratulations. You have acquired a new unique skill, Nullified Mental Attacks, Rare, Skills. Active, Doombringer Fortification -5, C, Hellfire Dive, 10, C, Blade Tempest, C, Dragon Wings, C, Dragon Enhancement, C, Dragon Claws, D, Quick Step, D, Power Strike, D, Quick Draw, D, Earth Manipulation 21D, Azure Ghost Blade -2, D, Venomous Ripper, 5, D. Passive, Quick Reflexes, C, Melee Combat, C, Blazing Purge -10, D, Predator's Instinct -30, E, Health Regeneration -20, E, Unique Skills, Appraisal, Basic, Nullified Mental Attacks, Rare, Skill Absorption, Mythic, Universal Synthesis, Ultimate. There's another category for unique skills called Rare as well? Angus felt intrigued. Ashta's skill set, though impressive, paled in comparison to Angus' monstrous abilities. His newly acquired Nullified Mental Attacks, Rare, was particularly useful, granting him immunity to mental assaults such as charms, enchantments, and hexes. "Not bad," Angus muttered, satisfied. While Ashta had been formidable, This victory proved just how much further Angus had progressed on his path of strength. Some of the orcs cautiously approached Bella and Angus, their expressions a mix of gratitude and awe. "Your esteemed selves, thank you for saving the people of our village. We are truly grateful." "Your kindness knows no bounds," said a tall, muscular orc, his tone laced with admiration. "Yes, my lord and lady, thank you for your protection," echoed a few more orcs from the sidelines, their faces showing clear signs of exhaustion and relief. Angus stepped forward as Bella gave a mischievous grin. "We're no saints like the humans, you know," she began, her voice carrying a confident edge. "Surrender and join our army of liberation, and you'll be offered protection under our care. Our goal is to bring peace to the world." Angus nodded in agreement. The army of liberation was Bella's idea, a grand vision to liberate the world and bring lasting peace. To achieve that goal, they would use any means necessary, though certain moral boundaries would be upheld. "Just the two of you, my lord and lady?" one of the orcs asked, doubt creeping into his voice. It seemed far-fetched for only two individuals to claim such lofty ambitions. "Huala, huala." Before the orcs could voice their skepticism further, the sound of marching feet echoed through the air. Their attention shifted as a massive army of hundreds emerged from the distance, standing in perfect formation behind Angus and Bella. The orcs' eyes widened in shock, their uncertainty vanishing. This was no mere boast. The army of liberation was very real, and its strength was far greater than they had imagined. "What else do you have to say?" Angus asked coldly, his eyes scanning the orc warriors and villagers at the distance. "And know nothing, my lord." "We submit." All of them submitted instantly, kneeling down in respect. Their fate was already tied to the army of liberation. After the recent battle, only about 100 orc warriors remained, leaving them vulnerable. Faced with the overwhelming power of Angus and Bella, they had no choice but to submit. It was better to serve under their might than become prey for the humans. The orc warriors were treated and given time to recover, preparing to join the ranks of the army of liberation. Bella glanced over the fallen human bodies, then turned to Angus with a sly smile. "Do you want to make use of them, sweetheart?" "I'd love to see your incredible ability firsthand." "Of course, only if you're comfortable using humans for this." She flashed him a flirtatious smile, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. She was referring to Angus' synthesis skill, which she mistakenly believed to be some form of demonic power from the darkness core. Angus's lips curved. "Yes, I do have some use for these bodies." He had no qualms about demonstrating his abilities in front of her. After all, Bella already knew about both his system skills and his so-called demonic abilities. She had taken it in stride, seeing it as some kind of rare mutation from the darkness core. Angus was slightly impressed that despite knowing the truth about his powers, Bella hadn't tried to manipulate or harm him. Instead, she stayed by his side, loyal and seemingly genuine in her affection. Could it be? She really does love me? Angus pondered seriously. Yet, no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't bring himself to feel anything in return. Still, her actions had earned his trust, and from this point forward, he found himself willing to rely on her more. Angus looked thoughtfully at the nearly 300 human bodies. He decided to use them to strengthen his subordinates since the dead bodies were of no use to him. Their skills were mediocre, and they couldn't be bred as monsters in the dimensional space either. One by one, he called his chosen subordinates and merged them with the human bodies, giving them more human-like features and elevating their rank to greater demon. Sen was also given the opportunity. He, like his sister, became a greater demon, though his skin took on a slightly human appearance while his features remained largely the same. "Good for you, Sen," Sienna called out, congratulating him. "Thanks, sister," Sen replied, adjusting to his newfound strength. Although the merge didn't grant them human skills, their physical strength improved significantly. Now, they just needed to practice their abilities more to fully use this power. "That was incredible, darling," Bella muttered in astonishment, her eyes locking onto his. "With this, you could even turn the dead wastes into useful materials." "I'm impressed." She smiled mischievously and added, "I'm really curious, what will our child be like? Will they have your powers or mine?" She thought, smiling happily. At the mention of a child with her, Any normal human would have been excited, but Angus looked into her eyes indifferently. At that moment, two humans in heavy armor emerged from the narrow landscape. Did the distress signal come from here? One of them asked, uncertainty in his voice. I'm not sure. This place feels way too quiet, the other replied, his eyes scanning the eerie surroundings. Wait. What the hell? One of them cursed loudly as his gaze locked onto the massive army of demons, with two imposing, humanoid figures standing at the forefront. The weight of the situation hit them immediately. Bill, we need to go, now, Gil shouted, already bolting in the opposite direction. Gil quickly glanced where Bill had been looking, his heart hammering in his chest. Panic surged through him as his face went pale, and without a second thought, he sprinted after Bill. Oh, what's the rush, humans? Sen grinned, effortlessly catching up to them. In an instant, Sienna appeared beside the other one. Bill and Jill's faces fell, terror sinking in as they desperately fought back with everything they had. Pathetic, Sen chuckled, easily subduing them both. They dragged the two struggling humans in front of Angus and his subordinates, who appeared to be waiting for their arrival. Angus glanced at the battered duo, their armor dented and their faces bruised. He stepped forward, his eyes cold. Where are you from? If you value your lives, lead us there, he commanded, his voice laced with menace as he activated his darkness haki, enveloping them in an oppressive aura. Bill and Gil exchanged horrified glances as they felt the darkness seep into their very souls, suffocating them. Wait. Don't kill us, Bill stammered, trembling. We'll take you there. We have familiar wives and kids. We were forced to come here. Please, Your Excellency, let us live. Their resistance scrambled instantly, and they begged for their lives, recognizing Angus as the one in charge. Behind him, Bella watched the scene unfold with interest. Just shut up and lead us there, Angus ordered with indifference, though a deeper part of him recoiled at the senseless violence. If they surrendered, they would be spared. He knew these men had families waiting for them, just like anyone else. Why yes, Bill and Gil sighed in relief, hastily leading the way. Let's go, darling. Bella smiled, leaning in closer. She took his hand and gently pulled him toward the sky, her carefree spirit contrasting with the weight of the situation. TSK. What a show-off, Sienna muttered, a tinge of jealousy in her voice. Sen chuckled at his sister's reaction and picked up his pace, matching the speed of the others. Behind them, Butluyu, the Hellfire Wolf King and Queen, and the Orcs, and the rest of Angus's subordinates followed in an orderly formation. Nearly 1,000 in total, with 300 or so greater demons and the rest lesser ones, they marched through the land, unchallenged. After some time, they arrived at another village. This is an ogre village, Bella said, hovering in the air. This place falls under Marquis Renard's domain. Angus narrowed his eyes, surveying the devastation below. The village lay in ruins, its ogre inhabitants being slaughtered one by one, their demon cores harvested like mere trophies. Abominable. These humans have grown bolder, Bella muttered in disgust. But where is that damned Marquis Renard? Hasn't he heard the news yet? Her frustration was palpable as she scanned the skies, expecting resistance but finding none. Angus, hovering with his hellflare on wings, began his descent, the powerful flapping of his wings sending gusts of wind across the ruined village below. Master, I have synthesized all the new skills obtained as per your instructions. You can review them now, Manners informed him telepathically. Angus nodded in acknowledgement, already feeling the presence of the new skills etched into his soul. He took a brief glance at his status screen, his eyes quickly scanning through the list of freshly acquired abilities. Name, Angus Tigro. Age, 18. Title, Naga King Slayer. Race, half-human half-demon. Level, 32. Occupation, Baron of Dark Valley. Class, None. Bloodline lineage, Beelzebub, partial royal, Viper scale Naga, half noble. Special trait, Energy Converter, artificial. Physical stats, Strength, 510. Agility, 500. Defense, 521. Mana, 30,000/60,500. Nether energy, 30,500/60,500. Attribute points, 5. Skills, active, A sense doomscale dragonification, B. A dragon wings plus dragon claws plus dragon enhancement plus doombringer fortification. I sense spectral blade storm, B. A. Blade tempest plus azure ghost blade. A sense venomous flash strike, B. A. Quick step plus power strike plus quick draw plus venomous ripper. A sense hellfire dive, 11, C. A sense earth manipulation -22, D. Passive, quick reflexes, C. Melee combat, C. Blazing purge -10, D. Predator's instinct -37, E. Health regeneration -2, D. Special skills, monster breeding, level 3, demonic abilities, peak, heart of darkness. Intermediate, gluttony of darkness. Basic, darkness pulse, darkness veil, darkness haki. Blood regeneration, hellfire control, poisonous miasma control, body duplication, armored black scales, Neganian transformation, spectral death strings, pain resistance, hellflare on wings. Unique skills, appraisal, basic, nullified mental attacks, rare, skill absorption, mythic, universal synthesis, ultimate, equipment, space bracelet, D. Holy mithril blade, C. Engers felt pleased as he reviewed his new synthesized skills, each one bringing him closer to his ultimate goal. However, a lingering pain throbbed in his soul, a reminder of the injury he'd sustained. He knew he needed to find a way to heal, or perhaps even strengthen his soul. But the real question was where to find the necessary treasures or medicine. He considered asking Bella, but for now, there were more pressing matters to handle. Down below, the human soldiers wore cruel smiles, their expressions dripping with sadistic anticipation as they continued their slaughter. But that quickly changed when one of them caught sight of Engers, Bella, and the approaching demon army. The soldier, his armor emblazoned with the symbol of a dragon, quickly rushed to a large tent where several high-ranking officials were gathered. "Commander, we have unwanted guests outside. Hundreds of demons are marching toward us," he reported with a solemn expression. The commander, a hardened man in his 40s with a face marked by scars and a thick beard, furrowed his brows. The other high-ranking officers exchanged uneasy glances. One of them scoffed. "Only a few hundred demons? What's that to worry about? We have 2,000 soldiers at our disposal. We can crush them easily." "But, Your Excellency," the soldier stammered, lowering his head, "those demons looked powerful, especially the two leading them. I'm afraid we don't have the strength to confront them head-on." The commander, sensing the gravity of the situation, stood up and silenced the room with a stern look. "Enough with the pointless chatter. Let's go see who these newcomers are." With that, the officers picked their weapons and prepared to face the threat, marching toward the battlefield with grim determination. "Whoa! 2 half-breeds leading 1,000 demons? That's rare," one of the human leaders commented, his expression arrogant as he flexed his muscles. "TSK, so what? Just a succubusa, and what is this male one? Again? Some hybrid maybe?" Another said with disdain. "He looks pretty human-like, except for the horns," he added, somewhat intrigued. "Silence, be serious." The commander snapped, berating them. He could feel the threat emanating from the pair, especially the succubus in front. "Everyone, at my command," the commander roared, standing at the front. Behind him were nearly 2,000 human soldiers clad in armor bearing the dragon insignia. They were from the Dragon Empire, and their disciplined formation exuded an intimidating presence. Engers and Bella grew serious. This was no battle to be taken lightly. "Darling, I'll handle the commander. Can you take care of the rest?" Bella asked, her confidence unwavering as she looked to Engers. "Yes," Engers nodded before turning to his army. "The Army of Liberation." "Soldiers, tonight you are the darkness that snuffs out lives. The humans before you are our target, but they will not be the last. Emerge victorious, and I shall grant you new power." Engers's voice boomed across the battlefield. The demon soldiers' morale surged as they chanted in unison, "Long live Lord Engers! Long live the Lord of Liberation!" The human soldiers and the liberation forces stood across from each other, the humans with focused eyes, weapons ready, and their skills prepared, while the demons radiated a sinister, dark energy. Some of the human soldiers, who were well versed in demon language, understood what they were saying. "Lord of Liberation, my ass!" one sneered. "They're so full of themselves, aren't they?" Another battalion leader scoffed. "We've got 3,000 soldiers, 10 C ranks, and 500 D ranks. Not to mention, Commander Tyrell is a B rank powerhouse. They don't stand a chance." Suddenly, a shout of alarm came from one of the soldiers. "Hey, guys, look at this!" "What is it now?" The C rank battalion leaders turned, only to be left speechless. Out of nowhere, hundreds of additional demons materialized on Angus' side. "What the hell? Where did this demon summoner come from? I thought only humans had summoners." One soldier muttered in disbelief. "Commander, looks we have found another anomaly like those otherworlders," one of them said with grave expression. At the front, Commander Tyrell's expression turned grim as he watched the growing demon force. Despite the unease spreading through the ranks, he steeled himself, his eyes narrowing in determination. "Men, charge! Leave no demon alive!" Commander Tyrell bellowed, his voice full of authority. The human soldiers roared back, their collective cry echoing as they surged forward. The 10 battalions, each with over 200 soldiers, led by their respective leaders, charged toward the demon horde with a coordinated and disciplined assault. Nearby, a group of surviving ogres are severely injured but still watching the battle glared at the humans viciously. They were injured but smelling newly shed human blood in the battlefield, they roared to life and joined the fight while absorbing the blood with ferocity. Angus and Bella took notice of their participation and took the lead, followed closely by their elite warriors Sabatloyu, Gabi, Maru, Sienna, Sen, the Wolf King and Queen, and Munda, each leading their own groups of demons. Behind them, Angus' legion surged forward, driven by his telepathic command, charging mindlessly toward the enemy. Bella, with a smile that seemed almost serene, soared through the air toward Commander Tyrell, who had taken flight as well. As she approached, her soft, creamy skin began to harden, radiating an intense, dangerous energy. Despite the growing pressure surrounding her, the smile never left her face. She looked like a deadly succubus, but far more powerful than any ordinary demoness. Boom! Bella's fist collided directly with Commander Tyrell's great sword, her bare hand meeting the weapon with a resounding impact. To Tyrell's shock, her skin remained unscathed, not even a scratch marring its surface. His eyes widened in disbelief, realizing that Bella was far tougher and far more dangerous than he had anticipated. Above the battlefield, their clash was explosive, sending shockwaves throughout the area. Even those fighting below could feel the pressure from their battle in the sky. Commander Tyrell's colorful magical energy clashed violently with Bella's dark, malevolent power, creating a dazzling and dangerous display that caught the eyes of all who fought on the ground. Their battle raged on, each exchange of blows causing the air to tremble. Angus targeted the 10 C-rank humans below. They could pose the greatest threat to his people, as C-rank would be too much for them to handle. However, he wasn't going to help them more than that. He wasn't raising flowers in vases. They needed to grow stronger and more confident to become a true powerhouse. Only then could they help him achieve his goal. Angus took the mithril blade he had taken from Ashtar's dead body. Rising into the sky with his hell flare on wings, he looked down at the 10 battalion leaders below. Spectral Blade Storm. He cast the skill, raising his blade as invisible spectral copies lunged toward the C-rankers in rapid succession. Spectral Blade Storm, B. Rain of invisible phasing blades that can phase through physical objects and deal damage to the enemy. Over time the damage increases in a wide range while the enemy inside it caught off guard. A few were stabbed in the hands, legs, and stomachs, turning the battlefield into a bloody scene. Those with sharper instincts quickly glanced up at Angus, their brows furrowed in anger. Angus hovered in the sky, watching the aftermath of his spectral blade storm with cold eyes. The bloodied bodies of several C-rank battalion leaders littered the ground, their arrogance shattered by the invisible, deadly force of his blade. Some still writhed in pain, desperately clutching their wounds. Others, those with sharper instincts, had managed to deflect or evade the worst of the attack. A few of them glared up at him, their faces twisted with fury. "TSK, how arrogant!" one growled, wiping the blood from his mouth. He dares to challenge us all together? Another spat, his hand already reaching for a health potion. Let's show him what we're made of, brothers. Yes, if we can take him down, the half-war will already be won. One smiled. Without hesitation, they gulped down their potions, healing their wounds as best as they could. Then, with a battle cry, they charged at Angus, their bodies pulsing with enhanced strength and speed. Angus watched them approach, his expression unreadable. His hell-flare-on wings beat steadily, keeping him aloft as he prepared for the inevitable clash. He could see the rage in their eyes, the desperate need for revenge. But he felt no fear, only calm, deadly resolve. They think they can match me with brute force, he muttered under his breath. Fools. Angus picked up his pace, clashing head-on with the battalion leaders with his blade in hand. The blade refers to a short sword-like weapon, similar to daggers but not exactly the same. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing and grinding echoed as the 10 leaders surrounded him, determined to finish him off. Their expressions were serious and alert after experiencing the strange, invisible blade attack. They attacked in proper sync, each strike coordinated to overwhelm him. Angus, with his quick reflexes, melee skills, and high stats, defended and countered with increased ferocity. But the enemies weren't to be taken lightly. They all possessed similar dragon-like enhancements, wings and claws like Ashtar had. It seemed to be tied to some dragon-type class or ability. Clang, clang, boom. Despite the intensity of the battle, Angus was enjoying himself. It had been a long time since he got to flex his muscles. To him, they were nothing more than practice dummies. And the battalion leaders began to realize this. As much as it stung to admit, they knew he was toying with them. The half-breed was far stronger than they had anticipated, or stronger than all of them combined. Frustrated, they shifted tactics, launching long-range attacks so elemental blasts and non-elemental skills are barraging Angus relentlessly. But Angus moved with incredible agility, his wings propelling him from one spot to another, dodging their attacks with ease. This only fueled the humans' frustration. We need to do it now, brothers, one of the leaders shouted. They exchanged glances, silently agreeing on something important. Bloodstains covered their mouths, but they were done being played with. Fusion Dragon. Angus watched with narrowed eyes as the battalion leaders transformed into the colossal red dragon, towering 40 meters high. Its scales gleamed with an almost impenetrable toughness, and its massive wings beat the air with a force that sent shockwaves across the battlefield. The sight of the dragon drew astonished gasps from the nearby demons and humans alike, many pausing mid-fight to witness the formidable creature's sudden appearance. A fusion skill? Angus muttered under his breath, intrigued yet unfazed. Roar! The red dragon roared, the sound shaking the ground, its fiery breath glowing ominously from its mouth. Without wasting any time, Angus raised his mithril blade, summoning spectral blade storm once more. Hundreds of shimmering, invisible blades materialized, spiraling down like a storm upon the dragon. Clang, clang. The spectral blades struck the dragon's scales, but they barely left a mark, merely bouncing off the creature's tough exterior with metallic clinks. Angus frowned, realizing that this dragon was no ordinary foe. Its scales were enchanted, and his usual tactics wouldn't be enough to bring it down. With a deafening roar, the red dragon flapped its wings and surged toward Angus, the force of its propulsion sending gusts of wind across the battlefield. At the same time, it opened its mouth wide, releasing a torrent of searing flames that streaked toward Angus like a blazing inferno. Angus' eyes gleamed with interest. Finally, something interesting, he muttered as he dove to the side, narrowly avoiding the column of fire that scorched the sky where he had been. The heat was intense, but it did a little damage due to his blazing purge skill. Angus moved with precision, his wings carrying him swiftly out of range. As the dragon charged again, he assessed the situation. But before Angus could make a move, he noticed the red dragon's speed had increased manifold, its body steaming with rage. Bang! The dragon shot forward like lightning, its claws striking out. Angus barely had time to block with his sword. Crash! He was sent crashing into the ground, creating a small crater upon impact. Quickly, he stood up, wiping the blood from his lips. Glancing upward, he saw the red dragon still coming at him from above, moving at a terrifying speed that broke the sound barrier, tearing through the sky like a small meteor covered in flames. Bella, while engaged in fight with the commander, looked at Angus worriedly for a second, but when she what Angus had become next moment she smiled, her worry vanished away instantly. She then focused on the commander who seemed to have weakened down a lot. It won't take before long he's defeated. Below, just before the red dragon killed Angus, he activated the first B-rank skill he attained after the synthesis. Doom-scale dragonification. Rank, B. Type, transformation. Description: the user transforms into a terrifying dragonoid form, covered in impenetrable black scales, dragon wings, and claws. The transformation drastically increases the user's strength, defense, and agility by 20 times while it lasted. Consumes 500 mana. Second, Angus, now fully transformed into his fearsome dragonoid form, was a sight to behold. His body was covered in black, destructive scales that gleamed ominously under the light, each one like a piece of indestructible armor. With a powerful beat of his long, wide wings, he shot into the sky, defying gravity as if it held no sway over him. His movement was swift, faster than the eye could track, as he became a streak of black lightning tearing through the air. The roar of his acceleration shattered the sound barrier, sending shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. In an instant, Angus closed the distance between himself and the red dragon, his razor-sharp claws outstretched, gleaming with lethal intent. Boom! The collision was nothing short of cataclysmic. A deafening explosion rocked the air as Angus' claws slammed into the red dragon with terrifying force. Fire and darkness erupted in a chaotic mix, swirling violently as the raw power of their clash created a massive shockwave. The explosion blazed like a miniature sun, casting a blinding light across the battlefield. The sheer force of their impact sent out waves of destruction. The ground trembled beneath the feet of the soldiers below, while large cracks snaked across the earth, as through the planet itself could not withstand the clash of titans above. The explosion's shockwave was so intense that many of the onlookers were blown off their feet. Some screamed as their eardrums ruptured, blood trickling from their ears as they fell to the ground, writhing in agony. Even the fiercest of warriors, those who had witnessed countless battles, were left speechless. Their eyes widened in disbelief at the overwhelming display of power, their faces pale as the realization of the scale of the battle before them sank in. This was not just a fight, it was an unearthly, devastating war between two godlike forces. As the dust settled, Angus stood tall and unscathed. Before him lay the 10 human leaders, their bodies crushed, rib cages shattered, and blood streaming from their 7 orifices. Lifeless and defeated. For a brief moment, the battlefield was consumed by stunned silence. Then, with newfound fury, the demons charged, their bloodlust ignited by the sight of their fallen enemies. The human forces began to crumble, falling one after another. Just as the chaos reached its peak, a thunderous explosion ripped through the sky. The soldiers of the Dragon Empire looked around in disbelief. Their commander had vanished, seemingly obliterated by the explosive force, leaving nothing but ash in his wake. At the center of the devastation stood Bella, a chilling smile curling on her lips. Her hands crackled with raw, destructive energy, radiating a deadly power that had just claimed another life. Sienna and Sen watched from a distance, a chill running down Sienna's spine. So powerful, she muttered, both in awe and envy of Bella's and Angus's strength. A longing stirred within her as she yearned for that kind of power. Bella, smiling, approached Angus and wrapped her arms around him without hesitation. Angus felt her soft figure press against his chest, sending his body's reaction through the roof. That was incredible, darling. I knew you'd do it. You're my husband, after all, she said with a sweet smile, leaning in to brush her lips near his cheek. Sienna scowled and muttered under her breath, "What a vixen." Almost as if she had heard, Bella turned sharply, raising an eyebrow. "Did you say something?" Sienna flinched. No, Lady Belfrost. I didn't say anything." Taking advantage of the moment, Angus quickly pulled away from Bella's embrace. "Sienna, go see if the humans have surrendered," Angus commanded, giving her an excuse to escape the awkward situation. "Why yes, my lord," Sienna stammered before hurrying off, grateful for the chance. Bella gave them a suspicious glance, but remained silent as she followed him. "See that, dear? The Lord is powerful and dangerous. Don't even think of seeking revenge for me," the Wolf Queen advised, her voice firm as she watched the Wolf King finish off a Dragon Empire soldier. He gave her a reassuring nod. "I know, my love. I realized long ago that I could never stand against him. Besides, he has given you and our child Rena great power. We should be grateful, not resentful." The Wolf Queen sighed in relief, her tension easing. Bill and Gil watched the horrific battle unfold from a distance, their expressions grim. Without hesitation, they hurried to join the group of nearly 1,200 surrendered humans. The defeated soldiers knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. Their morale had been shattered the moment they witnessed the brutal deaths of their 10 battalion leaders. Angus began to skill absorption from the fallen 10 battalion leaders. "Congratulations. You have acquired new passive skill, Extraordinary Eyes. See, congratulations. You have acquired new active skill, Mind Perception. See, you have acquired a new active skill, Dragon Aura. See, you have acquired a new active skill, Dragon Gaze. See, you have acquired a new active skill, Dragon Fusion. B, you have acquired a new active skill, Dragon Claws. C, it had been assimilated. You have acquired a new unique skill, Rapid Cast. Rare, you have acquired a new passive skill, Critical Strike. C, you have acquired a new passive skill, Poison Resistance. C. Another unique skill, Rapid Cast. Rare, it is a passive unique skill that allows you to cast skills continuously and faster without burdening your soul. The Rapid Cast seemed satisfied enough. But he felt dissatisfied not being able to get more info on the otherworlder stuff. Angus, having just finished absorbing the skills of the fallen 10 battalion leaders, now turned his cold gaze toward the kneeling humans, their pleas echoing in the silence. "What are you going to do with them, sweetheart?" Bella asked, her voice soft with concern. "Are you going to kill every one of them?" Despite her demonic heritage, she still felt a tinge of sympathy for the humans, knowing she shared part of their bloodline. Angus shook his head, rejecting the idea. "No. Mass killing isn't necessary, even for me." He paused, then added, "I'm going to recruit them into our ranks." "You said our army should be called the Army of Liberation, right?" "Then it should include humans, not just demons." Bella's eyes fluttered, an amused smile forming on her lips. "But, darling, if you do that, you'll attract unwanted attention more on yourself and on us." Angus was calm, but his tone grew dangerous. "We'll say there are slaves. It will solve out the current problem. And if anyone meddles too much, they'll be dealt with." Bella's smile widened. "All right, darling, I support you. We're in this together." She took his hand, gripping it firmly with determination. Angus looked at her intertwined and met her gaze, her eyes filled with affection and purity. For a moment, his heart stirred, touched by the love she showed him, but deep inside, he felt nothing. From inside, Menas watched with growing worry, already plotting the right moment to replace his heart with something new. She couldn't bear to see her master like this, a being utterly devoid of real emotions. "Who is your representative? Step forward." Angus's voice echoed across the battlefield, commanding the attention of the Dragon Empire soldiers. The injured soldiers, clad in battered armor, exchanged wary glances. With their leadership decimated, they hesitated before selecting 2 representatives to step forward in their place. One was a tall male warrior, his armor dented from battle, while the other was a female fighter, her head wrapped in a blood-stained bandage but still moving with a determined stride. The duo marched toward Angus and Bella, their expressions resolute despite their injuries. As they approached, the representatives first cast a glance at Bella, her succubus features subtle but unmistakable. Then, their eyes shifted to Angus, the demon leader. From close, both Angus and Bella shared human-like appearances, their features far more familiar than the monstrous visages of the other demons surrounding them. The representatives realized they were standing before 2 half-breeds, a rare sight, something only spoken of in tales and rumors. The female warrior spoke first, her voice steady despite her injuries. "We represent the Dragon Empire soldiers." "What is it you want with us?" Angus locked eyes with them, his gaze unreadable. "Your leaders are gone. You have only one choice, join us or face your demise. There is no third option." The male warrior, Lupert, furrowed his brows in deep thought. "By joining you, do you mean we'll serve you as your subordinates?" "Yes," Angus responded firmly, his voice unwavering. "But who will ensure the safety of the humans?" Evelina Gregor, the female warrior, cut in, her tone unyielding. "Demons are carnivorous and feed on humans. Who'll guarantee that these people won't be killed to satisfy their hunger?" She spoke without fear, fully aware that the fate of hundreds of humans rested on her shoulders. Angus's eyes sharpened as he turned his full attention to her. "What's your name again?" "Evelina Gregor," she replied confidently, standing tall. "I come from the Gregor family of the Dragon Empire." Her tone was resolute, an attempt to show strength and possibly intimidate him, but Angus remained unbothered. "So, Evelina," Angus began, his voice carrying authority, "listen well. From this moment onward, I, Angus Tegro, the supreme leader of the Army of Liberation, give you my word, no subordinate of mine will ever harm the humans under my protection. And that is final." He spoke loudly, making sure every demon on the battlefield heard his declaration. The words sent a ripple through his army, the demons flinching ever so slightly, knowing full well the weight of his promise. Anyone who dared to break it would face severe consequences. Evelina and Lupert exchanged glances, the tension easing from their shoulders. They had been given a personal guarantee by the man they would now serve, a man who commanded both fear and respect. Though the idea of serving under demons was unsettling, they understood they had little choice. At least now, they had a promise of protection. "We are willing to submit, my lord," Evelina and Lupert replied in unison, their words carrying the weight of the decision for the rest of the humans. Angus nodded approvingly. "Good. Now go inform the others." "Yes, my lord." They quickly made their way back to relay the message of submission. As they left, Sienna, who had been observing the entire exchange, spoke up. "My lord, I don't believe they will be completely loyal to you. Humans are not like demons. They're cunning and disloyal." The other Sen, Butleru, and the Wolf King, and Queen all nodded in agreement, their faces serious as they considered the potential risks. Angus remained calm, his expression unchanging. "I know," he replied simply. Bella, standing beside him, smiled knowingly. "Well, that's the reality we face. We can't exactly afford thousands of slave collars, can we?" She glanced at the others before continuing, "But if they try anything treacherous, a single thought from me could wipe them all out." Her words caused a ripple of confidence among those loyal to her, especially Vespera and Bella's personal subordinates, who now served under the banner of the Army of Liberation. They were well aware of Bella's immense power, and her reputation as an archdemon was not turned lightly. Even among all archdemons, she was extraordinary. Angus glanced down at the fallen human bodies, drawing everyone's attention in the same direction. Almost instantly, their eyes lit up with anticipation. The allure of gaining more power was hard to resist. "So, who's next?" Angus asked, his gaze sweeping over his subordinates. Many of them were eager to volunteer but held back, not wanting to appear overly eager or give the wrong impression. Seeing no one step forward, Angus was about to choose someone himself. He hoped that at least one of them, driven by both ambition and loyalty, would rise to the challenge. "Darling, why don't you make me stronger?" Bella teased with a playful smirk, causing him to roll his eyes. "No, Bella Belfrost. I doubt they'd be much use to you," he replied bluntly. Bella clicked her tongue, knowing he was right. "And here I am, working hard for everything," she added, feigning sadness. It sometimes felt unfair to hear her. While Angus possessed immense power with ease, she had to struggle, spending countless hours honing her abilities and consuming countless demon cores to grow stronger. As their playful banter died down, someone finally stepped forward. "I want more power, my lord," the figure declared, the person's voice filled with determination. Angus turned to find Sen standing with a determined expression. A smile of satisfaction crept across Angus's face. He appreciated initiative, especially when it came to growing stronger. "All right. Lie down." Without hesitation, Sen complied, lowering himself onto the ground. Angus swiftly ordered for several bodies to be placed nearby, intending to reward Sen's eagerness by elevating him to the rank of an elder demon. This, Angus reasoned, would not only strengthen his subordinates but also serve as a powerful incentive for others to strive for the same reward. Synthesis. Angus raised his hand, and instantly, Sen and 7 other corpses were enveloped in an eerie, otherworldly blue dome. The synthesis had begun. Sen's agonized cries echoed, sending chills down the spines of Sienna and the others. Though each of them had undergone synthesis before, the sheer intensity of today's fusion was unprecedented. This time, it was a 7-body fusion, far beyond the usual 1 or 2 bodies they had experienced. Sienna watched with growing concern, her brow furrowed with worry, while Bella stood captivated by the process. No matter how many times she witnessed it, the spectacle never ceased to fascinate her, and with each successful fusion, her confidence in Angus deepened. As the process concluded, the blue dome dissipated. Angus stepped forward, his eyes glowing as he used his appraisal skill to check Sen's newly enhanced stats. The data flooded his mind, and Angus couldn't help but be astonished. Appraisal. Name: Centro Oscar. Race: half-demon half-human. Bloodline: Viper Scale Naga, human. Rank: Elder Demon. C. Demonic abilities: 1. Poisonous Cloud. 2. Armored Scales. 3. Black Lightning Storm. 4. Blessing of Ancient Naga Emperor. 5. Chains of Petrification. 6. Human Naga Transformation. Skills: Mind Control. C. Puppet Master. D. Arcane Shield. D. Tactical Combat. D. Angus stared in astonishment at Sen's transformation. Not only had Sen's race changed, but he had gained skills typically reserved for humans. Moreover, a strange power had interfered within the synthesis, bestowing upon Sen a blessing from the ancient Naga Emperor. What? Sienna muttered, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of what had just transpired. As the blue glow faded and Sen's form was revealed, the others stood in shock, speechless. Sen, why do you look more like a human? Sienna murmured, barely able to believe her eyes. Sen clenched his fist, feeling the newfound power of both mana and nether energy surging through him. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Ha ha ha! Sen's laughter echoed through the chamber. Thank you, my lord. I will never let you down, he said, kneeling before Angus, his expression now filled with genuine gratitude. Angus nodded curtly. Get up. I expect nothing less. As Sen rose, Manas's voice rang cheerfully in Angus's mind. Master, it seems the mutation that occurred in you has also happened to your subordinate. Congratulations. Your force will be far more powerful with this development. Angus's eyes gleamed as he envisioned the potential of an army with powers like Sen's. His mind began to weave a grand plan to turn the world upside down with his unique, formidable army. Meanwhile, Sen approached his sister, Sienna, to explain the transformation to the others. Bella, intrigued by the change, stepped closer, her fascination growing. So, basically, you got the system that humans have, right? Bella asked, wanting to confirm her understanding. Yes, Lady Bella, Sen replied with a firm nod. Interesting, Bella muttered, clearly amused. She turned toward Angus with a mischievous smile and said bluntly, Darling, do it. Do what? Angus raised an eyebrow, curious. Bella's smile widened as she explained, give me the system and a human appearance as well. I want to go to the human lands unhindered, just once. That's my only wish. She held his hands, her eyes pleading as she almost begged. Angus studied her for a moment before realizing her true intent. You want to see your mother, don't you? He asked, guessing her reason. Bella smirked. Smart. Come, let me give you a kiss. She leaned in, planting a kiss on his cheek. Angus sighed, wiping away the lipstick mark. He couldn't deny that he had considered returning to his human form himself. His demon form had long prevented him from freely roaming human lands as well. Okay, he relented, resigning himself to the task. As Sienna and the others watched from the sidelines, eager for their own chance to receive the unearthly system that had been denied to them for so long, they silently waited for Angus to grant them the same power. One by one, they lined up, ready to receive the gift from Angus. The process of synthesizing Bella began with intense focus from Angus. As the ritual progressed, the atmosphere crackled with power, and the numbers of bodies used and mana consumed steadily increased. 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 15, 20, 23. The count reached 25 human bodies and consumed 25,000 mana before the transformation was complete. The air shimmered with energy as Bella's new form emerged from the blue dome of light. Before them stood a vision of unparalleled beauty, a woman with long, flowing purple hair and striking violet eyes. Her new human form exuded a sensual allure, accentuated by a form-fitting black dress that highlighted her graceful features. She looked like a living embodiment of grace and elegance, a stark contrast to her previous succubus form with wing and horns. "Wow! Thanks, darling," Bella exclaimed, her voice filled with genuine delight. She hugged Angus, her new form pressing against him with a blend of appreciation and sensuality. Angus, though visibly annoyed by her habitual displays of affection, couldn't entirely hide his body's enjoyment. He gently pushed her away, his tone curt. "I got it." "Tch." Bella, sensing his body's reaction, smirked with newfound confidence. She felt her charm and appeals were not completely useless against him, which made her feel relived. With a fluid motion, she reverted to her succubus form as she needed time to adjust with her new human form without wings. With Bella's transformation complete, Angus turned his attention to his own impending change. The others watched eagerly, their anticipation palpable. Each of them hoped for their own turn at gaining the system and the advantages it promised. At the corner of the battlefield, Evelina and Lupert observed the spectacle with a mix of awe and apprehension. They thought they were witnessing a ritual of immense power and complexity, something beyond their understanding. The sight of demons turning humans filled them with dread. They couldn't differentiate if they were humans or demons at all. Doesn't that mean they would be able to enter Solis unhindered now? But they remained passive, acutely aware of the demons' watchful eyes, and refrained from making any moves that might provoke them. As Angus prepared himself for his own transformation, the tension in the room heightened. Each subordinate waited with bated breath, eager for their chance to undergo the same metamorphosis. "You have received a new active skill, telekinesis, D, a skill to manipulate objects with the mind. You have received a new active skill, water manipulation, D, A grants the user the ability to manipulate water at will. You have received a new active skill, basic gravity manipulation, D. A grants the user basic control over the law of gravity. You have received a new passive skill, enhanced stamina, C. A increases the user's stamina by 5 times. You have received a new passive skill, charm, D. A increases the user's appeal to females by 5 times. You have received a new active skill, elite human transformation, B. A grants the ability to transform into the high human species. As the synthesis continued, Angus received non-stop notifications. He felt excruciating pain throughout his body, but he endured, gritting his teeth until it was completed. The prospect of success kept him going. Eventually, he fused with 10 humans before he couldn't take it anymore. He stopped, gasping for breath, feeling the rising storm within him from the newfound skills and strength. Name, Angus Tigro. Age, 18. Title, Naga King Slayer. Race, 2/3 human 1/3 demon. Level, 35. Occupation, Baron of Dark Valley. Class, None. Bloodline lineage, Beelzebub. Partial royal, Viper scale Naga, half noble. Special trait, Energy converter. Artificial, physical stats, Strength, 612. Agility, 620. Defense, 612. Mana, 40,000/70,124. Nether energy, 30,124/70,124. Attribute points, 15. Skills, active, Ascents Doom Scale Dragonification 2B, Ascents Elite Human Transformation, B. I Sense Dragon Fusion, B. I Sense Spectral Blade Storm -5, B. A Sense Venomous Flash Strike 2B, A Sense Hellfire Dive, 12, C. Ascent's extraordinary eyes, C. Ascent's mind perception, C. Ascent's draconian aura, C. Ascent's dragon's gaze, C. Ascent's telekinesis, D. Ascent's basic gravity manipulation, D. Ascent's earth manipulation -23, D. Ascent's water manipulation, D. Passive, enhanced stamina, C. Strike, C. Poison resistance, C. Quick reflexes, C. Melee combat, C. Blazing purge -10, D. Predator's instinct -37, E. Health regeneration -2, D. Special skills, monster breeding, level 3, demonic abilities, peak, heart of darkness, intermediate, gluttony of darkness, basic, darkness pulse, darkness veil, darkness haki, blood regeneration, hellfire control, poisonous miasma control, body duplication, armored black scales, Neganian transformation, spectral death strings, pain resistance, hellflare on wings. Unique skills, appraisal, basic, nullified mental attacks, rare, rapid cast, rare, skill absorption, mythic, universal synthesis, ultimate. Equipment, space bracelet, D. Holy mithril blade, C. It was a long list of skills and abilities, and he decided to synthesize them later. For now, he was satisfied with the results. He had gained the human transformation ability, though it specified elite, high human transformation. Elite human transformation transforms the user into the high human species, an evolved version of humanity. They possess an optimal body for absorbing mana from the atmosphere, enhanced skill learning capabilities, a perfectly healthy physique, and elevated wisdom and appeal. High humans are naturally superior to ordinary humans. They can also release their aura to command the submission of weaker humans. Wow! As everyone looked at Engus's high human form, gasps of amazement echoed through the air. The humans felt an overwhelming urge to worship the man before them. They sensed their own inferiority in his presence, unknowingly bowing down in submission. Evelina did the same, gazing at the incomprehensible man with awe and respect. To her, he was nothing short of a divine being, someone who could bring salvation to everyone in this chaotic world. Bella eyed his new body, licking her lips as his natural charm began to affect her. Engus now possessed a perfectly fit human body, his muscles tight and filled with extraordinary strength. Though his face was mostly unchanged from when he was human, there were subtle shifts in his natural appeal, and his muscles had grown slightly larger. The black clothes he wore accentuated his muscular physique. Engus felt as though he had ascended beyond mortality. A high human's lifespan, after all, was much longer. Bella approached and gently caressed his face, feeling a warm sensation from his smooth skin. "So handsome, darling, we're almost the same height and build in this form," Bella remarked as she stood close beside him, comparing their height and frames. Engus glanced at their shoulders and realized she was right. "I'm falling more and more in love with you," she added with a charming smile. Sienna, watching from a distance, admired him with shining eyes. She longed to get closer but knew it would only provoke his disdain. Resigned, she kept her distance, silently admiring him. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable under the human's awestruck stares, Engus deactivated his high human form. As soon as he did, the humans snapped back to their senses, exchanging curious glances. Turning to Sienna and the others, Engus said firmly, "All right, it's your turn now." With his mana fully replenished, he was ready to continue. Me. Sienna quickly hurried to his side, not wanting to be left behind this time. "Lie down." She obeyed, and the synthesizing process began, granting them their systems. He made a mental note to remind them to keep this transformation secret, at least for now. One by one, Sienna, Butluyu, Gabi, Maru, Peru, the Wolf King and Queen, and finally Vespera and the other vampires were granted their systems. This first group would wield unique powers and authority, marking the beginning of a new hierarchy. After the synthesis process was complete, Engus took a moment to rest. He arranged some makeshift seating to sit comfortably and have something to eat. As usual, Bella asserted her authority and sat beside Angus at the table with a pleased smile. "Everyone, sit down," he instructed. Sienna, Sen, and the others, particularly the new system users who had risen in rank within the army, nervously took their seats. They maintained respectful distance from Angus as they gathered around the long stone table in their human forms. Out of caution, Bella discreetly activated one of her abilities, casting an illusion to conceal what was happening from the outside world. She was careful not to let the humans realize that they now possessed system powers and skills as they experimented with them. It was a matter of great importance. It wasn't unheard of for a demon to take the form of a human, but the discovery of the system could turn the world upside down. The balance of power would be broken, and chaos would erupt, though that chaos was already on the horizon. The consequences could be disastrous if anyone managed to inform the humans about this, though it seemed highly unlikely. Afterwards, they began to eat slowly, while talking about some small stuffs. Bella enthusiastically began to feed Angus while chatting and laughing, despite his unwillingness. After a brief rest, they were ready to resume their journey. Angus called out to Evelina. "So, are there any other Dragon Empire soldiers nearby?" Angus asked, his voice calm yet carrying an underlying threat. "And don't even think about lying," he added, his gaze sharpening. "We have ways to ensure the truth." Evelina flinched under the weight of his words, feeling the piercing stares of the powerful demons surrounding her. Their presence seemed even more oppressive than before, though nothing had visibly changed. It was as if the very air thickened with their power, their eyes locking onto her as if a single lie would seal her fate. She swallowed hard and answered truthfully, "No, my lord. None remain." There were 3,000 more, but they have already left. They decimated a few nearby villages and completed their objectives. Her voice trembled, betraying her fear of drawing their wrath. Angus, his extraordinary eyes glowing faintly, scrutinized her words. These eyes allowed him to read emotions and glimpse surface thoughts, while his dragon gaze granted him a potent eye attack capable of destruction. Satisfied that she was telling the truth, Angus' gaze softened slightly, though the weight of his presence remained. On the other hand, Bella and the others harbored a simmering anger toward the outrageous actions of the Dragon Emperor, an instinctive reaction, given that they were of the same kind. Yet, the matter was settled for now, and what else could they do now? Still, that didn't quell the resentment they felt toward the Dragon Empire. "Darling, we should return. We've been away from our territory for far too long," Bella reminded him softly. "Besides, I will have to appoint you as the new Marquis of Fortress City," she added with a smile, her eyes locking onto his. Angus merely nodded. "Okay." His gaze met hers, but his expression remained cold and indifferent. Bella Belfrost sighed in frustration. "Ugh, you're such a boring man, darling." She pouted, exasperated by her repeated failures to stir any emotion in him. Was there truly no way to reach his heart? Her mind wandered, troubled by the mystery. What in the world did the Darkness Core do to him? She wondered silently. The surrendered ogres, seeking protection for their people, had also joined the Army of Liberation. Their resentment toward Marquis Renard, who failed to save them in time, pushed them to submit to the supreme leader of the Liberation Army. Nearly 1,000 ogres, including their elderly and families, has become part of the growing force. As a result, a vast army of 3,000 to 4,000 soldiers and civilians could now be seen marching toward the same destination in the distance. It was a rare sight, humans and demons following the same leader in unity and obedience. From afar, a lone demon stood silently, watching their retreating figures with smoldering eyes. After a moment of tense observation, the figure turned away, leaving in a huff, seething with anger. The journey back to the Dark Swamp took only a few hours, their enhanced power and abilities hastening their pace. Along the way, they encountered a few minor obstacles, but nothing that could truly hinder them. Eventually, they reached the Horned Lizard tribe, where they gathered the civilians for safety. With the Great War looming on the horizon, they needed to consolidate their strength and prepare for the worst. From the Dark Swamp, the trek to Dark Valley was short. Numbering between 4,000 and 5,000 strong, the combined force marched into the shadowed expanse of the mountain-topped Dark Valley. The demons residing there watched the humans with growing curiosity, their eyes gleaming in the twilight. "What are humans doing here?" a four-legged demon muttered to a nearby companion. His companion chuckled darkly. "Maybe they're foolish enough to trespass on the Lord's territory. We might just get a human meat feaster, who knows?" He wiped the saliva from his mouth, hunger flashing in his eyes. While Sienna, Sen, and the others helped settle the newcomers, Maid Donna greeted Angus and Bella with a warm smile, though she still bore the weight of her previous disappointment. "Welcome back, Lord and Lady. I trust the hunt went well?" she said, maintaining her pleasant demeanor. "Yes, indeed," Bella replied with a reassuring smile as she stepped into the hallway. She knew that because of her, Donna had missed an opportunity to gain power. Turning to Angus, Bella asked, "Darling, when do you plan to head to Fortress City?" "You could catch far bigger prey there, though the limelight will be hard to avoid." Angus, moving as though blending into the shadows, responded, "We'll leave tomorrow." "I need time to rest, Bella." Both Maid Donna and Bella's expressions shifted, concern flickering in their eyes. "Is it the same pain as before?" Bella asked softly, stopping him with a gentle hand. She placed her warm palm against his chest, her worry palpable. Maid Donna, standing by, didn't dare interfere. She averted her gaze, but her ears remained keenly attuned to their conversation. Angus delicately brushed her hand away from his chest and said, "Yes, it is the soul injury I got a few days ago." "Do you know of any remedies that could heal or fortify the soul effectively?" Bella, unfazed by his gesture as usual, responded, "Ah, darling, the subject of the soul is truly natural and sensitive. So, they are difficult to come by. However, you already possess a solution." A slight smile graced her lips as she spoke. "I have a solution?" Angus was perplexed by her words. Bella continued, "You could utilize Naga pearls from Naganians to enhance your soul, though doing so would result in their complete demise, and the benefits would be minimal. Given your unique mutated soul, I doubt it would prove very effective." "No, that's not an option," Angus replied, shaking his head to reject the notion. Although he appeared indifferent, he could never bring himself to commit such an unethical act. Bella anticipated his reaction. "Then it seems we have only one alternative. We must journey to the Crimson Demon City." "Crimson Demon City?" Angus inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Where is that?" he asked, glancing at Bella. Bella turned her gaze toward the horizon through the window, her expression turning serious. "Crimson Demon City is a hub for ancient treasures, trade, and human slavery merchants. It is ruled by Demon Lord Crimson, being infamous for his mastery of the Crimson Flame of Destruction. He is an extremely dangerous individual. My father, Duke Belial, along with 26 other dukes, serves him as if he were a king." "Demon Lord Crimson?" Angus furrowed his brows, sensing the gravity of the situation. He found the prospect a bit troubling. Although his power had increased, it still paled in comparison to Bella's raw strength, let alone that of Duke Belial and the other demon lords. He realized that he had a long way to go before he could truly contend with such formidable forces. "Do you want to go there?" Bella asked, her voice curious yet cautious. Angus paused, his gaze distant before he finally responded. "Yes, but not right now." "Leave me alone for some time," he said, his tone flat as he entered his room, shutting the door behind him. Bella stood there, slightly taken aback by his sudden coldness. "Ah, sure, a broken bar, darling," she muttered, her voice trailing off as she watched him disappear into his chamber. "What's wrong with him all of a sudden?" she thought, concern flashing across her face. Her eyes fell on Maid Donna, who stood fidgeting nervously in the distance. "Guard the door, Donna." "I'm going to send a message to the Fortress City," Bella ordered sternly, her commanding tone leaving no room for argument. "Yes, Lady Belfrost," Maid Donna replied, straightening up as she moved to stand obediently outside Angus's door. Angus sat cross-legged on the cold, dimly lit floor, feeling the weight of the challenges ahead. He had sensed Donna's presence just outside the door but dismissed it. It didn't matter right now. What mattered was preparing himself for the battles that awaited him. The pressure was mounting. He knew it. The ancient red serpent deity's influence loomed like a shadow in the back of his mind. There was also the inevitable clash with noble bloods and Bella's father's forces once he sought the Marquis title. Visiting Crimson Demon City would be perilous, not to mention his final Goala entering the human lands. For that, he needed more power. He pulled out several space bracelets, the spoils of war from the demonic tribes, fallen humans, and conquered villages. 20 a broken bar, 30 of them. A small smirk crept across his lips. Each bracelet was filled with resources, and now, they were his. Using his appraisal ability, Angus scanned through the contents of each bracelet. Nearly 2-3 million demonic cores. The majority were low-grade, but there was a decent number of mid-grade cores, and even some high-grade ones. 70% low-grade, 25% mid-grade, 5% high-grade. That'll do for now. He also found a few basic items, mana orbs, holy elemental swords. Nothing extraordinary, but useful nonetheless. Weapons weren't easy to come by in the demon lands. Most demons usually fought bare-handed or relied on their monstrous forms, so his current C-grade blade wasn't going to cut it in the long run. Angus began the synthesis process, using his universal synthesis skill to fuse the demonic cores into high-grade ones, absorbing the potent essence they carried. High-grade cores contained 10 times the essence of low-grade ones. Inside his stomach, as he absorbed their energy into his body, a surge of strength rushed through him, his veins pulsing with raw demonic power. His mind focused on one Goala becoming strong enough to face whatever came next. Angus' body was ablaze with power as he absorbed demonic core after demonic core. Familiar notifications flooded his mind, a rhythmic hum of accomplishment. +1 core absorb a broken bar, +5 broken bar, +10 broken bar, +30 broken bar, +80 broken bar, +150 broken bar, +300 broken bar, +500 broken bar. He pushed himself until he hit 999 high-grade cores, the maximum his body could handle. The energy coursing through his veins was intoxicating, but there was a clear limit to how much his body could absorb without tearing itself apart. Even with his increased potential of body and endurance, he could feel the strain. His muscles ached, and his skin felt like it was burning from the inside out. He was stronger now, no doubt. A significant stat points and an immense amount of nether energy had been added to his reservoir, but his body screamed for rest. He knew better than to push further. The power he had gained needed to be adjusted into. Enough, Angus muttered, his voice hoarse from the strain. He could feel the vast energy swirling within him, waiting to be used, but he needed time. He checked his basic stats: strength, 1204, agility, 1230, defense, 1300, mana, 65,130,000, nether energy, 65,000/130,000. Rumble. Without realizing it, Angus placed his hand on the floor, and the sheer force of his touch sent cracks spiraling outward, collapsing the ground beneath him into a deep pit. A throbbing headache crept in. He still wasn't used to his newfound strength. Managing such raw power would take time. Until then, even the slightest touch could shatter anything around him into dust. Lord, what happened? Maid Donna rushed in upon hearing the thunderous crash. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she saw the gaping pit beside Angus. At first, she thought it was a display of anger, but his calm, emotionless expression left her bewildered. Still seated, Angus glanced at her, his voice as cold as ice. Nothing happened. Leave. Ah, why yes, my lord. Donna stammered, backing out of the room and shutting the door. Her heart raced for a moment. She felt a crushing pressure radiating from Angus, the same overwhelming force she once felt from Bella. Lord Angus has grown even stronger. Will he ever forgive me? She whispered to herself. Then, with steely resolve, she muttered, I will earn his forgiveness, no matter what. It's time for synthesizing the skills and abilities. Inside, Angus started another round of synthesizing for using his energy for more destructive and useful mediums. Synthesis skills: A. Extraordinary eyes, C, plus mind perception, C, plus dragon's gaze, C. Synthesis successful. Your skills evolved into All-Seeing Sovereign, B, All-Seeing Sovereign, B. The user becomes a master of vision and mental perception, capable of seeing through illusions, detecting hidden intentions, and projecting a fearsome eye attack of destruction that can easily destroy weaker targets by a glance. Mana cost varies over the scaling of usage. Angus tried to add it with appraisal, but it failed miserably. It was like they're made of something different. Synthesis skills: A. Water manipulation, D, plus earth manipulation -23, D, plus basic gravity manipulation, D. Your skills evolved into Elemental Graviton Surge, B. Description: The increased control over the elements of earth and water, combined with gravity, creating destructive waves and crushing forces that can shift entire landscapes. Mana cost increases on the basis of the scale of the attack. Manipulation. Synthesis skills: Hellfire Dive, C, plus Draconian Aura, C, plus Telekinesis, D. Your skills occurred imitation and evolved into Inferno Overlord's Descent, B. Description: A powerful attack that combines hellfire, psychic force, and the aura of a dragon overlord. The user becomes a telekinetic dragon engulfed in hellfire, controlling the battlefield from above before delivering a final, crushing blow. Then, he began to synthesizing the demonic abilities of bloodlines and non-bloodline. He left the passive skills as it is for now. Synthesis abilities: Darkness Pulse plus Darkness Veil plus Darkness Haki. Your bloodline abilities occurred imitation and evolved into Darkness King's Authority, Intermediate. Description: The combined darkness ability, allowing the user to project an aura of absolute terror while controlling the battlefield through waves of darkness. The combination of Darkness Pulse, Veil, and Haki transforms the user into a walking nightmare form. The user can manipulate the darkness to bind, suffocate, or overwhelm enemies while protecting themselves from incoming attacks by merging with the shadows. Angus blinked and felt satisfied by the result. Then, HS continued to synthesizing the rest of his basic abilities and created something terrifying. Blood regeneration plus poisonous miasma control plus hellfire control plus body duplication plus armored black scales plus Naganian transformation plus spectral death strings plus pain resistance plus hellflare on wings. He had synthesized them in several stages and at last the result was frightening. Hellfire Leviathan of Death, Peak. Description: The user becomes a gigantic leviathan, a mythic, dragon-like beast with wings of hellfire and the ability to unleash miasma, death, and fire on a city-wide scale. Size: over 200 meters tall and 500 meters in length, a truly apocalyptic creature that dominates the sky and earth. Nether energy consumption: 1000, second. H's read THD description and his whole being shook for a second. He wanted to try it immediately, but the heart of darkness calmed him down. This transformation form had all basic abilities he had. He could access them anytime. With his current energy, he could use the form for 130 seconds. But, it should be enough for now. He checked his display panel for final confirmation. Name: Angus Tigro. Age: 18. Title: Naga King Slayer. Race: 2/3 human 1/3 demon. Level: 35. Occupation: Baron of Dark Valley. Class: None. Bloodline lineage: Beelzebub. Partial royal: Death Leviathan, half noble. Special trait: Energy Converter. Artificial. Physical stats: Strength, 1204. Agility, 1230. Defense, 1300. Mana, 65,130,000. Nether energy, 65,000/130,000. Attribute points, 0. Skills, active, Doom-Scale Dragonification 2B, All-Seeing Sovereign, B. Elemental Graviton Surge, B. Elite Human Transformation, B. Dragon Fusion, B. Spectral Blade Storm -5, B. Venomous Flash Strike 2B, Inferno Overlord's Descent, B. Passive, enhanced stamina, C. Critical strike, C. Poison resistance, C. Quick reflexes, C. Melee combat, C. Blazing purge -10, D. Predator's instinct -37, E. Health regeneration -2, D. Special skills, monster breeding, level 4, demonic abilities, peak, Heart of Darkness, Hellfire Leviathan of Death, intermediate, Gluttony of Darkness, Darkness King's Authority, basic, none. Unique skills, appraisal, basic, nullified mental attacks, rare, rapid cast, rare, skill absorption, mythic, universal synthesis, ultimate. Equipment, space bracelet, D. Holy mithril blade, C. Gazing at his newfound powers, Angus grinned. With this strength, could he finally face an archdemon? He wasn't certain. He had never battled an archdemon before, and even appraisal failed when he tried using it on Bella due to the immense power gap between them. But now, things had changed. Perhaps it was time for a little sparring session with Bella, to test her abilities and uncover the secrets she kept hidden. Before that, though, he needed to upgrade his weapons. His swords and space bracelets needed synthesizing to match his new power. He emptied the contents of his space bracelets, and the already expansive room was soon overflowing with millions of demonic cores, fewer items and weapons. Using telekinesis, he sorted them effortlessly. Though telekinesis was now a component of his Inferno Overlord's descent, he could still use it without fully invoking the skill. The items floated and moved under the command of his mind, moving them at one sight. He would have to synthesize the demonic cores to increase their value. Only then he would distribute them among the army as per contribution. So much work is yet to be undone. For now he decided to take it slow. It had already been a few hours since he entered the room. As he synthesized the 30 space bracelets and 200 or so holy swords, the results were presented before him. Appraisal. Space bracelet. Rank, B. Durability, 1345. Storage space, 100 meters. Diameter. Lord's Blade of Judgment, Awakened. Description. The blade had been created by the Seeker of Justice, who judges both human and demon alike. It purifies all beings of their evil. Grade, B. Attack power, 1500. Durability, 1650. Special abilities, 1. Divine Retribution, calls forth heavenly light to strike down enemies who have committed grievous sins. The power scales based on the target's level of corruption, causing greater damage to darker or evil foes, all race. 2. Holy Purge, unleashes a wave of radiant energy that purifies all evil entities within a large radius. It damages demons, undead, and other malevolent beings while healing the righteous and allies. 3. Judgment Strike, the sword channels divine power into a single strike, delivering a blow that not only deals massive holy damage but also paralyzes the foe, rendering them immobile as they are judged for their misdeeds. Master. Name. Huh? Angus responded, his gaze fixed on the sharp pointy blade with a hint of astonishment. As he held the blade, it seemed to come alive, initiating a telepathic dialogue within his mind. He felt an immediate connection, as if the sword recognized him as its one true master. He gripped the weapon tightly, sensing the holy aura it emanated. It appeared incredibly menacing to all evils, as though a mere touch could reduce their flesh to ashes. The powerful holy aura signified that it would show no mercy to either humans or demons alike. Those who had committed evil deeds would be struck down by its formidable might. Suddenly, the words of Ilana, the elven merchant princess, echoed in his mind. She had mentioned something akin to Thesa. When sentient weapons are upgraded to B grade, they gain the ability to communicate with their user. So you want a name? Huh? Angus muttered softly, seemingly to no one. The blade hummed in response, as if affirming its desire. Very well then. From this moment on, you will be called Aegis of Judgment. Thank you, Master. The sentient blade, now named Aegis, replied, pleased with its new identity. This moment marked the beginning of Aegis's tale. Angus looked around for a suitable scabbard for Aegis. The blade's holy radiance was overwhelming, and he was certain it would draw too much attention if left exposed. Afterward, he turned his attention to synthesizing the demon cores, concluding his power-up session. By the time Angus stepped out of the chamber, it was already the start of a new day. He had spent nearly 12 to 16 hours inside, immersed in his tasks. "Master, you're finally done with your work? Do you want something to eat?" Maid Donna stood outside his door, having waited the entire time. Angus had sensed her presence all along. "No need," he replied. He had long passed the need for food to sustain himself, though he could still indulge in it on occasion. That was all it meant to him now. His tone softened slightly, but it was clear he hadn't yet forgiven her. Thud. "Lord, please forgive me." Suddenly, Donna knelt down, clutching at his legs, her eyes watery with desperation. "Master, I had no choice. Please forgive me. I won't do it again. Just give me one more chance. Don't give me that cold shoulder. I'm always afraid of incurring your wrath. I know I've done wrong, and I'm willing to do anything you ask." Angus paused, but showed no reaction to her plea. The only thing that mattered to him now was practicality. "So, you want forgiveness, huh?" Angus asked, his tone indifferent as he looked down at her. Shy in a broken bar, he drew the judgment blade from its sheath and said, "If you can lift this sword without injury, I will forgive you." Clang! The blade fell to the ground, even though it did not want to. Yet, it obeyed its master's command. "Really, my lord?" Donna's face lit up with hope, and she reached for the blade. But as soon as she tried to lift it, her hand burned, and she dropped it with a loud clang. Angus's lips curled into a slight smile. "See? You're not loyal enough. When your devotion is pure and without selfish desire, only then will it acknowledge you." With a simple gesture, the blade flew back into Angus's hand, pristine and untouched by dust. He walked away, leaving his maid gazing after him, her mind filled with awe and fear. She had thought it would be an easy task, but how could she have expected anything simple from her master? She sighed, already beginning to think of ways to become truly loyal, free of selfish desires. But it definitely won't be easy. Thud, banger, boom, clang. In the open field, Angus observed Bella, Sen, and Sienna engaged in intense sparring. It seemed Bella was teaching them, a rare sight. They fought in their human forms, wielding weapons as mortals would, sharpening their skills for battle. Nearby, high-ranking demons stood watching from the sidelines. Among them were Vespera, Mond, Sienna's father, and the Wolf King and Queen, all in their human forms. Angus stepped forward slowly, but each step reverberated with a suppressed, overwhelming power. Bardam, Bardam. The demons nearby felt their hearts involuntarily skip a beat. His very presence sent a shiver down their spines, as if a primal instinct within them screamed of the danger he carried. With trembling hearts, all eyes turned toward Angus, and for a fleeting moment, they swore they saw a devil incarnate, an immense, shadowed power simmering just beneath the surface, ready to unleash itself. Bella paused mid-strike, followed by Sen and Sienna, their hands trembling slightly from exertion. Bella, however, smiled as she could sense it. Angus had grown even stronger than before. The other demons immediately bowed as Angus approached, but Bella remained upright, her heart skipping a beat as he drew closer. "So darling, you're finally willing to step out?" she teased, though her smile was genuine. "I thought you'd be holed up in there forever. And it seems you've made a lot of progress." She sighed, her tone carrying a hint of playful frustration. It felt unfair sometimes, watching him grow so rapidly, but the occasional help from him soothed her nerves. Angus met her gaze, his voice steady and confident. "Let's spar." He used appraisal to check her information and abilities. Appraisal: name, Bella Belfrost. Rank, Archdemon. Race, Demon Human Phoenix. Bloodline, Succubus, Royal, Eternal Phoenix, Royal. Abilities: 1. Art of Seduction, Charm. 2. Vitality Drain. 3. Mind Control Puppetry. 4. Illusion Crafter. 5. Dream Hunter. 6. Royal Demon Physique. 7. Eternal Youth. 8. Phoenix Rebirth. 9. Eternal Fire Manipulation. 10. Phoenix Tears. 11. Eternal Phoenix Transformation. Skills. As Angus examined her more closely, Curiosity sparked within him. Her background intrigued him. She had the bloodline of the phoenix. But what caught his attention even more was that she appeared to be a hybrid of 3 races. Where did the phoenix bloodline come from? From what he knew, her mother was human and father was a demon. Was there something more than it meets the eye? A broken bar. You want to spar with me? At full force? Bella asked with a teasing smile. Yes, but just physical power, Angus replied calmly. Oh, feeling confident, are we? That's my man, Bella said, her eyes gleaming with mischief. She clenched her fists and gathered her raw power. Then I won't hold back. It's time for you to witness your wife's true strength. Let's talk. Let's begin, Angus said, his posture steady and focused. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Bella lunged at him with a blend of grace and deadly precision. Boom! Angus managed to block her initial strike, but the force was so intense that his hand went numb. The shockwave from the impact collapsed the ground beneath his feet. Despite the pain, Angus stood his ground, moving swiftly through the dust and debris as he blocked her relentless barrage. His passive skills of quick reflexes, melee combat, and predator's instinct were working overtime to keep him in the fight. Without them, facing Bella, who was far more experienced, would have been daunting. The battle continued fiercely. Sen, Sienna, Vespera, and the others watched from a safe distance, having retreated earlier, sensing the immense danger. Bella's flawless face remained serene as she appeared before Angus, her speed almost teleporting her from one spot to another. But Angus wasn't easily caught off guard. He grabbed her foot mid-attack, effectively blocking her critical strike. Bella quickly retracted her leg, standing tall and poised. Impressive, darling, she said with a smile. But now a broken bar. Let's see if you can block this. Suddenly, Bella leapt into the air, spinning like a violent whirlwind. Her dark attire blurred into an ethereal form as a powerful vortex of wind swirled behind her. The air around them became chaotic from the intensity of her move. Angus, unfazed, launched himself into the air with a powerful stomp, aiming to meet her head-on. Boom! The collision unleashed an explosive shockwave. Angus was flung backward, while Bella hovered in the air, a triumphant smile on her face. Oops! She clicked her tongue playfully before diving down to catch him mid-air, preventing him from crashing to the ground. Angus would have been fine on his own, but Bella's gesture was both kind and teasing. Angus's blood surged with adrenaline, his entire body buzzing from the impact. Despite the excitement of the battle, he recognized his limits. He was outmatched in raw strength. Acknowledging his loss, he exhaled deeply. Despite his progress, he still fell short of being a complete match for her. Bella smiled as she embraced Angus, their bodies pressed together, sharing warmth. Her neck flushed a soft red, and Angus couldn't ignore the soft sensation against his chest. They landed gracefully, their eyes locking in a brief, intimate moment. Hee. Bella chuckled softly, her voice teasing. Darling, do you want to go to the bed? She asked playfully, her eyes filled with charm and unmistakable temptation. Angus cleared his throat, quickly recovering from the allure. No, he replied firmly, stepping back and distancing himself from Bella's seductive presence. Bella laughed, her eyes gleaming with amusement. She glanced at the blade hanging from Angus' waist. So, darling, why don't you show me your new weapon? It feels incredibly powerful, she teased, her curiosity piqued. Angus narrowed his eyes slightly, noticing her interest. Before he could respond, Bella swiftly grabbed the blade from his side, causing a flicker of annoyance to cross his face. Yet, his expression shifted to surprise as he watched her handle Aegis effortlessly. The weapon's weight and aura seemed to have no effect on her. Did Aegis acknowledge her presence? Angus wondered. The weapon could sense loyalty and hidden motives. For a moment, Angus found himself captivated by Bella's presence, her mischievous smile, fluttering lashes, and delicate red lips. Her creamy skin and long black hair seemed more vibrant than ever. He shook the thought away, focusing instead on the weapon in her hands. Bella, seemingly oblivious to Angus' momentary distraction, unsheathed the blade with casual curiosity. A radiant flash of holy light surged from the sword, causing everyone present to flinch. Ouch! Sen, Sienna, and Vespera shielded their eyes. Bella, though briefly startled, marveled at the gleaming blade now resting in her hand. When the light dimmed, the blade's intricate runic engravings were visible, and its holy aura still hummed with immense power. "Hot!" Bella exclaimed, feeling the intense heat of the blade, though it didn't burn her. She turned to Angus, her eyes twinkling with admiration. "It's handsome, just like you, darling," she said with a teasing grin. Angus recovered, though his heart stirred at her words. Sienna, watching from the side, couldn't hide her growing jealousy. Sen noticed and sympathetically patted her on the shoulder, understanding her feelings but saying nothing. "I get it," Angus said indifferently. "Now, give it back." "Tsk, broken bar here, take it back." "I don't need a fake one. I only need you," Bella said, tossing the blade into the air. Sienna felt a pang of inferiority at Bella's bold statements. Can she ever hope to achieve that? She wondered. Angus caught the blade and stored it in his spatial bracelet this time. Aegis roared in frustration, reluctant to be stored away in the lifeless void. Yet, it was powerless to resist. "Huh? It can talk as well?" Bella seemed genuinely surprised, tilting her head as if she had just realized Aegis had a voice of its own. "Darling," she began with a playful pout, "why don't you make one for me before we head to the fortress city? I want a talking weapon too." "You can be so boring at times, and at least it would keep me company when you're not around." Angus blinked, surprised that she could hear the mental communication between him and Aegis. He recalled her mind control ability and realized she might have picked up on the conversation subconsciously or that Aegis had allowed her to hear it. He glanced at them, contemplating the request. Sen, Sienna, and the others watched with curiosity. Although they were intrigued by the idea of having their own sentient weapons, none of them dared to ask Angus for one. The idea seemed too bold. "All right," Angus finally agreed, his voice carrying a note of resignation. "I was going to make one for you all anyway. But you'll have to provide the materials and a weapon of your choice." Bella's face lit up with excitement. "You're the best, darling," she replied charmingly, her joy almost infectious. The others, observing from the sidelines, were taken aback by Angus's willingness. Not wanting to miss out on the opportunity, they quickly brought out their own weapons and materials, eager to have them synthesized into sentient weapons as well. Thus began the miraculous process of creating powerful, sentient weapons for each of them. After the distribution of the newly forged sentient weapons, Angus, Bella, and his formidable subordinates began their journey toward Bella's territory, the imposing fortress city. Angus was aware that Dark Valley, while a good starting point, was far too small for his growing ambitions. To truly gain power and influence, he needed to expand his reach, and Fortress City presented the perfect opportunity. The new Baron of Dark Valley had been appointed temporarily, as Angus wanted to make sure that his first stronghold was well maintained. Though he had spent little time there, Dark Valley held significance. It was where he had first established his rule. The decision for a permanent replacement would come in time, and it would be a critical one. The journey to Fortress City, however, posed a small challenge. At their current pace, it would take 1 day to travel, and that was only if they matched the speed of the slowest member of the group. This was hardly a viable option for Angus, who preferred efficiency and speed. It was not like the previous time that they would just fly alone. He pondered ways to quicken the journey, knowing that every moment spent traveling was a moment wasted. Bella, walking beside him, noticed his contemplative expression. "Darling, you're thinking too hard again," she teased, lightly nudging him with her elbow. "Why don't we fly ahead? We can make it there in half the time while the others catch up." Angus looked at her, considering her suggestion. Flying would certainly be faster, but his mind formed a better idea. Nearby, he looked toward a small mountain, approximately 100 meters in height. Bella, along with a few others, followed his gaze, curious about what was on his mind. With swift speed, he arrived at the base of the mountain and took Aegis out of his spatial ring. Bella, Sen, Sienna, Vespera, and Butler followed, while ordering the army to stay on standby. "Mistress, what's he trying to do?" Vespera asked, leaning closer as they watched him preparing for something in front of the mountain. Bella smiled. "Who knows? Maybe we'll get to see something spectacular once again." Vespera slapped her forehead. Who was she even asking? Her graceful, regal queen like a mistress had now become a lover-struck fool. Angus held the sword and began feeding it power. With nearly 1,200 points of raw strength, and in his doom-scaled dragonification form increasing it 20-fold, his raw strength soared to 24,000. Combined with the sword stats, it became 25,000. It consumes 100 mana per second. Rumble, rumble. With such strength, even the ground began to tremble, causing Vespera and the others to be scared out of their wits. Fouquet, so powerful, Sienna cursed, expressing everyone's thoughts. Bella looked amazed, watching his dragonoid form, and licked her lips. She had expected his abilities to be powerful, but this was on a whole new level. However, she remained confident in her own abilities and the bloodline powers of the Eternal Phoenix, which she had yet to reveal. Combined with her succubus and phoenix powers, she was a force to be reckoned with. Angus held the blade in a stretched arc, preparing to strike. Venomous flash strike, slash, Cheyenne. To everyone's astonishment, the mountain before them was sliced cleanly in half with precision, as if it were cut by a fine thread. As the spectators remained stunned, Angus activated elemental graviton surge, reducing the gravity of the severed mountain. Rumble. With a casual wave of his hand, the mountain began to float in the air, then flipped over, revealing the perfectly cut ground beneath. Wow! Demons and humans alike watched in awe, their eyes fixed on the dramatic display. The massive floating mountain cast a wide shadow over the army of 4,000, leaving them in utter amazement. Get up! On the ground, Angus commanded, effortlessly maintaining the floating mountain, though it was costing him a considerable amount of energy. Vespera and the others stood with their mouths agape. They had never witnessed such power in their lives. Hearing his command, they snapped out of their daze and leapt onto the floating platform, their admiration for Angus growing with each passing second. Bella smirked and followed, gracefully unfurling her wings as she soared up to join Angus. At the very front, Angus stood beside Bella. Angus adjusted the gravity, increasing the speed of the mountain's movement. "Darling, let me help you," Bella said, before using her bright, shimmering phoenix fire manipulation to propel the mountain forward, like a powerful engine of flame. Angus glanced at her with approval, appreciating the assistance. "Thanks," he said, breaking his silence. Bella took the opportunity to grasp his hand. "I told you, I'll always be by your side. No need for thanks between us." Angus looked straight ahead, avoiding her gaze, which only served to annoy Bella. Their journey continued unhindered, largely due to the sheer intimidation caused by the massive floating mountain. Although there were a few encounters with demonic birds, the soldiers dealt with them swiftly and efficiently. Angus sat down leisurely, gazing at the horizon, lost in thought. Suddenly, his mind drifted to Arya's face. Was she really dead? It had only been 2 weeks since everything had happened. How could he forget those memories so easily? Growl. His peaceful view was suddenly obstructed by a malefic gargoyle, looming before him and breaking his tranquil reverie. Angus's annoyance flared. All-seeing sovereign, his eyes glowed with a golden hue, and in an instant, the gargoyle burst like a fragile bubble. As his eyes returned to normal, Angus turned his attention back to the horizon, once again intoxicated by the view. The flashing, black and barren lands held a strange, magnetic pull that calmed his restless heart. Bella witnessed everything he had done, but said nothing else. She sometimes wished she could see what's going with his mind and heart to understand him better. Perhaps, that way she could understand what had made him so emotionless. Was done by the darkness core? Then how should I fix it? Bella's thoughts churned, seated gracefully a little away from him. "Lord and Mistress, we have arrived." Suddenly Vespera arrived and announced, bringing the duo back from their dazed state. As a markwise 8, the fortress city was enormous, spanning nearly 1,000 square kilometers and home to almost over 1 million demons. It was one of the largest territories under Duke Belial's rule and had been granted to Bella in recognition of her worthiness. This often sparked jealousy among her siblings. Yet, despite their envy and relentless scheming, their inferior strength made their efforts futile against Bella's might. In the marketplace of Fortress City, demons of various species gathered for their own purposes, filling the bustling streets. However, there was an unusual tension in the air, as if something was about to happen. "Oh Lord, look at the sky, brothers!" a tall, double-headed demon shouted, pointing upwards. "What is it?" His companions, curious, followed his gaze. "Oh my!" They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, their mouths falling open as they struggled to comprehend what they were seeing. A nearby merchant and other onlookers, intrigued by the commotion, also turned their heads to see what had captured their attention. Is that a mountain?" someone muttered as a massive mountain floated upside down above them. "Yes, it is," another replied, astonished. But who could be behind such a terrifying feat? "Are we under attack? Is this the work of those abominable humans?" Some demons began to panic, while others seethed with rage. With the looming threat of war with the humans, their fears, though premature, weren't entirely unfounded. "Hey, look, there are people up there." "Yeah, but there's only a few." Though the figures were visible, it was impossible to tell whether they were human or demon. At that moment, a succubus with light-red skin walked down the street, accompanied by several subservient attendants. She appeared slightly younger than Bella, her baby-faced features contrasting with the fierce expression on her face as she glanced up at the floating mountain. "Follow me. Let's see who dares to trespass so boldly in my sister's territory." Unfurling her crimson wings, she launched into the sky using air propulsion, cutting through the air with swift precision. Her attendants followed like a swarm of bats, using their own wings and flying abilities. Those without wings were swiftly carried by others, rising together towards the floating mountain. Sister?" As Bianca arrived before the floating mountain, she recognized her sister's familiar face. "And who's that beside her?" she muttered in confusion. It was the first time she'd seen Bella so close to a man. Bianca had been away when Angus had first arrived in the demon lands, so this scene caught her by surprise. Bella was holding the man's arm, as if stopping him from doing something. Still puzzled, Bianca Belfrost landed gracefully on the edge of the floating landmass and hurried to her sister's side. "Sister Bella, it's you." "I thought someone was waging war on your territory," she exclaimed, hugging Bella tightly, snuggling like a kitten. Bella returned the embrace with a warm smile. Bella and Bianca were close, unlike their other siblings. Bella had received some motherly love from Bianca's mother. Bella sees Bianca as her own little sister as result. "Ha, you're still a worrywart, BB, who would dare to barge into my territory?" Bella teased with a grin. "True, sister," Bianca smiled, turning her gaze toward the vast army below. Her eyes then shifted to the man standing beside Bella. "So, is this the brother-in-law you mentioned in your letter?" Bianca asked, scrutinizing Angus from head to toe. Angus barked, "Who's your brother-in-law?" Bella chuckled. "Yes, he's the one I've chosen as my partner." "Don't mind his denial, he's just a bit shy. Soon, he'll be the new lord of this territory." "You can call him brother-in-law from now on," she added mischievously. "Darling, this is my half-sister Bianca," Bella introduced. In reply he just nodded. "Shy? He doesn't look shy at all," Bianca thought to herself. "There's more to this than meets the eye," she mused, chuckling inside. Angus, clearly uninterested in arguing, turned away, choosing to ignore their banter. Bianca, smiling, stepped closer to him and playfully held his arm. "Brother-in-law, are you really that powerful? How did you manage to subdue my big sister?" "Come on, tell me," she asked, full of enthusiasm. Angus scowled, pulling his arm away. "I told you, I'm not your brother-in-law." "So stop calling me that," he said, his irritation evident. "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law," Bianca teased with a sing-song voice. "So what if I call you brother-in-law?" "You're my brother-in-law after all," she added, clearly enjoying the way Angus bristled at the title. It was fun for her to poke at him. "All right, enough of that," Bella intervened with a smile, sensing things could escalate. "So, BB, how did it go managing the territory while I was away? Did you handle everything well? And what about the proposal to father regarding making my Angus the new lord?" Bella's tone turned more serious as she inquired. At the mention of work, Bianca's mood shifted, and she became more focused. Angus, visibly relieved, also began paying closer attention to the conversation. With a sigh, Bianca responded, "It was tougher than I thought, sister." "Those old councilmen were such a pain," but I managed to get through it somehow." She ended with a small smile of satisfaction. "And father?" "What did he say?" Bella pressed. Bianca shrugged. "Father said he wants to talk to both of you first. Maybe he's planning on giving his blessing. Or who knows?" She added a playful smirk to her words. Bella raised an eyebrow, but before she could respond, Bianca's expression turned serious. "Sister, I just received some troubling news," Bianca began, her voice lowering. Bella, sensing something important, narrowed her eyes. "Go on." "Marquis Renard lodged a complaint in the court against you, accusing you and she shot a glance at Angus, a brother-in-law, of raiding his territory and capturing one of his villages. Is it true?" Both Bella and Angus furrowed their brows. "Of course not." Bella scoffed, her voice filled with disdain. "Either the Marquis misunderstood or he's deliberately looking for trouble. Perhaps he has a death wish." Bianca let out a small sigh of relief. "Good to hear it's a misunderstanding. It shouldn't cause too many issues then." Bella nodded before turning to Angus. "Angus, let's land over there. That flat ground by the market should be fine," she said, pointing toward an empty space. "Okay," Angus agreed, gesturing downward to bring the floating mountain to a stop. "Wait, brother-in-law is the one lifting this mountain?" Bianca said, astonished. Bella grinned, clearly proud. "Yes, he's strong." "Very strong." Bianca's eyes widened with genuine admiration. "And here I thought you just had another crazy ability, but this." She looked at Angus with newfound respect. "I'm impressed." Angus and Bella settled the thousands of demons temporarily in the fortress city's military barracks. They had come a long way, leaving their family behind for now, with the hope of building a new foundation here if they could make enough contributions to the city. The atmosphere at the barracks was tense, a strange air of unspoken rivalry lingering. The joined soldiers kept their behavior in check after a stern reminder from both Bella and Angus, but there was an undeniable sense of competition. They engaged in small talk, mostly to gauge each other's strength. Bella's side boasted nearly a dozen elder demons and around 10,000 lesser and greater ranked demons, twice the number Angus had brought with him. Together, they formed a formidable force, one that could significantly bolster the Marquis VIII's strength. Now, inside the grand residence of the Marquis, a large mansion guarded by demon sentinels of the ruler of this powerful Marquis VIII was currently being decided. The meeting hall was filled with elders, nobles, and a few barons, all gathered for Angus's coronation ceremony. Bella stood confidently at the center, unfazed by her father's earlier summoning. She knew he would come around eventually. After all, Belial had been searching for a worthy partner for her all this while, and Angus, with his strength and presence, was perfect for the role. She was certain her father would see the wisdom in her choice, even if it took time. The hall buzzed with anticipation as the ceremony was about to begin. "My lady, isn't it a bit hasty to declare a new marquis like this?" An elder demon interrupted, his deep voice cutting through the formal atmosphere of the hall. Several heads turned toward him as he continued, his expression defiant. "We don't even know if he's worthy of the post. We cannot accept this until Lord Duke Belial gives us the official decree." Murmurs of agreement quickly followed from a few noblemen seated comfortably around the hall. "Yes, the elder is right," one chimed in. "We won't accept it without the Duke's approval." Bella's gaze narrowed as the murmurings grew louder. A cold glint passed her eyes, and everyone shivered. Angus remained calm, watching the unfolding tension with an air of indifference. To him, this was all unnecessary, mere formalities. He knew no one here could challenge him, and their hesitation was likely due to his status as a half-breed. They didn't want to bow to someone they saw as lesser. Bianca, standing beside her sister, couldn't help but notice Angus's unbothered demeanor. It intrigued her. Why doesn't he look worried at all? She thought, a flicker of curiosity sparking in her eyes. Is he really that confident in his strength? This might turn out more interesting than I thought. Bella, meanwhile, was growing visibly irritated by the resistance. Her voice trembled with barely restrained fury as she addressed the gathered nobles. "Have you all forgotten that strength is everything in the abyss?" she snapped. "Do I need to remind you of that?" Her eyes blazed as she gestured toward Angus. "I have chosen this man as my partner, and he will rule in my place. Is that so difficult for you to comprehend?" The elder demon stood his ground, unshaken by her outburst. "Lady Bella, that's exactly what we're questioning. Strength is what matters most. If he's weak, he cannot take your place." Bella's face twisted with anger. "What nonsense!" she spat. "Didn't I just say he is as strong as I am, perhaps even stronger? Are you calling my judgment into question now?" "You've become bold indeed," she exhaled sharply, her patience clearly thinning. "Fine. If any of you wish to challenge him, step forward. But be prepared to die." "This is no game." The room fell deathly silent. The words "death challenge" hung heavily in the air. A few demons visibly trembled at the idea, knowing what a challenge like that meant in their world. Bianca chimed in from the side, her tone dripping with mockery. "That's the best proposal, sister. These old fogies won't learn any other way," she sneered, casting a disdainful look at the room. The gathered demons hesitated, exchanging glances, but none dared to move forward. "My lady, I would." The four-armed giant was about to speak, challenging Angus. But before he could finish, a splash! The giant was instantly obliterated into a gory mess, his body reduced to nothing more than a gruesome display of blood and flesh. The room froze. The sheer brutality of it sent shockwaves through the assembly, paralyzing them with terror. "Ugh!" Several demons shrieked in horror, their faces drained of color as they gazed at Angus, whose glowing golden eyes faded back to normal as if nothing had happened. It had all occurred in the blink of an eye, too fast for anyone to react. Thud. The old demon and the others, who had moments ago dared to question Angus, collapsed to their knees, their bodies shaking with fear. Heads bowed low, they didn't dare meet his gaze as they frantically begged for mercy. We accept you as our new lord, your excellency. Please, forgive our insolence." Their voices quivered, full of desperation, as they pressed their foreheads to the floor. They now understood the truth. The half-breed they had so arrogantly dismissed was no ordinary demon. He was death incarnate, a force beyond comprehension. He was an elder demon. One of them muttered, barely able to speak through his terror. He could command millions, and yet the new Marquis. He wiped him out like nothing. The room was gripped by an oppressive silence. Every noble-blooded demon present realized they were no longer in the presence of just another noble vying for power. Angus was something far greater, a being whose strength was so overwhelming that it defied belief. They had been given a harsh lesson. Angus was not to be challenged. Not now. Not ever. Bianca's mouth formed an O shape as she witnessed her brother-in-law powers firsthand. She had noticed the ethereal golden glow in his eyes, which made her felt that she was naked in front of him. "Listen well. Those who submit, lives; for others, only death," Angus remarked, his voice carrying authority and power. "These nobles and barons have their own individual armies, so their submission were important." Bella crossed her legs like a queen, and smiled lightly, witnessing their futile resistance crumbling into pieces in seconds. Now, the only one whose headache on her mind was her father and the Marquis Reynard's audacious claim. The announcement of the new Marquis swept through the city like wildfire, leaving its denizens stunned. Rumors buzzed through the streets, carried by whispers of fear and resignation. For the most people, nothing really changed. To the powerful, they were merely disposable, and the rise of a new Marquis was a reminder of that harsh reality. Yet, despite their shock, they accepted the news in silence, as resistance felt futile. All they could hope for now was that the new ruler would not make their already miserable lives worse. Bella was undeniably capable, but even for her, managing resources for millions of people was a daunting task. The sheer scale made any promises difficult to keep. However, for Angus, it was a trivial challenge. While transforming barren lands was beyond his abilities, acquiring resources was a different story. By utilizing his skill of synthesizing demon cores, he produced them in the millions. This ability allowed him to resolve the resource crisis efficiently. Over the next 3-4 days, Angus expanded his secret networks throughout the neighboring Marquis' 8 cities and even infiltrated the duchy capital. Through these covert operations, he amassed near 100 million demon cores, securing the needed resources for the city. With resources now abundant, the citizens were offered more work in exchange for additional supplies, leading to an improvement in their living conditions. Soldiers, especially those formerly under the demon regime, now rebranded as the Army of Liberation, received a substantial share of demon cores, allowing them to enhance their strength significantly. The commanders and soldiers were overjoyed, their loyalty solidified by the influx of power. Angus, understanding the importance of morale and allegiance, made personal visits to the army. During these visits, he would perform miracles by showcasing the incredible transformations of a few demons, further strengthening them. Each demonstration further brainwashed the soldiers, making them more devoted to him and driven to rise in power through the ranks. The city, once desolate and fearful, now buzzed with newfound energy, as Angus's influence spread like wildfire. "Brother-in-law, you're really awesome," Bianca exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with admiration. "I didn't think you could pull off these kinds of miracles in just a few days and take full control of the military," she added, clearly impressed. A faint sigh escaped her as she continued, "It was such a headache for me when I was in charge of managing the territory. The soldiers were always so unruly, and resources were so limited. A broken bar." "Really, comparisons are odious," she muttered with a slight grin, knowing full well how much Angus had outshone her efforts by a large margin. Angus stayed silent, walking down the bustling market streets, his presence drawing curious glances and respectful bows from the onlookers. It was clear to all that their new lord had already made a significant impact, improving their lives just shortly after taking over the territory. "Ugh, a broken bar," Bianca grumbled, clearly frustrated as she walked beside him, her red wings fluttering in irritation. She glanced over at Angus, who remained aloof, completely ignoring her. "Sister, you should really try to cheer him up sometimes. He's so gloomy all the time." "And why do you two sleep in separate beds anyway?" Bella, who had been smiling earlier, froze at Bianca's blunt statement. Her cheerful expression faltered as she sighed deeply. "What should I do now, Bibi?" "Your brother-in-law is always like that," Bella admitted, her voice filled with resignation. "A few days ago, when I was stronger than him, I could force him to sleep next to me, but now a broken bar, it's much harder." Bianca almost tripped over her own feet, her eyes wide with surprise. "Forcing him to sleep together?" she stammered. "But you're so beautiful, sister. You really need to force him to a broken bar do that?" Bella's face flushed at Bianca's implication, her embarrassment quickly turning into irritation. "What nonsense are you talking about?" she snapped, twisting Bianca's ear as punishment. "I was just trying to break the ice." "You naughty succubus." "Ouch." "Stop it, sister." "I am sorry," Bianca whined, squirming under Bella's grip. "Brother-in-law, save me." Angus, watching their antics out of the corner of his eye, simply sighed. "I don't have time to bicker with you two," he muttered, continuing to walk ahead, ignoring their playful exchange. "Ugh, brother-in-law is so bad." Bianca pouted, rubbing her ear, though she couldn't help but smile at the light-hearted moment. Bella composed herself and turned to Angus, her voice softening. "Yes, you're right, darling. We have to prepare for the journey to the duchy capital, to my father's estate." She stepped closer, matching his pace, her presence a gentle reminder of their shared responsibilities. "Hey, wait for me, you two," Bianca grumbled from behind, trying to catch up. "Sister, I want to come with you and brother-in-law to visit father. I haven't seen him in quite a while." Bella, without missing a beat, shook her head. "No, you can't come this time, Bibi," she said flatly. "Not at least on this trip, darling, and I will be going alone." "Do you really want to ruin our romantic moment together?" Bianca faltered, unable to find a solid argument. Bella's words struck at her playful persistence. Bella's expression softened as she placed a reassuring hand on Bianca's shoulder. "Besides, someone needs to be in charge of the city while we're away. You're the only one we trust with that responsibility. We can't leave it to those old fogies. Isn't that right?" With a reluctant sigh, Bianca nodded. "Yes, you're right, sister. I'll manage the city." Bella smiled at her, giving her a comforting squeeze. "Don't worry, I'll ask your brother-in-law to craft you a fine weapon of your choice when we're back." Bianca's eyes lit up at the promise, a small smile forming on her lips. "Really? Fine, but you better keep that promise." "Of course." Bella smiled. As they reached the mansion, Butler stepped forward. "Lord, the distribution of demon cores to the army had been done successfully," he informed Angus respectfully. "Angus, glanced at him and asked, "How much demon cores left?" His tone was curt. "Nearly 20 millions, my lord." "That's all we have left in the treasury." "It's enough to last for a month after all the settlement." "That's good. I will be leaving for the duchy capital. While I am away, listen to Bianca's every order. Inform the others as well." "Yes, my lord." "As you wish." After settling everything, Angus and Bella unfurled their wings and soared through the sky, flapping them with great speed. Bella's wings were typical of a succubus, while Angus' wings resembled those of a western dragoon, wide and powerful. In seconds, they ascended into the sky like birds, reaching nearly 5,000 meters above the ground. Under the cursed, bloody red sun, their figures became elusive, fading from view from below. "Darling, are you enjoying this?" Bella asked, glancing at Angus beside her. "I am. Fine, I guess," Angus replied, his gaze fixed on the ground shrinking in the distance. He saw various passing villages, mountains, and a desert littered with skeletal remains. Demonic creatures roamed the land, hungry for prey. Bella sighed. "You know, it would have been more beautiful if the abyss was like the human lands, are full of vibrant greenery and life." "Will it ever be possible?" "Even the demon god couldn't make it happen," she lamented. "So, Bella, do you know why this world is the way it is?" Angus asked, though he knew the basic history. He wanted to hear the demon's perspective. Bella answered seriously, "From what I've learned, it's said the demon god was banished from what they call heaven. They imprisoned him here like a jail, but the reason remains unknown. He has lived for ages, and all demons are his children. I don't know if he's truly evil, but I want justice for the demons to give them their right to live. Many are dying, like a plague, because of the lack of resources," she said emotionally. "Do you want to kill all the humans?" Angus asked. She shook her head. "No, that would be foolish. Not all humans are bad. They deserve a fair chance to live." Her tone shifted, a twinge of jealousy creeping in. "So, darling, is your goal still the same? Seeking revenge for that human lover of yours?" "Yes," Angus replied firmly, without hesitation. Bella's chest tightened at his words, her heart clenching in silent pain. She gazed at him, her voice soft but tinged with sadness. "Are my efforts not getting through to you, Angus?" Bella forced a smile. "You're very loyal, darling. So, when should we consummate our marriage?" "I've given my dowry, after all." Her tone was playful, as if she wasn't expecting a serious answer. Angus glanced at her, feeling a sudden pang of guilt. Though her initial intentions were less than pure, she had later given him everything she had. She had aligned her aspirations with his, forsaken the rule, and risked enmity with her father all for him. But what had he given her? He realized he had been too stubborn. Beneath her constant smile, there was hidden pain, a sorrow she tried to bury, much like the way he buried his own. They were more alike than he had realized. It didn't take long for him to understand that. "Bella, listen to me seriously," he said, making a firm decision on the spot. She met his eyes, losing herself in them for a moment. "What is it, darling? Are you finally agreeing to my proposal?" Her tone was still light, as if her wish was just a fleeting dream. But Angus was serious. What he said next left her completely stunned. "Yes, I can agree to be your partner, not your husband, for everything you've done for me. You've gone against your father, your subordinates, and lost your position as ruler. You're strong, and I can't offer you power or love. The only way I can repay you is by trying to be your partner. But understand, there will be no spiritual connection between us. I cannot return your love. If you can accept that, then a broken bar, I have no problem." He wasn't accepting her out of nowhere. She had proven loyal and trustworthy. Besides, having her by his side would provide another powerful ally in his quest. Or perhaps it was his deeper desire for a family, a longing he hadn't been willing to admit. He never wanted to be lonely. It was time to let go of the past, the memories of Arya, like a passing dream. But it didn't mean he was giving up on his revenge. He couldn't let that go, not until Beelzebub was dead by his hand. Bella froze midair, her mind struggling to comprehend his sudden acceptance. The acceptance of her casual proposal left her stunned. She felt an overwhelming joy rising within her, one she struggled to suppress. Angus paused, watching her reaction. He wondered if she felt dejected or conflicted. Deep down, he had hoped she would refuse, thinking he had given her enough reasons not to accept him as her life partner. But he couldn't have been more wrong. Bella smiled like a blooming flower, her expression filled with pure joy. "Ha ha ha, darling, darling," she exclaimed as she lunged at his chest, hugging him tightly, her wings wrapping around his in a delicate embrace. "Of course I accept you as my husband, Angus. I agree with whatever you say. You know, it makes me very happy that you finally agreed. As for the matter of your heart, I'll conquer it eventually. I'm not in a rush," she whispered confidently into his ear as they began to fall from the sky. "You have everything a woman could need, darling. You've captured my heart. What more could I want besides you?" Angus was speechless as he gazed into her shimmering purple eyes, now glistening with raw emotion. He couldn't deny the sincerity in her words, nor could he break the promise he had made. But in the back of his mind, Arya's face lingered, her memory an unresolved ache. What would I do if I ever managed to bring her back? He wondered, his thoughts briefly shattered as Bella's soft crimson lips pressed against his. Without thinking, Angus accepted the kiss, not out of love, but out of a sense of duty to his promise and his body's desires. Their tongues intertwined, and for a few intense seconds, they shared a passionate kiss mid-air. As they approached the ground, their wings unfurled just in time, allowing them to land gracefully. A thin bridge of saliva stretched between them, breaking apart like spider silk as they pulled away, gazing into each other's eyes. In a heated moment, Bella's breath came in hurried gasps, her face flushed with excitement. Angus's body reacted instinctively, but his heart remained conflicted. With a radiant smile, Bella said, "With this, we're husband and wife from now on, Angus. Let the obsidian land and the bloody sky bear witness to our marriage." She completely forgot the term partner that Angus had suggested. As he looked at her radiant smile, for a brief moment, Angus's heart stirred, but it quickly returned to its impassive state. He wiped the mark of her lips from his and nodded, silently acknowledging their union. His simple gesture filled Bella with immense happiness. Yet uncertainty gnawed at him. Had he done the right thing? Had he accepted her just to repay her, or was it merely to fulfill his body's needs? Could he truly form a happy family with her? He looked at Bella with complex emotions and hope. His previous hope with Arya shattered, reminding him the despairing moment. Then he touched his chest, where his heart lay, a heart that refused to feel the true love she had for him. He hoped that one day, he could return her love as well, just like he did with Arya. Capital City Gate, Kingdom of Arenes. A trio in hunter attire walked through the grand gates of the capital, their faces marked with exhaustion from the long journey. The group consisted of 2 young women and a young man, each carrying the weight of their mission on their shoulders. "Ha, finally, we've arrived," the young man muttered, his voice filled with a mixture of relief and satisfaction. "My lady, it's fortunate we made it before the opening of the ancient land," the woman with a bow slung across her back said, addressing the silver-haired woman beside her. "We have a couple of days to get familiar with this place." "Yona, don't forget," the silver-haired woman replied firmly, her gaze resolute. "We need to meet with the king and request support for my parents. They're suffering, and we need an S-rank health restoration potion as soon as possible." Her hand rested on the dagger fastened at her waist, a reminder of the battles they had fought. "Yes, Lady Arya. That is our top priority," Yona nodded in agreement. The trio Arya, Drake, and Yona seemed to have somehow survived the event that had annihilated the whole Arcadia city. Arya, once filled with youthful hope, now appeared more mature and cold, her earlier warmth hardened by the trials they had endured. They had grown more stronger and enlightened of the true world. Drake, who had once been arrogant, now carried a serious, quiet demeanor. His cockiness had been tempered by the harsh realities they'd faced. Yona, however, remained a steadfast and loyal attendant to Arya, her determination unwavering. As they stepped further into the bustling capital, the weight of their task hung over them. "Sister Arya, why don't we seek General Leon for help? He's a good man. He might have what we need," Drake suggested, breaking the silence as they continued through the crowded streets. Arya paused, her mind drifting to a familiar figure who should have been with them, joining them by their side. Ethan. The mere thought of him tugged at her heart, sending a sharp pang of sadness through her chest. Could he really be dead? The idea seemed impossible, but the longer they went without any news of him, the more the terrifying possibility weighed on her. "Sister?" Drake called again, gently shaking her shoulder, snapping her back to reality. "Ah, yes, that's been on my mind too," Arya replied, her voice breaking slightly as she tried to push away the lingering memories. "Let's go and seek an audience with General Leon." Drake noticed her hesitation and, knowing her all too well, asked softly, "Are you thinking about Ethan again?" Arya's expression faltered. It was no secret among them that her heart always seemed to waver when Ethan's name was mentioned. Yona, who had been walking silently, remembered those days they had all spent together. Ethan had been a good friend and a strong ally, someone their party members all relied on. But when the demon attacked, she thought he couldn't have survived. Much less Iris, Cedric and Marcus. She felt sad. "Sister Arya," Drake began again, his voice gentle but firm. "He's probably not alive anymore. We barely survived thanks to the Void Escape treasure, and we lost nearly everyone from the clan. I don't think it's possible he made it out alone. You need to let him go. It's probably for the best." Arya's grip tightened around the dagger at her waist. She knew Drake was right, but accepting it was something else entirely. The thought of Ethan being gone forever was like a knife in her chest. Her emotions churned, the ache in her heart hardening into something stronger, anger. "I know," Arya finally said, her voice low but full of determination. "But I will never forgive that demon for killing him. I will get stronger, and I will avenge him." Her pretty face, usually calm and composed, was etched with an iron resolve. Drake and Yona exchanged glances, seeing the fire in her eyes. Yona and Drake sighed. They also wanted revenge but found it difficult to achieve. After all, they were talking about a demon lord. Now, there seemed to be only one way to rise quickly: the ancient land. In another corner of the world, Angus and Bella walked side by side, keeping pace with each other. Bella was in a good mood as their relationship had progressed further, though it might have been a stroke of luck. The problem, however, was that Angus never took the initiative to do anything. Their marriage appeared to exist in name only. Bella let out an exhausted sigh. She had to cope with it for now. They were walking through a ruined city where no signs of life could be seen. Only collapsed buildings remained. This was once a city full of life, but a single stomp from the giant demon lord reduced it to ashes, Bella said, noticing Angus's curiosity. Angus raised an eyebrow. "Your father didn't say anything?" "He did." He called on Demon Lord Crimson, as the situation was beyond his control. As a result, there was a war between Demon Lord Crimson and the giant Demon Lord. "Howby, do you want to guess who won?" Angus guessed, "From your tone, it must be the former Anya Broken Bar." Bella smiled. "Smart." "Yes, Demon Lord Crimson was the victor. He took half of the other party's territory and resources. But don't think he's some benevolent being. He did everything just to protect his dignity and dominance. Otherwise, he would have been a laughingstock at the Demon Lord Council." "Demon Lord Council? Where is that?" Angus asked, casually killing an aggressive demonic creature and storing it in his dimensional space for breeding. Along the way, they had killed thousands of such unintelligent creatures. His monster breeding skill was now at level 4, marking 5,000 or so units inside. Bella didn't have much of a reaction. To her, her husband could do anything now. She wouldn't even be surprised if he could slaughter an entire army on his own. She continued, "Demon Lord Council is a gathering of all the demon lords across the abyss," Bella explained, her tone calm despite the grim subject. "They oversee the balance of power and enforce certain rules. Though rules in the demon world are twisted at best." Angus nodded in understanding, and they continued their journey the duchy capital while talking, keeping each other company. Their relationship just took a major turn and they would need time to adjust. Angus and Bella stood atop a towering mountain, before a giant cave. At the entrance of the dark cave was an ominous red statue of a coiled serpent. "Howby, you said the ancient red serpent deity had marked you, right? So, we need to destroy this temple to weaken his influence. Although the effect won't be immediate, if we continue destroying his temples, your problem might be solved more easily," Bella said, gathering energy in her palm to destroy the statue. "That's not a bad idea. We should order the army to destroy all of the nearby temples as well." Angus agreed, letting her proceed. As she wished, while he sent a message to Sienna using her Naga Pearl. Her Naga Pearl was now much stronger and more useful for long-distance communication. Both of them remained cautious, in case any unexpected problems arose, though the likelihood seemed low. To start, Bella conjured a small ball of phoenix flames to test the temple's defenses. Kaboom! The fireball landed on a transparent protective barrier. So, it seems there are indeed someone inside, Bella mused, glancing at Angus. Angus gave her a small nod and looked at the spot where the fire was slowly burning through the barrier itself. The effects of the phoenix flames were immediate. Clatter, clatter, clatter. With earth-shaking vibrations, several demonic serpents emerged from the large cave, their figures towering 20 meters, menacing. "Our guests have arrived," Bella said, smiling dangerously. Angus inspected them using appraisal and all of them were ordinary, their power at greater demon at best. So, this was just a trivial fight. But, activating his all-seeing eyes, Angus could make out several human figures inside the cave, their silhouettes appearing miserable and frail. "Bella, there are humans inside." "Don't destroy the cave," Angus cautioned, his curiosity piqued about their origins and how they were captured. "Oh, okay," Bella replied without hesitation, trusting his abilities completely. He had proven them many times by now. "Hiss. Who are you?" "Hiss. Why are you attacking this sacred temple?" One of the serpents hissed, trying to initiate a conversation. Their gaze shifted from Bella to Angus, attempting to gauge the motives of the two half-breeds. "It's you?" they hissed, seemingly recognizing Angus. Angus and Bella raised their eyebrows in unison. "Hiss. How dare you barge into the serpent deity's temple? Our deity will not spare you. Everyone will hunt you down. Everyone. Capture him. We will offer him as a gift to our deity, and he will surely reward us with his precious bloodline," the leader commanded, his serpentine features twisted with fanatical zeal. "Hiss." They all charged at Angus, using their inferior bloodline abilities. Some lashed out with their tails, aiming to crush him into a pulp, but they didn't know what they were dealing with. Angus remained calm and composed as Bella intervened. "You dare attack my hubby in my presence?" "That is certainly bold," Bella said coldly. She radiated a dark, sinister aura as she swiftly unleashed her mental attack, turning the serpents into mindless puppets. The dark aura overwhelmed their minds, enslaving their consciousness. "Tell me," Bella demanded, her voice sharp, "does everyone in your cult know about Angus? If so, what are their plans?" Angus listened intently as well, awaiting the serpent's response. "Hiss." "Yes. We received the deity's message to capture him." He said the half-breed was needed alive. "But we don't know what others have planned," the serpents replied, their answers identical. Bella's expression darkened. "If you don't know, then you are no longer needed. Kill yourselves." Upon receiving the command, the serpents immediately turned, biting on themselves, taking their own lives. Within moments, Bella stood like a succubus queen with royal grace, while Angus glanced at their lifeless bodies with indifference. "Let's go inside," Angus said, stepping forward into the cave. The cave was vast and broad, and the stench of rotting flesh and human blood filled the air, sickeningly pungent. The cave was dimly lit, illuminated only by faint light seeping through a few open holes above. Snakes didn't need much light for vision anyway. Then they finally saw the humans, but they were lifeless, their bodies shrunken to skeletal forms. Among them were young women, men, children, and elderly people, numbering about 20. "What were those worms doing with these humans?" "They've suffered so much," Bella exclaimed, her voice filled with sympathy. The duo's gaze shifted to the menacing red serpent statue, its eyes glowing with a bloody hue. "They must have been offering them to this deity they call it," Angus said, his special golden eyes seeing through the process. "Oh, so these fools were trying to perform a resurrection ritual." "But it's impossible to bring back the dead," Bella added, her tone indifferent. She glanced at Angus, her voice softening. "Hubby, I'm not saying this to target your former human lover or anything." She was talking about Arya's resurrection as they didn't. She was already alive. "I know," Angus nodded, though doubt lingered in his mind. "That's good." Bella sighed in relief, subtly watching him from the corner of her eye. "We need to end their suffering." "They can't live like this," Bella said, preparing herself to disintegrate the lifeless bodies to ashes. As Angus habitually activated appraisal, he found something intriguing. Among the lifeless bodies, one held a unique skill and it was astonishing. "Wait, Bella!" he shouted, stopping her flames mid-air. Bella glanced at him, perplexed. "Why did you stop me? Can you bring them back from the brink of death?" Angus gently shook his head. "No, it's not that. I have some business with one of them," he said, leaning closer to inspect the body. He placed his hand over the unique skill holder's chest and activated skill absorption. "Congratulations. You have acquired a new unique skill, Mana Harvest, Rare, Mana Harvest. 1. Faster recovery of your mana reserves from the environment surrounding you. 2. Absorb your enemy's mana to increase your own mana reserves." Angus was satisfied by the notification. He ignored the other skills, which were ordinary and of no value to him. The person was a young boy, barely at level 19, but Angus didn't care. What mattered most was the unique skill Angus needed to recover his energy faster. The boy drew his last breath as Angus drained his unique skill from his fragile soul. Bella watched his satisfied grin with curiosity. Angus turned to her. "You can send them off now, Bella." Bella nodded and began to finish the task, suppressing the curiosity as she realized he wasn't willing to tell her some of his secrets yet. It made her a little disappointed, but she believed it would be solved eventually. After obliterating the temple with fiery ashes, Angus and Bella unfurled their wings once more, diving from the towering mountain into the vast sky. They had only 1-2 hours journey left before they reached their destination. Increasing their speed, they broke through the sound barrier, the air cracking loudly as they sped toward their goal. As they approached the duchy capital, a sturdy barrier stopped them, even though they were still several kilometers from the ground. Angus, eyeing the protective shield with curiosity, decided it would be wise to implement similar defenses for their own city in case of any surprise attacks. "Bella, come to the court immediately. We need to have a serious talk." A sudden mental transmission echoed in their minds. "It's from my father," Bella replied, a hint of urgency in her voice. "Let's head down." As she began to descend, a wave of concern washed over her thoughts. Angus nodded in understanding, casting a glance at her back as they made their way down the grand staircase. Walking side by side through the Duke's estate, they traversed the opulent hallways adorned with lavish decorations. As they proceeded, they encountered several of Bella's half-siblings. Upon noticing the duo's approach, the siblings erupted into mocking laughter, some assuming a cowardly demeanor, like Rubia the greenhouse princess. The memory of her previous encounter with Bella still weighed heavily on her mind, haunting her with the humiliation she had endured. Turning to her older brother, Ruby sought comfort. She gazed up at the tall incubus with broad shoulders and a muscular build, who bore a striking resemblance to their father, Duke Belial. "Big brother Belzed, you have to take revenge for me." "She humiliated me in front of everyone," Ruby pleaded, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Belzed's heart ached for his sister, and anger surged within him as he regarded Bella and Angus. "Don't worry, Ruby, I will take care of Bella," he declared, a fierce determination in his voice. "I'll teach her a lesson she'll never forget. I am an archdemon as well, and I will show her that being cocky has its consequences." With that, he stepped forward, ready to confront Bella with an air of confidence that belied the brewing storm of emotions. Hey, look who appears. Orion. Princess Bella with her boy toy in full display, Belzed muttered, looking disdainfully at Angus beside her. Angus was suppressing his aura, so he took him for someone ordinary. Ha. Instead of anger, Bella laughed, wondering what his reaction would be when her boy toy crushed him. "Why are you laughing, Bella?" Belzed raised his brows in displeasure. "Oh, nothing. I was just laughing at your stupidity, Belzed. When will you grow up? You couldn't even get father's recognition to manage a territory yet, and you come to challenge me and my darling? He. It's truly laughable." Belzed remained defiant, even after her reminder. "You underestimate me too much, Bella. I will be a marquis in no time after I defeat you." "Then there will be no stupid discussion about making him the new marquis in the first place," he said with a fierce grin, intending to challenge Bella. The weaker one stepped away, sensing the hostile atmosphere. Whoosh! Suddenly, Belzad charged at Bella with his muscular arm. The force behind the attack was intense, causing the air to rustle wildly along the hallway. He ignored Angus completely, considering him some kind of a weakling. Grip. But before the blow could reach Bella, Angus stepped in front, extending his hand and stopping Belzad's charge with a firm grip. His hand felt the impact, but he remained steady. He looked at Belzad coldly. "She's my partner. I can't let you harm her." Belzad and the others stared in shock. He blocked Brother Belzad's punch. "But how is that possible? Didn't they say he was just a lesser demon weeks ago?" They looked as if they found the situation incomprehensible. He. Bella broke into melodious laughter, which snapped Belzad out of his dumbfounded state. Bella was happy to finally gain some sort of identity from Angus after so long. Even though he said partner and not wife, she was still pleased with the title. Bars Road, how dare you meddle in our siblings' affairs? You're still an outsider and an inferior half-breed. Belzad scowled, trying to remove his hand from Angus's stone-like grip, but he failed miserably. His frustration only fueled his rage. However, someone was even more enraged than he was. "Belzad, you need to learn your lesson. You dare to call him an outsider in front of me, and use the word half-breed, which I despise." As she said this, Bella's right hand conjured phoenix flames, scaring Belzad out of his wits. Belzad knew she was serious this time. He readied himself to defend, but still, he was struck across the face. A burning, hard slap landed on his face, sending him stumbling sideways, crashing into one of the pillars. "Brother!" Ruby shouted and rushed to him, worry etched on her face. Belzad sat in a posture of pain, his head spinning. She looked at his face, and a clear, burned slap imprint was etched into his skin, one that didn't seem like it would heal anytime soon. Ruby turned to Bella, her anger evident. "Sister Bella, why are you so vicious?" "Taking an outsider's side and ignoring your blood brother," she said, her expression full of hurt. Angus felt amused. Just a moment ago, they had started the scuffle, and now they were accusing Bella of being vicious. Bella looked at Ruby and scoffed. "Brother, it was you who didn't show any respect to your big sister. You never considered me your sister because of my human origin. So, stop with the nonsense, Ruby. Let's go, hubby. We don't need to waste our time on these kids." With that, she walked forward gracefully, pulling Angus by the arm with elegant steps. "I'm going to complain to Mother," Ruby shouted viciously. If only this BCH was dead. Belzad watched them leave, his pride crushed. Despite his recent promotion to Archdemon rank, he realized he didn't stand a chance against either of them. The Duke of Lust, Belial, watched as his daughter and Angus entered the Grand Court filled with various old demons and officials. He was seated on the Grand Throne, and beside him sat the Duchess along with a few other concubines. They all exuded effortless allure and striking, mature femininity. However, as they looked at Bella, some of their pretty faces twisted into contemptuous sneers. Duchess Juliana looked particularly angry, having just received news of her children being bullied outside. But one of the concubine had a genuine smile as she saw Bella. She was Vienna, Bianca's mother. "Call Marquis Renard." "Let's settle this matter first," Incubus Belial ordered loudly, breaking the silence. Angus and Bella stood calmly in the center, drawing everyone's attention. "So, this is the man Lady Bella has chosen for herself? A half-breed like her? How can she be so foolish? Doesn't she know the union of two half-breeds dilutes the bloodline power in their offspring? Honestly, I wasn't expecting this at all." "Didn't she receive proposals from various demon princes for her prowess and abilities?" The mocking whispers echoed throughout the court, causing Belial to frown. "Silence!" he shouted, instantly quieting the crowd. Bella looked at her father with slight curiosity and concern. "Why is father so serious today?" Bella asked herself, confused. Usually, Belial was caring and would have already called her daughter or dear. Bella glanced at Angus, who seemed to be in a silent staring contest with Belial. "Does father not like him, or is there something else going on?" Bella shifted uneasily. If her father decided to make things difficult for them, What should she do? Would she go against him entirely for the sake of her newly bonded relationship? Her thoughts were interrupted as Marquis Renard entered the hall. Looks like he's prepared for something. What's his problem now? Angus turned and saw a humanoid demon, a full-body armored undead warrior of sorts. His eyes were hollow and he radiated an aura of death and decay, and his rusty old bone sword clanked against his armor as he moved. As an archdemon, Marquis Renard was undoubtedly powerful. But whether he was more powerful than Bella and Angus, only time would tell. Marquis Renard, Angus, and Bella stood to the side, looking at Belial for the case to begin. So, Bella, Marquis Renard has charged you with attacking his territory and capturing its residents as slaves. Is that true? Belial asked calmly, gazing at them to judge their reactions. Neither Bella nor Angus flinched, allowing the conversation to continue. HMPH. Bella scoffed. Father, it seems Marquis Renard has misunderstood something, or perhaps he has different motives. There was an attack from humans, and we were merely trying to save the ogres from their clutches. Angus nodded in agreement. Yes, Lord Duke, my partner is correct. That's exactly what happened. I suspect Marquis Renard might be in cahoots with human soldiers of the Dragon Empire. He was nowhere near his territory to help, even after 5,000 or so humans in several battalions were causing massacres for demon cause for their purposes, Angus said, looking coldly at Marquis Renard. Oh? Belial felt intrigued. He hadn't expected his so-called son-in-law to step in and defend Bella so boldly. Angus was clearly more confident and assertive than the last time he had been there. Renard, what do you have to say for yourself now? He asked the other party. Marquis Renard spoke in a deathly voice, low and chilling. My lord, they are speaking nonsense. Clearly, they have colluded with the humans, attacked one of mine in my absence, and broken the internal treaty. They have enslaved my people. Ask them, my lord, if they can deny that the ogres are now in her territory. They should be punished by death for violating the treaty. At the mention of the internal non-aggression treaty, everyone fell silent. The weight of his words hung in the air. Some wise demons noticed the unusual situation. Why is Marquis Renard telling Lord Belial to kill his own daughter? Is he not afraid of incurring the Duke's wrath? Everyone knows how much he loves Princess Bella. Something doesn't add up. Who knows? Maybe he's achieved immortality. That's why he isn't afraid. A few chuckled, enjoying the show. They had no intention of interfering. Angus listened to the whispers. He activated his all-seeing and appraisal to see if he could find any abnormality. Appraisal. Name, Renard. Soul-dominated. Race, demon. Species, undead skeleton. Intelligent. Rank, archdemon. Abilities, 1. Necrotic touch. 2. Undead minion summoning. 3. Death blade mastery. 4. Bone reconstruction. 5. Undyingly will. 6. Deathly aura. 7. Domain of skeleton king. Soul domination, a skill that can dominate a certain soul upon linking from far away. They can control the target's body as if his own, like a puppet. Angus now understood what's wrong with the undead. So a human has a skill that can let him control an archdemon from far away? That means he is obviously more powerful than an archdemon. Certainly interesting. Angus chuckled inwardly, while letting the scene unfold. And if he need to reveal the information to them, he wouldn't hesitate to do so. He was waiting to see if could gain anything from this. Back to the present. Lord Belial remained silent as Marquis Renard's accusations hung in the air, his cold, calculating eyes sweeping across the room. The mention of the internal non-aggression treaty had clearly shifted the atmosphere, and everyone waited with bated breath to see how the Duke would respond. Marquis Renard, standing tall and defiant, continued, My lord, I merely seek justice. They have broken the sacred laws, enslaved my people, and violated our long-standing peace. If you do not act, the entire demonic realm will see this as weakness. The murmurs among the gathered demons grew louder. Some whispered their suspicions, while others reveled in the unfolding drama. Renard's boldness, especially in demanding punishment for Bella, was nothing short of daring or perhaps suicidal. Bella, however, was far from intimidated. She met her father's gaze, her voice calm but unwavering. Father, Marquis Renard is lying. He accuses us of breaking the treaty. but he conveniently forgets to mention that those ogres willingly defected. They came seeking protection after Marquis Renard had abandoned them. His cruelty drove them into our arms. She turned her sharp gaze toward Renard, her eyes flashing dangerously. And as for enslaving his people, it was he who enslaved them first, treating them as disposable tools. They sought refuge in our territory, and we granted it. I have upheld the treaty fairly, Father. It is Renard who has broken it. HMPH. The crowd shifted uneasily, watching Lord Belial for a reaction. The Duke's expression remained inscrutable, but his presence was overwhelming. You make serious accusations, Marquis, Belial finally said, his deep voice cutting through the tension like a knife. But tell me, why should I believe your words over those of my daughter? Renard's body movements indicated anger. Because she has always been that defiant. She thinks herself above the laws of our realm. Just because she had your backing. His bold words made the air freeze, and everyone exchanged uncertain glances at his statement. Belial noticed the odd behavior of Marquis Renard but chose to remain silent due to the lack of evidence. Speaking up without proof would make him seem biased toward his children, as Marquis Renard had accused. What do you all think? He asked, turning to his advisors and wives. An imposing military man from below stood up. My lord, it would be best to let the two marquises duel. Whoever is defeated will have their souls searched to uncover the truth. His suggestion received nods of agreement from many in the room. Yes, that would be for the best, my lord husband. Duchess Juliana chimed in from his side, concealing her malicious intent, fully expecting Bella's demise. Vienna, however, looked worriedly at the duo as the matter was being settled. Belial spoke. Do either of you have an issue with this proposal? Marquis Renard? Bella? No, I have no problem, my lord. Marquis Renard replied, hiding a malicious sneer. Angus accepted, and Bella confidently responded, we have no problem either, father. Very well, Belial said in his commanding voice before snapping his fingers. In an instant, the courtroom seemed to expand by at least a kilometer on all sides. Yet, from the outside, nothing had changed. The spatial expansion was confined entirely within Belial's ability. At the center of the newly expanded platform stood Angus, Bella, and the undead Marquis. Angus couldn't help but be impressed by Belial's display of power. Spatial manipulation was no easy feat. Only someone of Belial's stature, a demon general, could manage such a thing. One of you, step outside. Belial's voice boomed, reaching them from afar. Angus turned to Bella. Bella, you should step out. I need to handle him. This guy is interesting. His metal attacks are nothing like yours. Are you sure? Bella asked, hesitating. Yes, Angus replied firmly. Bella sighed, knowing his decision was final. When Angus made up his mind, no one could sway him. Resigned, she began to walk back from the center, her departure eliciting a rare smile from Belial. He had already sensed that his son-in-law was far more powerful than he appeared, and now he was eager to see what surprises the young man might bring. Meanwhile, Duchess Juliana frowned, and the audience exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to expect. What is Princess Bella is doing? One asked. Who is going to fight Marquis Renard? Don't tell me it's that half-breed. Yeah. It sounds ridiculous, right? I know he had royal blood in him, and probably talented. But, isn't it just suicide to face off an archdemon like this? As the whispers in the courtroom grew, Duchess Juliana's expression darkened further. Why is this half-breed meddling so much with our plan? She muttered inwardly, gripping the armrest of her seat tightly, her knuckles turning white with anger. Are you all right? Belial asked, noticing her tense demeanor. Juliana forced a smile. Yes, I'm fine, my lord husband. I'm just worried about Bella, dear. She's like a daughter to me, after all. Belial raised an eyebrow, suspicion flashing across his face. He remembered how eagerly Juliana had pushed for Bella to be sent into the duel just moments ago. Her sudden concern seemed odd, but he pushed the thought aside, focusing his attention on the match before him with growing curiosity. What other surprises could this half-breed bring? Belial wondered silently. He was well aware of Angus's recent feats. Despite being cautious, He wasn't foolish enough to place blind trust in someone. The reports he had received had shocked him. Angus had ascended to the rank of Elder Demon within mere weeks, an impossible achievement, especially in the demon lands. Belial had been tempted to intervene, to discover the secret behind Angus's rapid rise. But the revelation that his daughter had fallen in love with the young man had given him pause. It wasn't just that Belial had found no trace of Angus's family. Even in the human lands of Solis, the absence of any record only deepened his suspicion that there was more to this boy than met the eye. For now, Belial chose to wait. He needed to see for himself if Angus was truly worthy of his beloved daughter. "You're certainly a meddlesome fellow, half-breed," the undead Marquis said, his voice carrying a chilling, menacing undertone. "Yes, I am." "What can I do?" "I'm her partner, though she likes to call me husband," Angus replied, his voice calm and indifferent, completely unfazed by the Marquis's hostility. "Then, your end will be because of your foolishness." The undead Marquis laughed darkly, his eyes gleaming with malice as he drew his great sword, a grotesque weapon made entirely of bones. Angus stood his ground, seemingly unbothered, not even drawing a weapon. But from the outside, he looked like he was wasting his time. "See, that half-breed's a fool. He doesn't even know to arm himself for defense," scoffed a hideous four-headed demon nearby, his eyes trailing lustfully over Bella's figure. "Lady Bella certainly made a mistake. I would have been a much better option than him." Bella shot the demon a disgusted look. "Trash," she spat, her disdain evident. The demon's face turned purple out of embarrassment. Without paying him any further mind, Bella refocused on the impending battle, her stance ready for anything. Her eyes stayed on Angus, prepared to act if anything went wrong. She wouldn't let anyone harm her hubby, no matter what. Angus didn't draw his weapon, not out of arrogance, but because his holy sword could only be wielded by humans. If anyone discovered that he, a half-demon, could use such a weapon, he would be branded a heretic, with his skills restricted and his weapon unusable. His only option was to rely on his demonic abilities, the ones he could reveal without raising suspicion. He couldn't fully transform into his Hellfire Leviathan form or his ultimate trump card, but he could still tap into its basic traits through partial transformation. "Begone!" Undead Marquis roared. As the undead Marquis charged at him with the speed of a lightning strike, Angus activated his abilities, bracing himself for the clash. His body surged with demonic power, ready to face his opponent bare-handed. Darkness King's authority. Physique of Leviathan. An partial transformation. Angus activated his abilities, and in an instant, his aura shifted dramatically. Darkness poured out from him, spreading across the battlefield, and focused heavily on Marquis Reynard. The oppressive weight of the dark energy slowed Reynard's movements, pressing down on him as if invisible chains were binding his body. His weapon, still gripped tightly, hung useless at his side as he struggled against the force. "Rise!" Sensing the growing danger, Reynard summoned hundreds of skeletons, their hollow eyes glowing as they surrounded him. Armed with bone swords, the undead legion marched toward Angus, their synchronized thudding footsteps echoing like a cavalry charge, filling the atmosphere with an eerie tension. Boom! Angus jumped and dove down into their midst, the impact shaking the ground beneath them. His partial Leviathan transformation had drastically boosted his physical strength, and with his claws, he tore through the undead like they were nothing. Rotten flesh and brittle bones grumbled under the force of his strikes, scattering debris across the hard field. The spectators watching from the grand hall were left speechless, their mouths hanging open in disbelief. They couldn't comprehend the ease with which Angus was decimating the undead horde. To him, it seemed like a trivial task. Standing among the remains of hundreds of torn and destroyed bodies, Angus remained calm, like an ancient growl. Just as the silence settled over the platform, the growls of the undead broke through once again. Marquis Reynard smirked as the shattered skeletons began to reform. The scattered bones and flesh pulled together, restoring the once defeated undead army. Angus, however, showed no concern. He stretched his muscles casually, his body now engulfed in hellfire. The flames flickered menacingly, and Marquis Reynard's smirk faltered. Hellfire was the bane of the undead after all. Control of hellfire. Interesting. Belial's voice echoed with growing intrigue as his gaze sharpened, keenly observing the battle unfold. His interest in Angus had now been thoroughly piqued. Belial watched closely, unaware that Angus still held even greater power in reserve. Boom, boom, boom. Angus moved like a bolt of lightning, his hellfire-infused strikes hitting the undead with such intensity that each one erupted into flames, burning them into nothing but ash. His movements were a blur, too fast for most to follow. Die. At that exact moment, Marquis Reynard broke free from the binds of Angus's darkness chains. With a roar, he lunged forward, his heavy skeletal greatsword aimed directly at Angus, intending to impale him. Reynard's speed was tremendous, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Clang! Angus met the strike head-on, his bare hand colliding with the massive bone sword. The force of the impact vibrated through his entire body, a powerful shockwave rippling outward from the point of contact. The ground beneath them cracked, and the air itself seemed to tremble as their thunderous clash echoed through the expanded arena. Angus's eyes narrowed as he steadied himself, feeling the immense power behind Reynard's blow. But instead of backing down, he smirked. The darkness around him pulsed as hellfire flared even brighter along his arms, making the clash between them even more intense. The hellfire swarmed around Reynard, making painful for him to hold on to. But he managed to resist with his armor and nether energy. Both fighters locked in a deadlock, neither willing to back off as the audience watched in stunned silence. The arena was filled with the sounds of cracking stone and the burning hiss of hellfire, while Belial leaned forward, his interest deepening. "Show me what you've got, half-breed demon," Reynard sneered, his skeletal face twisted with fury. Angus's voice remained calm, but there was a fire behind his eyes. "You haven't seen anything yet." Angus produced a pair of wings of hellfire and darkness. Buzz! His wings unfurled fully, buzzing as they propelled him into the air with astonishing speed. The entire arena was bathed in the eerie glow of his combined power, the audience now completely captivated by the spectacle. Marquis Reynard, caught off guard by Angus's aerial maneuver, remained silent for a moment before a scowl crossed his face. He activated his deathly aura, a field that drained life from anything within its range. But as the aura surrounded Angus, it had no effect on him. Angus smirked, unaffected. His own affinity with death made Reynard's power seem pitiful in comparison, his aura far superior in strength. Frustration built up in Reynard. But his undead will refused to give up. With immense force, he gripped his skeletal greatsword with both hands and hurled it like a spear, its tip aimed at Angus with deadly intention. Whoosh! The air whistled as the weapon's destructive tip hurtled toward him, but Angus remained unfazed. With a calm, focused gaze, he extended his hand and activated one of his more devastating abilities. Gluttony of Darkness. In an instant, a swirling black hole formed in Angus's palm, sucking the greatsword into it like a voracious void, completely nullifying Reynard's attack. The crowd gasped in astonishment as the weapon vanished without a trace, their disbelief echoing throughout the hall. Suddenly, a series of notifications flashed across Angus's vision. Strength plus 50, Agility plus 50, Defense plus 55. Angus glanced at the notifications but quickly dismissed them. His mind was now entirely focused on finishing the fight. In seconds, he reached atop the ceiling of hall. Swish! Then, with a swift motion, he folded his wings behind him and dove down toward Reynard, leaving a black fiery trail on his path. Hellfire burned brighter around his deathly claw as he prepared to unleash a devastating clash. The air trembled behind him as the intense dark power surged through his body. Reynard's hollow eyes flickered brightly, barely having time to react before Angus descended upon him like a falling star. Boo-oo! Angus's deathly claws connected with Reynard's armor, piercing through it upon impact. The explosive force shattered Marquis Reynard's skeletal body into pieces. Angus, propelled by the extra force, collided with the hard ground, causing an earth-shattering impact. The floor beneath him collapsed within a 50-meter radius. A fiery storm and debris scattered everywhere, reaching near the spectators who stood at a safe distance. They felt the deathly heat, and shivered, realizing that if they had been any closer, They most likely might not have survived. As the dust began to settle, everyone looked toward the center with curious faces. Is Marquis Renard dead already? They all wondered. As the dust slowly cleared, all eyes fixated on the center of the shattered battlefield. The once formidable Marquis Renard lay in ruin, his skeletal remains scattered, armor fragmented and broken, with pieces of his body strewn across the ground. A deafening silence gripped the arena, the crowd too stunned to utter a word. Slightly disoriented, Angus stood crouching down at the epicenter of the destruction, his hellfire and darkness wings flickering ominously behind him, casting an eerie glow on the debris. His claws still smoked from the impact, and the ground beneath him continued to smolder. He slowly rose to his full height, shaking off the dust, his expression unreadable. Is Marquis Renard dead? The murmurs from the spectators grew louder, their voices tinged with disbelief. Suddenly, a low, raspy sound echoed across the hall. It was not a cheer, nor a gasp. It was the unmistakable crackling of bones. From the rubble, the remains of Marquis Renard began to stir. His hollow eye sockets flared with an unnatural light as his bones reassembled, piece by piece. The fragments of his shattered body slowly drew together as if some dark force was pulling them back into form. Angus narrowed his eyes but remained calm. He had expected this. After he had seen what kind of abilities he had. Renard's skeletal body reformed, albeit shakier than before. His death aura flickered weakly around him. You think this will stop me, demon? He rasped, his voice a hollow echo. I am eternal. Death cannot claim me. The audience gasped, watching in horror as the undead Marquis, though severely weakened, stood once more. Angus, however, did not look impressed. With a wave of his hand, the hellfire surrounding him roared back to life, brighter and more intense than before. Not eternal enough, slave, Angus muttered coldly, his eyes glowing with dark power as he prepared to end the battle for good. Why is he calling Marquis Renard a slave? Belial mused, noticing something peculiar in Angus's words. Or is it just arrogance? With a thunderous roar, Marquis Renard unleashed his Skeleton King's domain. Instantly, a 50-meter radius around him transformed into a hellish dome of skeletons. Angus was immediately surrounded by hundreds of giant skeletons, while the ground and air became riddled with sharp bones from various creatures. Those bones radiated a deathly aura, capable of sucking the soul from anyone who dared get pierced by them. Angus, unfazed, used body duplication, instantly splitting himself into two. Both Angus and his doppelganger flew in opposite directions, outmaneuvering the skeletons with impressive speed and keeping them distracted. Although a few of the deathly bones grazed him, his scaly, armored body offered ample protection, bolstered by his affinity with death, rendering the scratches insignificant. Boom! Crash! Within moments, Angus had dismantled Marquis Renard's skeletal body once again. Clatter, clatter echoed through the hall as the bones reassembled themselves, reconstructing into a grotesque form like a true undead. Not this time, human slave. Angus sneered coldly, his fingers conjuring death strings that danced eerily in the shadows, numbering in the hundreds. The undead Marquis let out a painful howl as the death strings wrapped around his defenseless body, began sucking away what remained of his life force. The crowd murmured, having heard the term human slave more clearly this time. Their eyes widened as understanding dawned on them. There's something definitely off with Marquis Renard, isn't there? One spectator whispered. Yeah. Another agreed. If Princess Bella's partner is right, then it seems like Marquis Renard is under the control of a human. They stopped calling him as a half-breed as they realized this half-breed they call it, was more powerful than themselves. They could hardly contend against Marquis, much less Angus. Belial appeared intrigued, but Duchess Juliana looked visibly tense, exchanging nervous glances with others. As the death strings drained his energy, Renard's skeletal body became visibly weaker, his posture sagging as if the very essence of his existence was being sucked away. Kekakek. Strangely, despite his weakened state, Marquis Renard cackled, as if finding the situation amusing. You're one hell of a demon, Angus. Even my soul attacks don't work on you. Unknown to the crowd, Renard had been attempting to invade Angus's mind with soul attacks, trying to take control. But thanks to nullified mental attacks, Angus's impenetrable soul shield thwarted every effort, making such attacks useless. "I will remember you," Renard rasped before turning his hollow gaze to Belial. "And Belial, start counting your days. I will kill you with my own hands." He laughed coldly. Belial shot up from his seat, attempting to catch Renard's soul before it could escape. Bang! But before Belial could reach him, Marquis Renard detonated himself, both soul and body obliterated in a violent explosion. In the aftermath, Duchess Juliana exhaled a sigh of relief, but her reaction didn't go unnoticed. Suspicious glances were cast in her direction, most notably from Vienna, whose eyes narrowed in growing suspicion. Belial, towering over Angus with his muscular frame and bat-like, feathery wings, stared down at him, but Angus remained completely unfazed by the intimidating presence. "When did you discover that Renard was under a human's control?" "Even I couldn't sense it." "And why didn't inform it earlier?" Belial asked, his voice tinged with curiosity. Bella, along with several others, approached, sensing the tension in the air. She took her place beside Angus, an action that momentarily left Belial speechless. "Is my darling daughter really abandoning me for the sake of the man she's known for only 3 weeks?" Love truly makes people blind, just like I did in the past, Belial thought inwardly, observing Bella's overprotective stance towards Angus. Angus responded calmly, "I possess an ability that makes me sensitive to the souls of others when they're weakened. I can even attack their soul, which can severely damage them. That's how I discovered the fragmented human soul controlling Renard." The last part was a lie to make it more believable. Belial raised a brow, impressed yet wary. "Oh, you're more enigmatic than I thought," he said with a faint smile, the hidden meaning in his words not lost on Angus. "So, can you check if anyone else here is under their control?" Belial asked, subtly changing the topic when he noticed Bella's gaze hardening. Angus shook his head, intending to deny the request. But as he did, his appraisal ability unknowingly caught sight of Duchess Juliana, and his lips curled into a smirk. There was something there, something intriguing. Belial noticed the shift in Angus's demeanor and followed his gaze, briefly catching Juliana's nervous expression. Suspicion flickered in his eyes, but for the moment, he said nothing, awaiting the next move in this unfolding drama. "Yes, I can, Lord Duke," Angus stated calmly. "But for that, I need you to suppress everyone's powers here. Only then will I be able to truly check for any lingering traces of soul domination." "What? Soul search on us? This is outrageous." Murmurs rippled through the crowd, discontent growing among the nobles. The very idea of having their powers suppressed seemed unthinkable to some, especially Duchess Juliana, whose expression turned rigid with panic. "This is nonsense," Duchess Juliana protested. "Why should we comply with this baseless accusation?" "You think you've become important enough to question all of us? Remember, you're just a lowly half-breed." Bella's face darkened. "Why not? Are you scared of something, dear mother?" Bella asked sarcastically. Juliana frowned but feigned sadness. "Bella broken bar, you suspect me? I love you just like your mother did." "How could you say that to me?" She looked as if she might cry any second. "Oh, please," Bella scoffed, knowing full well her stepmother's nature. "Nobody can replace my mother." Others voiced their agreement with Juliana, nodding and grumbling among themselves. "All right, enough." The room fell silent when Belial raised a hand, his expression unyielding. His eyes glowed with deadly intent as he spoke in a low, commanding tone. "Juliana, I see no problem giving it a go." "Or do you not trust me?" "Husband, that's not true. I trust you wholeheartedly." "But what if he tries to harm you by turning everyone else against you?" she said, her voice filled with seemingly genuine concern. Bella intervened. "Impossible. My hubby would never do such a thing," she retorted loudly. Belial turned to Angus, his eyes narrowing into slits at hearing Bella call Angus husband. He ignored the matter for now and continued. "Don't worry, Juliana, I will make sure that never happens." His eyes flickered with power as muscles cracked, aiming to intimidate Angus. Juliana found no words to retort. Belial turned to his subordinates. "If there are traitors among us, They will be found. Anyone who refuses will be seen as guilty. I will personally deal with them." The room went dead silent at his words. Despite her composed exterior, Duchess Juliana exchanged frantic glances with some of the other nobles. She knew that resisting would only draw more suspicion toward her. Reluctantly, the demons in the room complied, allowing Belial to suppress their powers. A faint shimmer passed through the hall as a powerful wave of demonic energy swept over them, weakening their auras and stripping them of their supernatural defenses. In pretense, Engus's eyes glowed with dark energy as he activated his ability to scan their souls. His gaze swept across the room, and it wasn't long before it locked onto Duchess Juliana. A slow, knowing smirk crept across his face. Engus pointed. "Duchess Juliana, you were under soul control until a few moments ago." His voice filled with certainty. Gasps erupted from the crowd, and all eyes turned to Juliana, whose face drained of color. Her composure shattered as she took a step back, her chest tightening under Belial's gaze, which bore into her with a killing intent that could crush worlds. "No. This can't be." "He's lying, Lord Husband," Juliana stammered, but her voice was weak, betraying her guilt. Bella smiled and looked at her father. "Father, you should do a soul search on her yourself if you don't believe Engus," she suggested. Belial, finding the matter serious, moved closer to Juliana. Despite her reluctance, he touched her forehead to begin the search. Unlike Engus, who could detect the foreign soul from afar, Belial needed to do it directly. He read her soul memories and was astonished by what he found. "Pa!" He slapped her hard across her pretty face, without mercy. "Speak, Juliana," Belial commanded, his voice dangerously low. Although he knew everything, he wanted the others to hear the truth as well. The air grew heavy, suffocating Juliana under the weight of his power, and her knees buckled. She could no longer resist. She began speaking, her voice trembling, as her secrets spilled out under the pressure of Belial's presence. She was powerless in front of him, as if she could be crushed at any moment. "Please forgive me, Lord Husband. I was approached by a human in my mind. He was really powerful. He wanted demon cores, astronomical amounts of them. In exchange, he vowed to kill Bella." Her confession sent shockwaves through the room. Bella's eyes widened in disbelief, her hands instinctively clenching into fists. Juliana, seeing the fury in Bella's gaze, spoke more desperately. "I had no choice. I hated Bella because she's the previous Duchess Celeste's daughter. Celeste, a mere human, who once held my position. I feared that if Celeste returned, she would reclaim her title and remove me from power. I would lose everything. So I took the human's offer." She broke down between sobs. "I can't believe Duchess Juliana would betray the Lord Duke for an unknown human's promise." "Yeah, true." Who knows how many demon cores she had embezzled outside. The crowd stood stunned, processing the depth of her betrayal. Bella's lips trembled, her eyes locking onto Juliana with a mixture of shock and disgust. "You would do all this to kill me, out of jealousy and fear? My mother treated you all like sisters, and that's how you repay her? You're truly disgusting," Bella said, her voice filled with contempt and a twinge of pain for her mother. Vienna stepped forward to comfort her, taking Bella into her embrace. Juliana's head hung low in shame, but she made no further excuses. Belial's expression grew darker with every word. He stepped forward, his aura crackling with menace. "Juliana, I never expected this from you. I trusted you and gave you the Duchess title, and that's how you repay me? For conspiring with the enemy and endangering our people," he said in a cold, unforgiving tone. "You will face the consequences." Juliana trembled at the thought of punishment. "Mercy, Lord Husband." "I did it all because of your love," she begged, kneeling and holding onto his leg. Belial had no forgiveness for her betrayal. "My decision is final, Juliana. You will be imprisoned for 10 years in the cold prison," he said ruthlessly, breaking her last hope. "Father, Mother, what's going on?" Ruby, Belzed, and Belial's few more children entered the hall, sensing the tension inside. After learning everything, Ruby and Belzed begged for their mother to be spared. Their teary eyes softened Belial's gaze slightly. They were his children, after all. He reduced the punishment to 5 years, allowing her to meet with her children once a month. Thus, the matter concluded, and everyone began to leave the hall, leaving Bella and Angus alone with Belial. Ruby, her red eyes swollen, took one last glance at them before leaving with her brother to accompany their mother, who seemed lifeless as if she had lost something precious. A few guards with stern faces dragged her for imprisonment. Belial watched them go without emotions. To him, there was no concept of love towards his wives anymore after the separation with Celeste. She was the only one who was able to move his heart for true. "Vienna, why didn't you leave?" Belial asked upon noticing her presence. Vienna smiled as she moved closer. "Because I want to join in your family discussion as well. I've taken care of Bella like my own child, so I will complete the duty in her mother's absence," she said, gently holding Bella's hand in support. "And, my lord husband, you can't refuse," she added with a resolute look, her wings straightening in defiance. Bella glanced gratefully at Vienna. "Bella, why don't you introduce me to our son-in-law?" Vienna asked with a teasing smile. Bella smiled, but Belial furrowed his brows. "Hey, who is our son-in-law?" "I haven't approved anything yet." Ignoring her father's protest, Bella intertwined her hand with Angus's. "Of course, mother. His name is Angus, and we've already completed our marriage vows," she said with a smile, watching her father to gauge his reaction. Belial's expression darkened, clearly displeased by the news, but he also knew she was an adult. The problem was something else. "Bella, when you brought him to the demon world and made him your servant, I never thought you'd decide to make him your other half. Don't you realize your child's bloodline would be diluted?" Belial asked, his tone a mix of concern and curiosity. Bella smiled, recognizing her father wasn't truly angry. "I don't care about that, father. We want each other, and that's what matters most to me." "Lord husband worries too much," Vienna interjected gently. "There's no guarantee their children will have a weaker bloodline. Haven't we seen how powerful and promising Angus is? Who knows? Their offspring might bring a miracle," she added with a soft smile. Belial heard her but was clearly displeased by Angus's silence. "I understand, Vienna, but why hasn't he said anything? Does he not value this relationship enough to speak?" Belial asked, his gaze locking onto Angus. Bella squeezed Angus's hand, leaning in to whisper, "Hubby, just call him father-in-law, so we can get through this quickly." "Father-in-law." Angus blinked, finding the sudden relationship awkward, but he composed himself, meeting Belial's stormy gaze. "Father-in-law, Bella is all I need. I will never let her down as my wife, in my life. Please, give us your blessing," he said calmly, his sincerity evident despite the awkwardness. Bella's gaze was filled with love, her heart filled with happiness at his words. Belial's expression softened slightly as he asked, "What is your family name?" "You need to reveal your background before you ask for my blessing." Angus hesitated before replying, "My full name is Angus Tigro." "Tigro? Never heard of it." "I know most of the prominent families in the human lands, but yours doesn't sound familiar," Belial remarked, his brows furrowing in curiosity. "I actually don't know either," Angus admitted. "You don't know?" Belial's voice carried a hint of suspicion. "That is certainly odd." "Yes," Angus replied. "My memories are a bit fuzzy. It's like they're there, but I can't recall anything about them." Angus wasn't lying. For days now, he'd been seeing blurry images, but none of them had solidified into clear memories of his past self or identity. He suspected it had something to do with a connection to a higher realm or something, though he had no concrete proof yet. Bella, knowing this about him already, remained calm, her warm hand offering him silent comfort. She didn't doubt him and trusted his journey of self-discovery. Belial, however, found the situation mysterious. Who could his parents be? He wondered. A person with such unnatural talent definitely couldn't come from an ordinary family. If Angus was truly a nobody, it would be one of the greatest anomalies in Mythrolda, where lineage and bloodline were dominant. After a moment of contemplation, Belial let out a sigh. "Forget it," he said, waving his hand dismissively. It was a headache for now, but he made a mental note to investigate further later. "Still," Belial added, his tone softening as he looked at Bella. "Bella, if he makes you happy, that's what matters. But don't think I won't be keeping an eye on you, Angus." Angus nodded respectfully. "I wouldn't expect anything less from you, father-in-law." Bella's happiness at her father's easy approval quickly turned to concern as she heard his next words. Vienna's smile faded too, sensing the gravity of what was about to be said. "Remember, Angus," Belial began, his voice more serious, "one day, you may have to face Bella's mother's family. She wasn't an ordinary human." "Has Bella told you yet?" Angus glanced at Bella, confused. She shook her head. "No, father, I was waiting for your permission before revealing it to him," Bella replied. Belial's expression softened slightly. "Ah, good. At least you kept your word on that." Bella grinned mischievously. "Yes, I did." Belial then turned his attention back to Angus, his tone grave. "Angus, Bella's mother possessed the sacred Phoenix bloodline from the Phoenix Empire. That bloodline is regarded as sacred, and they are fiercely protective of it. They may not look kindly on your relationship with Bella. You see, they intervened in my relationship with her mother, Celeste, and forced us apart, despite how much we loved each other." Angus could feel the weight of Belial's words sinking in, but he remained silent, absorbing the new information. Belial continued, "We made a pact that in exchange for separating us, Bella would be kept away from their rules and influence. So far, they've honored that promise. But who knows how long that will last. If you ever set foot in the Phoenix Empire, you must be careful." Bella squeezed Angus's hand, her expression somber. "But, together they could confront anything, they believed." Belial paused, then added, "And I hear you two are planning to enter human lands? You'll have to be even more cautious there, especially with your ability to give demons a human disguise." "Huh? How did you know?" Angus and Bella asked unison, furrowing their brows. "Well, that's something to be thankful for, given how weak your defense is." He chuckled at their surprised reactions. Angus just nodded and decided to make their army's defenses far more stronger when they returned. At last, Bella pulled Angus toward her father, urging him into a firm embrace. Belial seemed awkward, but Angus was even more so. "Thank you, father, for agreeing to our relationship. Soon, we'll give you a grandson to play with," Bella teased, her eyes glinting mischievously as she glanced at Angus. "Ahem." Belial cleared his throat, looking somewhat uncomfortable. "I hope so." Turning to Angus, he added, "And boy, remember, if you ever think of adding another life partner, make sure my daughter is always your first priority." Power and influence can make even the most loyal man fickle. "This will be an Evia." He was cut off by Bella's sharp gaze. "Father, what are you implying?" "My darling isn't like you, who needs multiple women. Hubby will have only me in his heart, right, Angus?" Her eyes, gleaming with jealousy, locked onto Angus, leaving him little room to disagree. "Oh, yes, yes." "Bella is right," Angus answered hastily, trying not to make her uncomfortable. Truthfully, he'd never considered having multiple partners. Bella smiled faintly, leaning closer as she held his hand. Belial scoffed, as though doubting the sentiment, but decided not to argue further. Vienna, watching her lord husband and their interactions, smiled warmly at the scene. "So, Bella and son-in-law, when are you two planning to hold a formal wedding?" Vienna asked, her tone light but serious. Although the demon world didn't place much importance on formalities like marriage, the nobility held them as a way to strengthen their bonds, just like in human society. "Vienna is right," Belial added, nodding in agreement. "You two should have a formal wedding at least. A verbal ceremony won't suffice." Bella and Angus exchanged a glance, as if they'd already made a decision beforehand. "Father, we've planned to do it after our visit to Crimson City," Bella replied. Belial raised an eyebrow. "I thought you were going to the human world for sightseeing." "Why Crimson City now?" His voice carried a hint of concern. Vienna visibly tensed at the mention of Crimson City. Bella's gaze shifted to Angus, her voice filled with worry. "Father, Mother, Angus has a soul injury. We're hoping to find something that can heal him." Angus looked gratefully at Bella, their hands still intertwined, offering each other silent support. Belial's expression darkened as he realized the gravity of the situation. "Oh, our broken bar, that's a serious issue, boy. Unfortunately, we don't have anything here to treat soul wounds." "I don't have the ability either." He paused, thinking carefully before continuing. "If you're determined to go, I'll write a letter for you to present to Lord Crimson. It should help, but it don't rely on it too much. He's an unpredictable and incomprehensible person. Be cautious and don't draw unnecessary attention. You've already drawn plenty here, but in Crimson City, I won't be able to protect you." His tone was firm, full of warning. Bella's nervousness crept in at his words, but Angus squeezed her hand gently, reassuring her. Angus gave a curt nod, his voice resolute. "Yes, I will. I'll make sure both of us return safely." "Wait, Bella and son-in-law, why don't you stay here for the day before heading out?" Vienna suggested kindly. "You must have traveled a long way." "Yes, Mother. We have planned to do so." Bella and Angus nodded in agreement and followed Vienna out of the court. Belial remained behind, his gaze lingering on Angus. "Degro, huh?" "Still, it rings no bell," he muttered to himself, feeling an unsettling sense of mystery surrounding the young man. Despite his abilities, Angus remained an enigma that Belial couldn't quite decipher. He could sense something was being hidden, but he had no means to pry further. Outside in the hallway, Vienna excused herself, leaving the two alone, intending to cook a special meal for them. As she left, Angus noticed several mature demonic women with incredible beauty watching them curiously from a distance. He quickly surmised that they were Belial's wives and concubines. Growing curious, Angus turned to Bella. "I forgot to ask, how many wives and children does your father have?" Bella looked at him with a small smile. "My bad, I should have told you sooner. He has 49 wives, and my half-siblings? Well, they number close to 100. Angus raised his eyebrows in surprise, which didn't escape Bella's sharp gaze. "What?" Bella asked, her voice tinged with suspicion. "Are you tempted as well?" Her shimmering purple eyes were piercing. "Of course not. I was just asking out of curiosity," Angus replied smoothly. "HMPH." Bella dismissed it but then moved closer, interlocking her arm with his, her body pressing intimately against him. It was a clear sign of possession, as if declaring him hers to anyone watching. Angus remained silent, though his body betrayed a subtle reaction to her closeness. He could already tell the night ahead would be intense, judging by the passionate look in her eyes. Yet despite the warmth and closeness, Angus couldn't shake the feeling that something was still missing, a lingering sense that gnawed at him from deep within. Angus and Bella passed by a training ground where young princes and princesses were being instructed, surrounded by high-ranking guards for tight security. An elder instructor was teaching them how to properly harness their bloodline powers and effectively use their strong demonic bodies to their advantage. The guards noticed Princess Bella and Angus approaching and gave respectful bows. Word of the recent incident had already spread like wildfire, and no one dared to underestimate Angus anymore. "Ha ha, Bella, have you finally come to visit this old man?" An elderly, white-haired Unni stepped forward with a wide smile. The Unni, a higher evolved species of demonic ogres, looked more human-like, with distinct horns and intricate tread markings on his face. Bella returned the smile. "Yes, Teacher Orlando. I thought I'd take this opportunity to introduce you to my husband." As she spoke, she glanced fondly at Angus. "Ah, I've already heard the news." "It seems my old ears still catch the important bits," Orlando chuckled, his voice warm but teasing. Master Orlando then turned his gaze to Angus, scrutinizing him from head to toe, his sharp eyes analyzing every detail. The young princes and princesses, who had been training nearby, watched Bella with shining eyes, admiring her strength and reputation. Many of them knew the stories of how she had grown powerful under Master Orlando's guidance. Although they were half-siblings, they rarely had the chance to interact with her as often as they would have liked. The scene was filled with curiosity, respect, and a sense of legacy, as the next generation of demonic royalty looked to Bella and Angus with awe. Master Orlando's sharp eyes never missed a detail. As he scrutinized Angus, the elder runner could sense something off. Thanks to his years of experience, he could tell he was just an immature brat with vast power. He smiled warmly, but his mind was already analyzing the young man before him. "Angus, right?" Orlando began, his voice calm yet commanding. "I've heard a lot about your recent feats of defeating Reynard. Don't you want to join me for a small spar of close combat? It would be a shame being Bella's husband if you can't defeat this old man." He chuckled, provoking Angus. Sure. Angus chuckled amusedly. He wanted to see what this old man was trying to do. Teacher, is this necessary? Bella looked slightly worried as she knew how high Master Orlando's battle experience was. He was an old archdemon, after all. Of course, Bella, it is. This old man needs to see if this young man has what it takes to protect you for the rest of your life. The old man was insistent about it. Bella watched helplessly as they entered the stage. In the middle. Either way, she also hoped Angus could learn something from her teacher as well. The young princes and princesses gathered in a circle to watch their fight. It was not every day they got to see two archdemons fight. After all, Angus prepared himself for confrontation, hoping he could learn from the old man. He decided to rely on his raw physical strength to discover his own weaknesses. Of course, his passive skills in close combat were already engraved in his muscle memory. The elder runner stretched his compressed muscular arms, his towering presence alone commanding respect. Despite his age, there was no denying the raw power and experience he possessed as an archdemon. Let's begin then, lad, Orlando said with a grin. Angus nodded and readied himself. His stance relaxed but focused. The elder runner moved first. His speed unexpected for someone of his size and age. He closed the distance in an instant, aiming a powerful strike at Angus's midsection. Angus barely managed to sidestep, his reflexes kicking in just in time. However, Orlando was relentless, his attacks a blur of swift punches and kicks. Thud, thud, thud. Angus could feel the force behind each blow, and while he dodged some, the sheer speed at which Orlando moved was overwhelming. Each of Orlando's organs and body parts moved with extreme fluidity. Angus was impressed by his opponent's coordination and efficient power distribution. The old man surely wasn't holding back, was he? His speed and flexibility were far superior to what Angus had anticipated. Angus attempted to counter with a quick strike of his own, but Orlando blocked it effortlessly, smirking. You rely too much on your power, lad. It's a common flaw among the young who wield vast strength immaturely. Bang! Before Angus could react, Orlando swept his leg out from under him, sending him crashing to the ground. Whoa! Master Orlando is awesome as always. The crowd murmured in surprise, while Bella clenched her fists, concerned. Angus quickly rolled back onto his feet, a few footprints and strike marks on his body. Master, I can help you increase your comprehension speed temporarily. Manas's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Do it. I need to learn, Angus replied, finding it hard to keep up with the old demon. Yes, Master. Your comprehension speed increased by Manas by 1000% temporarily. Instantly, Angus's brain went into overdrive. He began to notice and learn how Orlando's muscles moved, the coordinated movements, and the efficient execution of power. Gradually, Angus managed to counterattack a few times during their exchanges. Orlando's eyes widened slightly in surprise at the sudden shift, but he didn't falter. He matched Angus blow for blow, his movements fluid and calculated. But as time passed, his shock turned to horror as he realized Angus's combat abilities were slowly matching his own, something Orlando had gained over decades of practice. Orlando was awestruck at his talent. Still, he didn't give up. He increased the ferocity of his strikes. After several exchanges, Orlando suddenly disappeared from Angus's view, reappearing behind him with a swift kick to his back. Angus staggered forward, but before he could recover, Orlando landed another blow to his chest, sending him crashing into the ground once more. This time, Angus didn't get up immediately. He lay there, panting, his body bruised from the elder runner's strikes. But he felt only slight pain due to his pain resistance skill. As he slowly pushed himself to his feet, Orlando stood over him, arms crossed. Teacher, are you trying to kill him? Bella stepped between them, shooting daggers at Orlando. Ha ha ha. Am I trying to kill him? Surely, that must be a joke. You do know he's a freak, right? He learned so fast that I felt like my eyes were deceiving me. Bella helped Angus stand up, feeling proud. I know, teacher. Bella's gaze softened. I thank you for that. Lad, you're the most talented individual I've seen in my years. To top it off, you're a half-breed as well. It is nothing short of surprising. You have a great future. Orlando smiled, looking at the duo. "Thank you for your teaching." Angus could only say this in gratitude. Orlando chuckled. "Don't thank me yet, lad. You still have a lot to learn about my onigiri fighting style. Bella, you should join as well. Let's see if you've gotten rusty after all these years." "You asked for it, teacher," Bella said with a grin and joined them. The spectators watched the trio's sparring with excited faces. A protective barrier had been cast by Master Orlando for their safety. They gradually got carried away in their sparring, while learning from each other. "You have developed a new passive skill, Extreme Onigiri Combat Body. See, Extreme Onigiri Combat Body. This skill grants increased control of the body, enhancing muscle coordination, efficient power usage, and agile movements." With the skill, Angus could now even bend his body at a 98 degrees angle backward without breaking a sweat. He felt lighter and more in control of his body, which was normally governed automatically by his brain and cells. "Phew, that was some intense training, teacher." "Thank you," Bella said, catching her breath as she sat on the ground beside them. "It was nothing, Bella, my dear. But your husband has already caught up to me. He's a freak, as if it's like almost natural for him. You should never let him go. Keep him in check," Orlando whispered with a smile. Angus heard the comment clearly but chose to say nothing. He glanced at Bella's sweat-covered face and found himself mesmerized for a few seconds. Her soft, glowing skin, red lips, and striking posture like a queen was something to behold. As if sensing his gaze, Bella turned and gave him a knowing glance, feeling pleased that she could tempt the Iceberg King. Angus awkwardly averted his gaze, and his face twitched. "All right, teacher. We should be going now." "It's getting dark," Bella said to Orlando, pulling Angus up from the ground in an elegant yet subtly seductive manner. Orlando chuckled, amused, watching them leave with a smile. "So, Bella, when will Bianca return?" Vienna asked at the large dining table. Only Angus, Bella, and Vienna were present. Bella looked apologetic. "Sorry, Mother. I'll send her back when we return." "No, it's fine. I'm just glad she's learning something from you. Just take good care of her. She's a grown girl now," Vienna said, her voice tinged with concern. "Of course," Bella smiled, her purple eyes shimmering as she watched Angus eat. Night. After finishing a delicious meal of monster meat made by Vienna, Angus found himself in Bella's personal room, the same room she had lived in since childhood. Bella, full of energy, began sharing memories from her childhood, especially of the time spent with her mother before they were separated. Though she had been only 3 to 5 years old at the time, the memories remained vivid in her mind. "Look at this, darling," Bella said with a warm smile, pointing to a small clay statue of a woman and her child. "This statue was made by my mother and me when I was a kid." Her warm smiles while making it still flashes in my mind. "This statue is the best memory she left for me." It was rare for Bella to open up emotionally like this, but perhaps she had found a shoulder to lean on, someone to share her heart with. Angus gazed at the statue, then gently touched it, feeling the connection Bella held to this cherished memory. Then, with his right hand, Angus began to create a similar statue, only this time, he portrayed Bella in her adult form standing beside her mother, Celeste. Bella looked at it in disbelief, her eyes unknowingly filling with emotion. As Angus finished the artwork using his skill, he turned to her. "Here, this is my first gift to you." Though his expression remained calm and emotionless, Bella was overwhelmed by the simple yet meaningful gesture that touched her heart deeply. "Hubby!" she exclaimed, holding the statue tightly in her hands before embracing him tightly. "Thank you, Angus. It means so much to me." In her embrace, Angus softly replied, "I'm glad you like it, Bella." After a while, she calmed down and gazed at Angus with affection. "Hubby, let's sleep," she whispered in a low voice before pulling him on top of her and rolling onto the wide, fragrant bed that smelled of rare flowers. Vienna, ever thoughtful, must have arranged the flowers, taking over the role Bella's mother. They exchanged passionate kisses, and it seemed like they were about to take things to the next level. Bella, dressed in a nightgown that revealed her creamy white skin and the alluring contours of her alluring figure, was undeniably tempting. "Wait a broken bar, Bella," Angus said, stopping her when she started to remove his sleeping clothes, feeling slightly uncomfortable. "I think a broken bar, we're not ready for this yet. We should take our time," he explained, looking at her slightly disappointed face. For broken bar, Bella pouted but eventually understood. She was a little unhappy, but she realized he was probably right. She just wanted to feel his mark of ownership, to strengthen their bond further. "Fine. But we can do other things, right?" "Other things?" Angus was puzzled, his mind imagining wild possibilities. "Hubby, I'll teach you everything slowly. Trust me, I've learned a few things from the maids." "I bet your human girlfriend." She stopped mid-sentence, realizing the mistake she was about to make. "You bet what?" Angus asked, confused by her sudden pause. "Nothing," Bella replied quickly, covering her slip. She felt relieved knowing that she and Angus would be creating their own first memories together. She had learned from Angus that he and Arya had only kissed once, just as their relationship was beginning, before all the incidents had occurred. "Now, let's continue, hubby. I'll show you true heaven is," Bella said, smiling naughtily. Angus gulped involuntarily, preparing himself for whatever adventure awaited him. After their night activities, Angus and Bella woke up feeling refreshed. The experience had been new and exciting for Angus, but he was pleased by the closeness it brought them. They slowly rose, freshened up, and refocused on the tasks at hand. Now, they stood in front of Belial, in a room with intricate designs carved into its walls, glowing faintly with arcane symbols. "This spatial gate will take you both to Crimson Demon City," Belial explained, his voice firm and commanding. "It's a one-way gate, so when you want to return, you'll need to use one of the spatial gate services available there. Be careful, and come back safely," he reminded them sternly. The spatial gate itself shimmered in front of them, resembling a portal with a transparent red passageway, pulsating faintly as if alive. Belial handed them a sealed letter, which Bella promptly stored in her spatial bracelet. "We will, Father." "No need to worry," Bella replied confidently. "We aren't planning to cause trouble, knowing what's waiting for us." She then playfully pinched Angus, prompting him to speak. "Goodbye, father-in-law." "I'll bring her back safely," Angus said awkwardly, trying to sound more assured, which made Bella chuckle softly. "You better be," Belial said with a smirk, though his tone was mixed with a subtle threat. "If anything happens to her, you're dead, boy." The tension hung in the air for a moment before Angus and Bella stepped into the red, transparent passageway, vanishing from sight as the portal engulfed them, leaving Belial standing behind with a stern gaze. With a flash of brilliant red light, Angus and Bella crossed through the chaotic space passage. The sensation was disorienting, but manageable. However, Angus couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching him. It wasn't a hostile gaze, but rather one filled with curiosity and concern. The sensation left him puzzled, though he quickly dismissed it, thinking it useless to dwell on. Suddenly, Bella's voice broke the silence. "You must be kidding me, right, Father?" she exclaimed, her tone filled with exasperation. Angus, confused by her reaction, opened his eyes to see what had caused such disbelief. The scene before him was entirely unexpected. "Wait, is this place?" As they looked around, Angus and Bella were confronted by the unsettling sight of numerous humans caged in large quantities. The cages were crudely constructed, packed tightly with people of various ages, their faces marked with fear and despair. Bella's face darkened. "This is the human slave market," she answered, confirming Angus's worst suspicion. "Unbelievable. That's why I don't trust those spatial gates," she fumed. "Kekaki, a broken bar. What do we have here?" A sudden cackle echoed through the air. Angus and Bella turned to see a demon with 4 hands, gazing at them with greed and ecstasy. "So, the demon god hasn't abandoned me yet. He sent me these 2 half-breeds as gifts." Kekik. Bella furrowed her brows. "Hey, let us out of here, mongrel, or we'll destroy it ourselves." The demon laughed heartily. "Kekik, you must be joking, beautiful. We're going to sell you too, and then you can go wherever you wish. Although, I doubt they'll ever let you go. They would definitely like the taste of a succubus for sure. So accept demon gods will obediently." He took out 2 slave collars in his hands. "Now, please, Put the collars on yourselves and save me the trouble of using force, he offered magnanimously. Angus narrowed his eyes, feeling the intensity of the demon's greed and arrogance. The four-armed demon, cackling like he had already won, approached with the two slave collars in hand. Bella's face twisted in disgust as she stepped in front of Angus, her eyes blazing with fury. "You filthy mongrel, I don't think you understand the situation. If you don't release us this very moment, you'll regret it." The demon tilted his head back, laughing heartily once more. "Kekik, the arrogance of you two half-breeds is amusing. But no one has ever escaped my clutches. You'll fetch a fine price. Now, put on the collars, and let's avoid any unnecessary trouble." Angus, calm but serious, took a step forward, his voice steady. "You should rethink your options for your sake." His hand subtly glowed, energy gathering as he prepared to destroy the cage if needed. They were trying to not to gather that much attention on themselves. In this city the half-breeds are seen as inferior, like plaything after all. The demon, unaware of the rising threat, continued grinning and waved the collars. "Oh, you think you're scary? Let's see how." Before the demon could finish, Bella flicked her wrist, and a pulse of destructive energy surged outward, shattering the ground beneath them and sending a shockwave through the air. The demon stumbled back, eyes wide with shock as the collars got destroyed to ashes. "Oops," Bella said with a mock smile. "I guess we won't be needing those collars anymore." The demon's expression twisted into rage, and his hands glowed with nether energy as he prepared to fight. "You insolent half-breeds! You'll regret this." But Angus, already prepared, stomped his foot lightly, unleashing a burst of hellfire. Bang! Clatter! The sturdy iron cage melted away from the front. Bella grinned. "Hubby, if you're doing this, let's finish it quickly." Angus nodded as the demon trembled in fear, realizing they were no ordinary half-breeds. He dropped to his knees. "Please, spare me, my lord. This will never happen again." The commotion started drawing curious glances from the onlookers in the slave market. "What happened, boss? Why are you kneeling?" a few of his lackeys asked, approaching the disturbance. In a hurry, Bella conjured bright phoenix flames, ready to burn them all to ashes. The boss demon nearly wet himself in fear, while his lackeys, not understanding the danger, charged forward, intent on attacking Bella. "Fools!" the boss demon cursed, his worst fears realized. Swish, sizzle, sizzly broken bar. The unending flames engulfed them all, their miserable howls echoing through the streets as they were being burned to a crisp. "Oh, Lord!" The human slaves and spectating demons shivered, quickly diverting their gazes, not wanting to attract trouble. "Let's go, hubby," Bella said, looking at the charred corpses with disgust. Angus walked beside her, ignoring the humans still trapped in their cages. They both knew that even if they freed them, the slaves would likely be hunted down or captured again. This city was a dangerous place for them, no matter what. "Was it too excessive?" Bella asked, glancing at the devastation they left behind. Angus shook his head. They deserved it after what they said about you. I would have killed him myself if you hadn't done it." He. Bella smiled, feeling satisfied. Just as they were about to leave the scene, a sharp, piercing human voice called out from behind them. "Hey, wait! Please release us." Angus and Bella turned toward the voice, spotting a girl dressed in ordinary hunter's clothing. She had likely been a hunter in the human world before her capture. "Do you realize you'll be caught again if we release you?" Angus asked calmly, his tone neutral. The girl's expression was desperate. "We know. But at least we'd have a chance to survive. Please, release us all from the cages." She gestured to the other humans, who stared at them with newfound hope. "Please save us. You must be sent by the gods." The pleas echoed through the crowd of men, women, young, and old alike, all begging for their freedom. Angus and Bella exchanged a glance, silently reaching an agreement before nodding. Without hesitation, Angus melted the iron cages with his hellfire, while Bella used her powers to break the slave collars binding the humans. "Now, go and try to survive," Bella instructed the group. Thank you," they all shouted in gratitude, exchanging hopeful glances before scattering into small groups and quickly leaving the area. The girl gave them one last lingering look, Her eyes filled with a mixture of gratitude and understanding as she slipped into the shadows of a nearby alley, her future uncertain. Bella felt a pang of guilt for not being able to do more, but they both knew that staying any longer would only increase their risk. Angus, after briefly scanning the bodies of the slave merchants and finding no useful abilities to absorb, he sent them to his dimensional space for breeding. "We need to move, Bella. We can't worry about their safety, not in our current condition," he said, his voice cold and pragmatic. Bella sighed but nodded. "I know. Let's leave the slave district first. After that, we can search for what we came for," she replied, her tone more resolute as she took the lead, guiding Angus through the chaotic streets. Angus followed closely behind her, trusting her instincts in this unfamiliar city. Their movements were swift, their sprinting speed turning them into little more than blurs, too fast for the ordinary demons around them to track. The city's laws prohibited flying, forcing them to remain on foot as they navigated through the narrow alleyways and bustling streets. They weaved through the crowds, careful not to draw any unnecessary attention to themselves. "We're almost out," Bella whispered, her eyes scanning ahead for any obstacles as they neared the edge of the slave district. "Where are you two going in such a hurry?" A mocking voice was heard from behind. Angus and Bella's steps faltered. They stopped in a deserted alleyway and turned around to face the source of the voice. A demonic woman stood before them, her hideous face marred by deep scars. A grotesque third eye, dark and unblinking, sat ominously on her forehead. "So, two half-breeds, eh? Not bad. You two will do just fine as compensation for the damage you caused," she cackled, her voice dripping with malice. Bella remained calm despite the sight of the archdemon blocking their path. "She's a witch," Bella remarked, her tone casual. "They're known for their cursed powers and dark arts." Angus, already aware thanks to his appraisal ability, nodded, his eyes narrowing. He conjured death claws, dark tendrils of energy forming into sharp, menacing shapes around his hands, and unleashed his Darkness King's authority. "Don't block our way, witch." "Your men got in the way first," Bella spoke coldly, her tone authoritative. The witch's laughter was abruptly cut off as she coughed, gasping for breath. What's this? Power of darkness?" she wheezed, struggling to speak. Invisible chains of darkness wrapped around her body, binding her tightly like shackles, imprisoning her with an overwhelming force. Angus stood before her, his aura crushing her spirit, leaving her paralyzed in terror. She couldn't even breathe, let alone use her curse powers. Bella stepped closer, her lips curling into a dangerous smile. "What were you saying just now? Can you repeat it?" she asked mockingly. The witch's eyes widened in fear, her arrogance completely shattered as she realized the true strength of the half-breeds before her. She could have never believed that those inferior half-breeds could be this powerful. "Now, tell us, have you captured those humans again that we just released or not?" Bella demanded, her voice sharp and commanding. Angus loosened the binding around the witch's mouth, allowing her to speak. "No, I haven't," the witch gasped, barely able to breathe. "Lies." Angus's voice turned cold, his all-seeing eyes piercing through the truth hidden within her. Bella's eyes darkened as she prepared to unleash her flames. "Looks like you don't want to live. Goodbye," she declared, her fire igniting to incinerate the witch. "Ugh!" The witch's agonized howls echoed through the alleyway as the flames licked at her skin, reducing her to nothing but misery. No one would have thought it possible for an archdemon to meet such an end, but that was exactly what was about to happen. "Wait, Bella," Angus called out, stopping her just before the witch was reduced to ashes. Bella turned to him, her expression questioning. "What are you up to, hubby?" she asked, wondering why he would spare such a vile creature. Angus's lips curled. "Don't forget, I can help you gain her bloodline curse ability, so if that's something you'd want," he offered. Bella's eyes widened, realizing his intention. "You're right," she said with a sly smile. "That could be very useful." "I don't mind, just make sure my face remains the same." She extinguished the flames, leaving the witch's burned lifeless body. Angus raised his hand, beginning the fusion of Bella with the witch's cursed bloodline. Bella groaned in pain, her body resisting the changes, and Angus's hand trembled slightly. He wasn't sure why. Perhaps it was because of his growing affection for her, but he was sure he couldn't bear seeing her in pain anymore. He focused, trying to make the process as gentle as possible. After what felt like an eternity, the fusion was complete. Bella stood before him, a new third eye on her forehead, dark yet strangely captivating. She looked stronger, more powerful, and her aura radiated with newfound energy. Bella, feeling the surge of strength coursing through her, hugged Angus tightly, her joy evident. And, for the first time, Angus wrapped his arms around her in return, placing a hand on her shoulder and back. Bella was surprised at first, but her surprise quickly gave way to happiness. Once their emotions had settled, they rifled through the witch's belongings, finding a spatial bracelet filled with horrific remnants of disgusting human flesh and similarly grotesque things. They removed the valuable cores, totaling several 100,000, and burned the rest without hesitation. As they prepared to leave, Bella noticed Angus's unrest. "Do you want to go and save them?" she asked gently. "I don't know. I'm confused," Angus admitted, his mind conflicted. Bella smiled knowingly and tugged him in the direction they had come from. "I know you, Angus. You may act like you don't care, but it's the opposite. Let's go check on them. After all, we owe them for bringing us closer." Her words brought a sense of clarity, and Angus nodded, allowing her to lead the way. After some investigation, Angus and Bella found their way to the witch's den. It resembled more of a prison than a residence, a dark and oppressive underground hideout where human suffering thrived. Along the way, they encountered numerous demons working for the witch. Each one tried to stop them, but their attempts were futile. Angus absorbed them into his dimensional space for breeding them as his legion, as they provided neither good abilities nor stat points hardly worth his consumption using gluttony. As they descended further, they reached a grim chamber where hundreds of humans were enslaved, their conditions dire. Many were dead, while others bore signs of severe torture. "Hey, who let you in here?" a demon guard barked, noticing the two unfamiliar figures approaching. With a flick of his finger, Angus attached death strings to the demon, draining its life force. Once the demon was on the brink of death, Angus waved his hand, storing the nearly lifeless body in his dimensional space. After neutralizing the remaining guards, Angus and Bella began freeing the imprisoned humans. Some of them were the same ones they'd encountered earlier, though not all were present. It seemed the others might have hidden themselves well in the chaos. "Let's go, Angus." "Everything here is done," Bella said, her eyes scanning the dimly lit hallway one last time. "Huh? Where are you going?" Bella muttered suddenly, seeing him going near a wall of hard concrete. Bella watched as Angus touched a specific section of the stone wall and pushed it, causing the entire underground prison to tremble. With a grinding sound of stone against stone, a hidden door slowly revealed itself as he pushed it further. "Oh, a hidden passageway," Bella muttered, intrigued. "So secretive." "What did that witch hide in here?" Angus, already aware of what lay within, couldn't hide his disbelief. There, in the middle of the dark room, stood a special prison made of sturdy metal bars and surrounded by an isolating barrier of some sort. At the center of the cage lay a grotesque giant demon, its form a mass of writhing tentacles and a jelly-like body. The demonic creatures were tied by chains, that appears as if sucking away his life slowly. Appraisal: Name, Kylie and Ilo. State, demonized. Bloodline not assimilated. Age, 59. Level, Rank, Greater Demon. Abilities: 1. Blood Devouring. 2. Gorvarth Tentacles. Demon Body, incomplete. His name stirred old memories. He was the same old man who had helped him escape from the prison in Arcadia City, back in the human lands. Angus couldn't comprehend how this old man had ended up here. "Have you met this creature before?" Bella asked, noticing the way he stared at it with a mix of recognition and confusion. Angus snapped out of his thoughts at her question. "Yes," he replied, a hint of reminiscence in his voice. "I met him once in Arcadia City, before the catastrophe. He helped me escape from prison. But now, He's a demonized human. Bella blinked in surprise. A human becoming demonized? That's certainly interesting. I've heard about them. They use demon blood and cause to make medicines for that transformation. But those foolish humans don't realize it never guarantees control over the body. She tilted her head, studying the grotesque figure with renewed curiosity. And now, he's nothing more than a mindless creature. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, the creature stirred, its tentacles rustling against the chains that bound it. The sudden intrusion of light into the dark room made its movements jerky and unnatural, as if it was struggling to adjust. Angus stepped closer, only a few centimeters away from the cage, with Bella following behind. He leaned in, trying to see if the creature would recognize him, though he knew his appearance had changed. His horns were different from the last time they met. He hoped there was still something familiar about him. The creature's movements grew more frantic, its tentacles twitching as it stared at Angus with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Then, all of a sudden, it fell silent. Its gaze, however, remained locked on Angus, as though something in it had finally clicked a recognition. Well, there you go, Angus. It seems it recognizes you. Now, what are you going to do? Help it somehow? Bella asked, her tone laced with sarcasm, trying to predict his next move. Angus didn't hesitate. I don't know, actually. But let's free him first. With a determined grip, Angus tore at the bars with his bare hands, the sound of metal creaking under his strength echoing through the chamber. With a flick of his fingers, hellfire surged from his palm, and the chains melted under the intense heat, clattering to the ground with a final clank. Freed, the tentacled creature seemed to come alive, its body expanding and contracting as it let out a low, demonic growl. It looked at Angus and Bella as if it was trying to communicate, but no words formed, only primal sounds escaping its grotesque form. Bella chuckled. Looks like it still has some rationality left. What are you going to do now? Why don't you show off that incredible power of yours again? She teased, her eyes glinting with amusement. But Angus considered her suggestion seriously. Well, I can give it a try, he said before extending his hand toward the creature. Universal synthesis. Instantly, a bright ethereal blue light covered the grotesque creature. Bella watched the magical process, never bored of it. After expending nearly 1,000 mana, the synthesis process was complete, and a humanoid figure stood where the creature had been. Ooh, that was real easy, Bella commented. You can do anything, can't you, Angus? Not really. There are still many things I can't do, Angus said nonchalantly. Bella remained silent, not wanting to delve into a subject that could lead to something she didn't want to hear. Cough, cough. Their attention turned to the spot where an old man with a pair of horns was coughing, gasping for breath, and looking disoriented as if waking from a terrible dream. Oh, it's an old man. I thought it was something else, Bella remarked. Kylian steadied himself and studied the duo, his gaze locking onto Angus, filled with astonishment. Ha ha ha. Boy, is that you? Ethan, right? The old man suddenly laughed, remembering everything as if it had all happened yesterday. Because, all this while he had been moving purely on instinct. Bella's face darkened at the mention of Ethan. She knew it was Angus's previous name from his time in the human lands, a name tied to someone she didn't like. Angus nodded. Yes, it's me. Did you turn me back to normal? Old man Kylian asked, his memory still blurry. Yes, Angus confirmed. Kylian was astonished. The young man he once knew had become unfathomable. Boy, what happened to you? Who is this demoness beside you? How did you turn into a demon? Where are we? Isn't this the human world? Kylian bombarded him with questions, his curiosity getting the better of him. Bella was visibly annoyed, while Angus began explaining the fate of Arcadia City, the fall of its people, his journey to the demon lands, his connection with Bella, and their shared goals. He carefully omitted any mention of his more sensitive abilities. As they talked, the group began making their way out of the underground prison. Angus's explanations were vague, and Kylian could sense there were reasons behind it. He didn't press for more details, understanding that some things were best left unsaid. He was simply grateful for regaining his rationality and receiving a new identity, something he desperately needed. With each step, the old man felt a sense of hope he hadn't experienced in years. So, old man, How did you become demonized? I'm curious as to why you did it right when I went into the prison, Angus asked as they walked at a moderate pace, almost out of the slave district. Old man Kylian, feeling the suppressed pressure from the two beings walking beside him, shivered unknowingly. He knew full well that he was in the presence of two individuals with tremendous power. He sighed in reminiscence and answered honestly, "Sigh, that is a long story." "Then make it short, old man," Bella cut in from the sidelines rudely. Old man Kylian didn't mind Bella's interruption. He had seen worse. He continued, "My wife died a few years ago, leaving me alone with my son, his wife, and my lovely granddaughter in our village. They were ordinary farmers, while I was a hunter, risking the rest of my life to make their future a little brighter. But it all came crumbling down when I heard the news of their kidnapping during a demon raid on our small village. I was out on a mission at the time, so I couldn't save them. A broken bar. I failed as a father." His eyes reddened, but he pressed on. "They were the reason I lived until now. I decided I would save them myself, with no help from anyone. But my power was insufficient, so I turned to demonic practices, eating human flesh to increase my strength. As a consequence, I was stripped of my blessing from the gods. But I didn't care because demonic power was giving me more strength. And then a broken bar. I became greedy for more. One day, I found a vial of demon blood that could make me even more powerful through demonization. I didn't understand the consequences at the time. The next day, I was caught by the Knights of Arcadia City and imprisoned for practicing dark arts. The rest of the story, you already know. I used the vial, hoping to make the best use of it for us. Foolishly, I thought I could retain my human form again. But it was all a hopeless assumption. Until now, I've been living in some kind of nightmare." His voice cracked slightly at the end, the weight of his words heavy in the air. The tragic story of the old man ended, and they found themselves outside the slave district. "I see." Angus nodded, piecing together everything. "So, you still don't know if your family is alive or not, isn't that right?" Bella asked, her tone pragmatic. Old man Kylian hung his head low. "No, I don't. But as long as I have life in me, I will search for them. I'm grateful to you both for bringing me back and giving me a new identity and power. You've made my path easier." "Do you have any clue?" Angus inquired. "You must have investigated a little, right?" Angus wanted to repay the debt he owed, even if it was small. "Yes, I found a clue, but it leads to the Demon Lord of Envy, the fourth-ranking Demon Lord of Leviathan's domain," Kylian replied, his tone casual, but the seriousness of the matter showed in their faces. "If that's the case, old man, you have a long way to go. Our paths don't match yours, at least not for now," Bella said bluntly. "I know already, lady." "Your goal is to destroy Beelzebub, the fifth-ranking demon lord," Kylian responded. "Old man, if you want to find them, you should join us." "We'll eventually reach there," Angus offered, extending a helping hand. Kylian shook his head. I know you have incredible powers, but I need to find them as soon as possible. They've been suffering for too long, and I can't wait. I need to save them." His resolve was clear. Angus remained silent. If Kylian were so determined, there was nothing more he could do. Bella chuckled. "Old man, you don't know what you're missing. Anyway, just make sure you reach there alive," she mocked sarcastically. Kylian, unshaken, responded, "I will." "I need to." Angus paused, then took out the spatial ring from the old witch and handed it to Kylian. "Old man, there are 100,000 mid-grade demon cores inside. It's all I can give to help on your journey. Use them to increase your strength and for whatever else you need." "May we meet again." Kylian accepted the ring, understanding its immense value. The time had come to part ways. "Thank you, boy. I hope we meet again too." "Goodbye." The old man disappeared into the crowd of demons in the street, a solitary figure on a journey of his own, a story waiting to unfold. Bella, still holding Angus's hand, said, "You've done enough, Angus. Now it's up to him." "You can't interfere or help everyone." "I know. But life seems so unfair for some," Angus said, his eyes lingering in the direction Kylian had gone. "The world was never fair from the beginning," Bella replied, her gaze steady. "If you want to change it, you'll need power, Angus." She looked him straight in the eye. "And I know you can do it." Her words lit a fire within him, sharpening his focus on his ultimate goal. But before that, Bella said, pulling him from his thoughts, let's look around the market for what we came here for. They entered the bustling marketplace, filled with various items and curiosities, each more unusual than the next. Their mission was clear, to find something related to souls. They stepped into an old shop filled with treasures and mystical artifacts. Magical lamps hung from the ceiling, giving the place a more welcoming atmosphere compared to the dark, cluttered shops around it. The air hummed with faint magic. Hello, do you have anything related to souls, like Naga pearls or something similar? Bella asked, her voice firm but casual. Behind the counter stood a humanoid hound, its dog-like head tilting slightly in surprise at the sight of two half-breeds. It wasn't illegal for them to shop here, but it was rare to see them in the streets, let alone shopping so freely. The hound demon's shrewd eyes quickly assessed them. Their confidence and aura suggested they were more than just ordinary demons. They were likely high-ranking demons, or at least held considerable power. Yes, we do, my lords, the hound replied, his tone respectful, eager to assist such distinguished customers. Yes lords, we have Naga pearls of greater demon ranks. How many do you need? The hound demon asked, his voice low and gravelly. Angus and Bella exchanged glances. Don't you have anything else? Angus furrowed his brows, unsatisfied. Greater demon rank Naga pearls would hardly suffice for his needs. He required higher rank materials or, at the very least, a large quantity. The hound demon hesitated, his large eyes shifting nervously. We're very sorry, lords. We don't have anything better at the moment. And to be honest, you won't find many items related to souls more potent than these pearls here. Only humans and half-breeds can use them, so demand is low in these parts. Bella sighed softly, realizing they had little choice. How many do you have? The demon leaned in closer, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. We have 20 of them. They cost 500 low-grade demon cores each. Angus's expression remained calm, but his mind quickly calculated the total. Without a word, he gestured, and in an instant, 10,000 low-grade demon cores materialized in front of the demon, neatly stacked in a small mountain by an invisible force. The hound demon froze, his wide eyes glued to the cores, barely able to contain his excitement. His heart raced as he stared at the shimmering pile, his voice momentarily lost. Hey, what are you doing? Take them all out, Bella ordered, her tone sharp but calm, breaking the demon's trance. Why yes, give me a second, the hound demon stammered, rushing inside and quickly returning with a small chest containing the 20 Naga pearls. Angus calmly placed the pearls into his storage bracelet and left the shop, Bella following closely behind. As they walked away, the hound demon counted the demon cores, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Hey, what fools! They don't even know how to bargain, he muttered to himself, feeling a rush of greed. Sigh, if only I had hundreds of them, I wouldn't have to worry for months to come. Unbeknownst to him, Angus and Bella hardly cared about the small number of cores. To them, it was merely pocket change. They continued their search, moving through several shops and collecting nearly 200 Naga pearls of various qualities. Hubby, I think we need to head to the inner district if we want something more useful, Bella suggested, her tone slightly anxious. But that would put us right under Demon Lord Crimson's nose. If he senses mana inside us, it could spell trouble. Angus nodded thoughtfully. You're right, but first I need to use these pearls. They might just do the help, he said, gesturing toward a dark alleyway nearby. Bella followed without hesitation, her eyes scanning the surroundings cautiously. Angus stopped in the shadows and began taking out all 200 Naga pearls. One by one, they hovered in the air, suspended by an unseen force as their gravity seemed to shift, the shimmering glow of their energy filling the dim alley with an eerie light. Synthesis, Angus muttered under his breath repeatedly as he worked quickly, fusing the 200 Naga pearls into 35 archdemon ranked pearls, the highest rank he could achieve with synthesis. Appraisal. Naga pearl rank, archdemon. Effects: slightly increases consumer's soul strength. Angus inspected the result, his face tense. The pearls would likely boost his soul's strength, but they wouldn't repair the damage or chaotic imbalance within it. With a heavy sigh, He resolved to go through with it anyway, hoping it could heal it somehow. He began swallowing the pearls one by one. Each pearl dissolved as soon as it reached his stomach, flooding his body with the stored soul energy. A surge of power coursed through him, but something felt wrong. Bella observed closely, her eyes widening as Angus's aura fluctuated wildly. His presence grew more elusive and powerful on an astral level, but the underlying chaos in his soul became more apparent, more volatile. His body trembled as he struggled to maintain control. Clenching his teeth, Angus fought to suppress the chaotic state of his soul. Over time, the constant use of skill synthesis and the extreme strain caused by his gluttony ability had fractured his soul, leaving it damaged and erratic. The flood of new soul energy from the pearls was only making things worse. Bella's concern deepened. "It didn't work?" "Are you okay?" she asked with worry as she saw the pain on his face. Angus grunted, his body shaking. "Bella, I think it made things worse," Angus rasped, his voice strained and weak. Bella's face filled with concern as she knelt beside him, touching his shoulders and checking for any sign of physical deterioration. "Can you hold on longer, darling?" she asked, her worry deepening. "I'll try," he muttered, his breathing labored. He sat down slowly, crossing his legs and closing his eyes, attempting to suppress the turmoil in his soul. His hands trembled as he focused inward, trying to reach the depths of his being where the chaos was surging. Bella stood beside him, scanning the area with cautious eyes, her nerves on edge. They were in a dangerous district, and she knew time was slipping away. But her focus kept returning to Angus, watching him struggle to maintain control over the storm within. Angus sank deeper into his consciousness, reaching toward the core of his soul. Every creature had a soul, a core of energy and identity, whether demon, undead, dragon, or phoenix. But the quality and strength of each soul differed vastly. His was both tangible and intangible, a flickering presence that seemed to shift between being whole and shattering apart. He had always known the soul was a fragile thing, something elusive and beyond control for most. Even in Mythralda, it was doubtable if anyone had successfully unlocked the true secrets of the soul or reached its pure form. "Master, I can help strengthen your consciousness for a while," Mana's ethereal voice suddenly echoed through his mind. Angus nodded, and immediately he felt his willpower increase several-fold, which shouldn't have been possible by any means. He wondered what kind of changes Mana's had undergone into ever since she arrived. He decided to look into it in the future. But for now, he focused on the task at hand. With heightened consciousness and strengthened willpower, Angus finally navigated through the chaotic storm within his soul. What he saw made his eyes widen in terror, and his heart raced violently, as if he were witnessing the greatest miracle of his life. There, in the depths of his being, lay an elusive, incorporeal figure in a dormant state, or at least it seemed so. He wasn't sure, as he could barely make out the full figure. His soul was so vast and beyond comprehension that it defied any understanding he had. Is this really me? Who am I? It felt as though his soul was an entire universe unto itself, boundless and immeasurable. The sheer scope of it overwhelmed him. But as he continued observing from his third-person perspective, he noticed something deeply unsettling. His soul was riddled with countless cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. Angus could feel a subtle connection to the form, realizing that it was indeed his own soul. Yet, despite this connection, doubt gnawed at him. He questioned his very existence. Everything around him seemed incomprehensible and cloaked in an unfathomable mystery. Outside, Bella, seated beside Angus, watched in growing alarm as his body trembled and his heartbeat pounded like a drum. "Darling, Angus?" she called, her voice filled with concern. "Come back." She shook him lightly, her face tense with worry. Suddenly, Angus gasped for air, breaking free from the deep state of consciousness. His chest heaved as he caught his breath, feeling as though he had just run a marathon. "Are you okay?" Bella asked, sighing in relief as she saw him return to normal. Calming down, Angus nodded. "I'm fine, for now. I managed to suppress the chaos inside, but I don't think I can hold on much longer, and these small soul items won't be enough to heal the damage." From what he observed, Angus realized that his soul was vast and incomprehensible. So it could not be injured by the minor scratches he initially thought. Instead, It seemed to have been wounded long ago by an unknown force. The recent events had only worsened the delicate balance it was maintaining till now. Let's go the inner district quickly. If we still don't find what we need there, I will tell Father to look for them using his network, Bella said, and they started their walk. Angus on the other hand checked his status, feeling something should have changed. Name, Angus Tigro. Age, 18. Title, Cursed Witch Slayer. Race, 2/3 human 1/3 demon. Level, 36. Occupation, Supreme Leader of Liberation Army. Class, None. Bloodline lineage, Beelzebub. Partial Royal, Death Leviathan, Half Noble. Special trait, Energy Converter, Artificial. Soul, 0. Zydarian Omniversal Ruination Extremity, Damage, Unreadable. Anne, don't mind the order. You can take it for Zydarian Extremity of Ruination, Omniverse, if you like it better. Physical stats, greater than. Strength, 1256. Agility, 1282. Defense, 1355. Mana, 65,130,000. Nether energy, 65,000/130,000. Attribute points, 0. Active, Doom-Scale Dragonification 2B, All-Seeing Sovereign -5, B. Elemental Graviton Surge -5, B. Elite Human Transformation, B. Dragon Fusion, B. Spectral Blade Storm -5, B. Venomous Flash Strike 5B, Inferno Overlord's Descent, B. Passive, Enhanced Stamina, C. Critical Strike, C. Poison Resistance, C. Quick Reflexes, C. Melee Combat -10, C. Blazing Purge -12, D. Predator's Instinct -37, E. Health Regeneration -45, D. Special Skills, Monster Breeding, Level 5, Demonic Abilities, Peak, Heart of Darkness, Hellfire Leviathan of Death, Intermediate, Gluttony of Darkness, Darkness King's Authority, Basic, None. Unique Skills, Appraisal, Basic, Nullified Mental Attacks, Rare, Rapid Cast, Rare, Mana Harvest, Rare, Skill Absorption, Mythic, Universal Synthesis, Ultimate. Equipment, Space Bracelet, B. Lord's Blade of Judgment, B. Omniversal Extremity. Oh, Angus thought inwardly, perplexed. He had heard the name Zero from Menas many times, yet its identity still remained a mystery. Just what was he? Was he Ethan, Angus, or Zero? He was puzzled. He understood there was something more than what met the eye: his mysterious death, his missing parents on Earth, the unknown force behind his reincarnation, the identity of Angus from the higher realm, the arrival of Menas, and lastly, the identity of Zero. All were shrouded in multiple layers of mystery. Nevertheless, he casted all the worries away, not wanting to waste time on them without any clues. That didn't matter for now, because his soul felt fragile, as though it was on the verge of shattering, and he doubted if anything in this world could fully heal it. The severity of the damage, and the sheer scope of his soul, felt otherworldly. But he couldn't just sit idly by. He needed to find a solution. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. General Leon had once mentioned a place, the ancient land of treasures. If we can't find anything here, I need to go there, Angus decided firmly. In the inner district, Angus and Bella cautiously searched the big shops for anything that could help his soul. Most shopkeepers, unimpressed, gave them disdainful glances, but Bella used her mind control abilities to ensure they cooperated. Still, it was all for naught. None of the shops had anything useful. As they wondered, an old archdemon passed by. Catching sight of Angus and Bella, he paused. So, you're looking for something related to the soul? Angus and Bella exchanged glances before Bella responded urgently. Yes. Do you know where we can find it, old man? The archdemon looked them over but made no comment about their mixed heritage. Ah, child, such treasures are snatched by nobles the moment they appear. How do you expect to find one? Yesterday, I heard that General Zed obtained a valuable soul treasure from the auction house. I'm afraid there's none left, he said before turning and leaving them alone. Bella clenched her fists in frustration. Arg! There's no way we can confront a demon general. We're not strong enough to take them on. Angus placed a hand on her shoulder. Forget it, Bella. Let's go back. I've found another place to search for. Bella turned to him, surprised. Where? Is it nearby? No, it's in the human land Zuarana's kingdom, Kairo's empire. There's a secret land that's about to open there. I might be able to find what I need in that place. Bella furrowed her brows. Hubby, you're going there alone? I want to go with you too. Angus shook his head. Bella, I know you want to visit the Phoenix Empire, but now isn't the right time. I have to go alone and infiltrate the Aranese kingdom in disguise. The Transcendentals there might recognize you, but my high human form can cover up my demonic bloodline. I'll blend in more easily. Bella nodded, though unease tugged at her. I understand, but what about me? Won't I be left alone without you? Angus gave a faint smile. Who said I'm leaving you alone? I'll leave my doppelganger behind to accompany you. You can begin the next phase of our plan, conquering nearby territories and growing our forces. Bella's face lit up with a smile. Oh, why didn't I think of that sooner? That could work. But, can you maintain the connection with your doppelganger from so far away? She asked, a hint of doubt in her voice. Yes, I believe I can, Angus replied confidently. All right then, let's find a spatial gate quickly, Bella said in hurry as she pulled Angus towards the bustling district. Time was of the essence, and they needed to move fast. After looking around for a while, they found the whereabouts of the spatial gate service. It wasn't difficult, as it was well known for extorting cores from travelers. You half-breeds, where do you two want to go? One of the staff asked shrewdly in front of the massive spatial gate. There was a long line of demons and other creatures, each holding a ticket to pass through the hulking guards. Only after showing their tickets would they be allowed to cross the gate to their desired location. Bella clenched her fists, angered by the rude remark, but Angus calmly placed her hand on her shoulder, silently asking her to stay calm. We need to go to the Lust Dukedom's capital. How much is the fee? Angus asked, his voice steady. The demon raised an eyebrow. That's really far away. What are you going there for? What's your business in the Lust Dukedom? I don't think we need to answer that, do we? Angus replied coldly. He released his dark aura, and everyone in the area was immediately overwhelmed, collapsing to their knees under the pressure. Only one old demon seemed unaffected, his eyes widening with curiosity. Oh, what do we have here? Two fellow archdemons, and half-breeds at that? The old demon chuckled, stepping closer. You two are certainly interesting. May I ask what your identities are? Bella's voice was icy and indifferent as she replied, I am Belial's daughter, and he is my partner. Do you still wish to question us? Her words carried a clear, invisible threat. The old demon's face stiffened immediately. The name Belial carried weight in the demon world, a name not to be trifled with. No, number. I wouldn't dare. The old demon quickly shrank, his voice suddenly respectful. I didn't realize you were General Belial's daughter. I've heard stories of you, but never had the honor of seeing you in person. Now that these old eyes have, it's a true pleasure to meet you, Miss Belfrost, and your partner as well. Bella gave a curt nod, her expression unchanged. If you recognize us, then send us to our destination without delay. If payment is needed, we won't mind covering the cost. The old demon chuckled nervously. Hey, there's no need. Despite his refusal, Bella had no interest in owing anyone favors. Hubby, pay him and let's be done with this. Angus, with a nonchalant air, reached into his spatial bracelet and poured out nearly 100,000 low-grade demon cores onto the ground. The surrounding demons were struck silent, their jaws slack with disbelief at the sheer amount of cores. Envy filled the air. The old demon's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he swiftly scooped up the cores in one smooth motion, ignoring the envious gazes of those around him. Here you go, Lady Bella. The destination is set for the Lust Dukedom. You may enter now, he said, gesturing towards the activated spatial gateway. Bella and Angus exchanged a glance before stepping through the shimmering red portal, leaving the stunned crowd behind. Angus and Bella appeared on the rooftop of a building, making Bella's brow furrow with exasperation. "Not again," she grumbled, shaking her head. "At least we reached the right place this time. If not, I think I'd have to slap that old demon to death." Bella landed gracefully on the ground beside him. Angus glanced at her. "Your father seems to be quite popular, Bella." Bella turned to look at him, her expression softening slightly. "Yes, he is. But I'm sure you'll be even more popular than him," she added with a smile. "You have too much faith in me, Bella." "What if I fail?" he asked. Bella grinned confidently. He, of course, you can fail. But I know, even if you stumble, you'll rise again." Angus fell silent, his thoughts clouded by memories of the mysterious state of his soul. He was dealing with forces far greater than anything he had ever encountered, higher beings whose power seemed to stretch beyond his understanding. Sensing his quiet reflection, Bella changed the subject with a sly smile. "Angus, what about our wedding? If you leave, I won't marry your doppelganger." Angus, feeling a pang of guilt, sighed. "I'm sorry, Bella. We'll have to wait until I return, if you insist." Her playful demeanor shifted slightly as she gave him a stern warning. "And remember, don't go falling for any human women while you're gone, or I'll be very disappointed." Angus blinked, then smirked. "Don't worry, but in return, no funny business with my doppelganger either. You'll have to wait for the real me to come back." "Ha ha ha!" Bella burst into laughter, her long lashes fluttering playfully. "Hubby, you're getting really shameless." "I'm just being practical," Angus replied with nonchalantly. "Besides, you're a bit excessive about certain things." "Of course I am a succubus, remember," she grinned. "Fine, I'll behave," she said with a mischievous wink. "I don't like duplicates anyway. But you better return sooner. I won't wait forever, you know." He gave a small nod. "I will." "So, now can you tell me how to cross into human lands, like you did when you brought me here?" "For that, you'll have to give me a kiss first." Bella stopped, bringing her cheek closer. Angus sighed and leaned over to give her a kiss on the cheek, but Bella kissed him on the lips instead. After their kiss, Bella licked her crimson lips seductively. "Let's go. I'll give you the treasure that will help you reach the human lands through space teleportation." They entered the Duke's mansion, and Bella took out a special disc from a secret chamber. "It belongs to my father, so take care of it, darling." Angus glanced at the disc, intrigued by its delicate craftsmanship and the intricate runes that adorned its surface. His mind immediately activated the appraisal ability. Appraisal, spatial teleportation disc, S rank, description, a unique artifact created by Demon Lord Belial himself. The disc allows the user to open a stable spatial rift, traveling vast distances across boundaries, including restricted human territories. Cooldown, 72 hours. Usage limit, 2/10 uses. Condition, bound to Belial's bloodline, can only be used by those linked to his lineage or with his permission. Additional effect, minor spatial defense during teleportation. Angus raised an eyebrow, impressed. He didn't know Belial could create something like this as well. "This is quite powerful and expensive. Are you sure it's okay for me to take this, Bella?" Bella smiled and waved off his concern. "Of course. You're my husband, after all. Besides, I trust you to bring it back safely." Angus nodded. "I'll take good care of it, Bella." Bella grinned and playfully nudged him. "You better, or he'll be coming after you himself." Angus shrugged and asked, "How do I activate this thing, and where is the location set to?" He furrowed his brows, frustrated that his appraisal skill didn't provide the information either. "Just imagine where you want to go, and it will lead you there. There's a magical spatial map engraved on it," Bella explained. Angus felt intrigued. "Can I directly reach the capital city of the Aranese kingdom with this?" "Yes, but only the place within the map." "Yes, just as I said earlier. But it has limited uses, probably 2 or 3 times at most. Make sure to bring it back." "My father can recharge it." Angus nodded in understanding and began his preparations to leave. His doppelganger was ready. He had transferred most of the demonic cores to it and to Bella, keeping only the high-grade ones for himself. He then changed into his high human form and turned to the duo, feeling strange seeing his doppelganger and Bella standing side by side. Fortunately, He could sense Bella's presence, reassuring him that the doppelganger would take care of things while he was gone. Though the doppelganger only had about 70% of his strength, it was still formidable. "Take care, Bella," Angus said before activating the spatial disc. A map appeared in his mind, allowing him to choose the location. He selected the capital city of the Aranese kingdom. He turned to take one last look at Bella before stepping into the spatial rift behind him and vanishing from sight. "Be safe, husband," Bella muttered, her voicing becoming low. "And don't get swayed by those bitches." "I am here, Bella." "I can hear you, you know," Angus's doppelganger said, leaning closer to her ear. Bella stiffened for a second, clicking her tongue at her mistake. But realizing who it was, she cooled down. "HMPH. So, what? Now let's go." "We have some hunting to do. Do you have a specific plan in mind, Bella?" he asked. Bella, confident and domineering, replied, "Yes. We're going to destroy the temples first, then secretly claim other territories until we have enough power to ignore the demon lords." They faded from view, their destination set on Fortress City, with goals ambitious and far-reaching. Capital City Market, Aranese Kingdom. "Sir Hunters, would you like to try our potions?" "No, no, customers, check out our armors and swords." "Customers, take a look at our fine leather, perfect for comfortable hunting clothes. We have the best skill books and monster body parts, please have a look." The market was bustling as news of the Secret Realm's real opening spread like wildfire. Thanks to an unknown source, people from other kingdoms and empires swarmed the city in groups and forces. No one wanted to miss the opportunity to enter the Secret Realm, which King Milfima had tried so hard to hide. Now that the secret had leaked, the capital city was on the brink of crisis, overflowing with people. A breakout war with the kingdom's forces seemed inevitable. Tension was evident, but store owners seized the moment to profit. A chubby hunter with a mace in hand waddled through the crowd, his large belly swaying with each step. He stopped by a small blacksmith shop, where the piercing sound of hammering hot metal echoed loudly. Placing the heavy mace on the counter, he asked, "Brother, how much to re-enchant this further?" The muscular, tanned blacksmith glanced at the mace and replied nonchalantly, "It's a C-grade weapon, so that'll be 1,000 gold coins." "So much?" The chubby hunter's eyes widened in shock. "That's nearly 10 million copper coins." "Are you trying to rob a poor man like me?" he quickly countered. "How about 200? The blacksmith scoffed, his face darkening at the audacity. "Humphrey, 1,000, and that's final." "Take it or leave it, brother." Wide onto the chubby man wanted to continue, but suddenly his heart skipped a beat. He looked at the blacksmith and noticed a similar reaction. It was a mixture of fear and respect. The chubby man followed the source of the strange feeling and spotted a young man in black clothing hovering in midair. The young man had an extremely handsome face, a chiseled jawline, battle-hardened muscles that looked like iron, and an air of cold indifference. People nearby instinctively lowered their heads, feeling an inexplicable sense of suppression in their bloodlines. The young man gracefully landed on the street, and suddenly, everyone felt normal again. "Hey, what just happened?" "Who is that young man?" "I felt like my father was standing there." "Yeah, you felt that too?" "He just teleported, didn't he?" "I swear I saw it." Me too, me too." "Well, his clothes are definitely strange." The street was abuzz with curiosity and apprehension as people observed the young man. Angus, having just suppressed the aura of his high human bloodline, turned towards a nearby open clothing shop. He intended to buy some normal hunter clothes to shake off any lingering ties to the demon world. "Give me the best, most comfortable, and agile clothes you have," Angus said, his voice calm but commanding as he addressed the leather clothing shop owner, who seemed momentarily distracted by his striking features. Angus furrowed his brows, and the store owner quickly snapped out of his daze, nodding frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. "Why yes, Sir Hunter." "Please wait a moment." The owner hurried to the back of the shop, intent on fetching the finest garments available, fearing that offering anything less would be a grave mistake. As Angus waited, a chubby hunter approached him with a smile, his mace still in hand. "Hello, brother. My name's Hank." "What's yours?" Hank reached out, intending to pat Angus on the shoulder, but he froze mid-motion, a sudden chill running down his spine. A terrible premonition seized him, and he quickly retracted his hand, his heart pounding. Angus turned slowly, his gaze cold and unwelcoming. "What do you want? What's your intention in approaching me?" His voice was indifferent, almost icy, and Hank's face twitched, recognizing the unapproachable aura surrounding the enigmatic man. "Nothing, brother. I was just asking casually." "Can't we be a little friendlier?" Hank sighed in exasperation, though his heart still raced. Angus studied him for a moment, his expression unreadable. Judging Hank's intentions as genuine, his tone softened slightly. The man could be useful for gathering information, after all. "Zero. You can call me Zero." He decided to use the name to not make a connection to the demon world with his same name. Sooner or later the name Angus would be popular, which might attract attention of higher ranks. Hank's eyes lit up with curiosity and excitement, a wide smile forming on his face. He had heard stories about high humans and their incredible abilities, and now, standing before one, he was thrilled to witness it firsthand. "Nice to meet you, Brother Zero," Hank replied, still marveling at the man who had appeared out of nowhere like a king descending from the heavens. "Here is the fine clothing for you, Sir Hunter. It's made of the finest leather and wool, with a smooth texture and flexibility, along with some minor defensive properties." "I hope you like it," the shop owner said, smiling proudly as he presented the garments. Angus inspected the clothes carefully and gave a firm nod of approval. "How much is it?" he asked. "Nothing much, just 499 silver, Sir Hunter." "I'm sure it's worth the price," the owner added with a sly grin. Hank, standing nearby, couldn't help but interject. "What nonsense!" he barked. "You're obviously overpricing this, brother." "I'm sure it's worth no more than 200 silver." "Don't take us for fools, old man." "No, I haven't," the store owner stammered, momentarily speechless. "I made this clothing myself, Sir Hunters, and I know it's worth the price," he retorted, trying to sound convincing. "All right, stop, you two," Angus interrupted, his tone casual yet firm, cutting off the brewing argument before it could escalate to something annoying. Angus tapped into his space bracelet, which immediately caught the attention of both Hank and the store owner. Their eyes widened in shock as space bracelets were rare, reserved only for powerful individuals. "Whoa, brother, you have a space bracelet?" "Well, considering who you are, it must be nothing short of astonishing," Hank muttered, as the realization dawned on him. Without paying him any mind, Angus calmly took out a D-grade holy sword, a flash of divine energy radiating from its blade. He didn't have gold coins on hand, so he decided to exchange the sword instead. He had plenty of weapons and armor stored in his spatial bracelet. "Here, take this." "I don't have money at hand, so let's exchange it." "You can give me the remaining balance," Angus said, extending the sword toward the shop owner. "A holy sword for payment?" Both Hank and the store owner were dumbfounded. "Are holy swords just lying around like cabbages these days?" Hank exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. "There's a broken bar," the old man stuttered, completely stunned. Hank quickly seized the opportunity, stepping forward. "Brother, forget him. Exchange it with me." "I'll give you 500 gold coins," Hank said with a wide smile, eagerly taking the sword from Angus's hand. Without a word, Angus let go of the sword. He didn't care, as long as his bottom line wasn't crossed. The store owner's face flushed with frustration. "Hey, that was mine." "You're bullying this old man." "A broken bar. What are you going to do, old man?" "I'll use it to kill demons, but it would have been better if it were a mace," Hank teased, relishing his small victory. "Sire, broken bar anyway. Here's your money, Brother Zero," Hank said, handing over a pouch filled with gold coins, counting them out one by one. Angus accepted the money, handing 10 gold coins to the sulking store owner as a gesture of goodwill, keeping the rest, before heading inside to change into his new clothes. As Angus disappeared, Hank was left standing, locked in a fierce stare-down with the fuming old shopkeeper. Angus emerged from the shop, now dressed in a casual leather t-shirt and pants. Despite the laid-back attire, His muscular build made it clear that he was not to be underestimated. His sheer physical strength alone could easily crush C and even B rank hunters. "Nice look, brother. Now you really look like a true hunter," Hank praised, though he silently gulped in fear, his eyes drawn to Angus's steely muscles. Hank compared his own chubby physique to Angus' imposing build and smirked to himself. "Nah, my body is still the best," he boasted inwardly. He was a C-rank hunter proficient with a mace, and Angus had already looked at Hank's skills. Angus gestured for Hank to follow, and without hesitation, Hank smiled and tagged along, clearly hoping to gain some benefits from the association. Angus noticed the faint greed flickering in Hank's eyes but chose to remain silent. Greed could be useful when controlled, but an excessive amount would lead to ruin. "So, Hank, do you have any news about the secret realm?" Angus asked, his tone calm but focused. Hank eagerly nodded. So Brother Zero is also here for the secret realm?" "Now everything makes sense. My party and I are also trying to get in, but we don't have any of their emblems either." Angus's brows furrowed. He had lost his own emblem as well. "So, they won't let us through?" Hank smirked knowingly. "Well, they tried to keep it exclusive, but someone leaked the news, and now hunters from all over the world are gathering here, mostly younger ones. I guess they'll have no choice but to let everyone through now," he said confidently. Angus absorbed the information. "And when will it open?" Hank scratched his head thoughtfully. "Most likely in 2 days, that's what we've heard. But anything could change before then." "Nothing is set in stone yet." Angus nodded, thankful that he had arrived just in time. 2 days would give him enough time to prepare. Angus needed to find a party to blend into and, if possible, secure an emblem in case things got dire. "Hank, you mentioned you have a party, right?" Angus asked, glancing beside him. "Mind if I join you guys temporarily?" Hank raised an eyebrow. "You came here alone, Brother Zero?" Angus nodded. "I see." Hank seemed to be contemplating. After a moment, he asked, "Forgive me for asking, but I can tell you're of the high human species. Why would you want to join us, Brother Zero?" "You know high humans?" Angus asked, a little surprised. "Yes, I do. I have graduated from a hunter academy from Silverwood City," Hank replied with a grin. Anyway, I just want to spend the next few days having fun. I'd be bored to death if I stayed alone. Besides, I'm sure you guys already know the capital city better." "Haha, that's why." "You're welcome to join our party anytime, brother. I'm sure the others will like you too. With you, we'd become a formidable force to compete with the others." Hank extended his chubby hand for a handshake. Angus forced a smile and shook his hand. "Thanks for the warm welcome, Hank." Hank tried to probe Angus's strength by gripping his hand tightly, but Angus's hand felt like an immovable mountain. Hank's face turned red with exertion, but Angus's hand didn't budge. Hank quickly withdrew his hand, breaking into a cold sweat as he noticed the faint smile on Angus's face. "Let's go, Brother Zero. I'll introduce you to the team," Hank said awkwardly, his face flushed with embarrassment. Entering a small residence, Angus now stood before Hank's gathered party members. There were 5 people, excluding Hank, 3 young women and 2 young men. They scrutinized Angus from head to toe. Angus looked handsome, strong, and sharp, but there was a flicker of coldness they all noticed. "So, Hank, you went to fix your mace and came back with a new member?" "That was some trash work there." "Do we even need another team member at this point?" the bronze-skinned, busty girl asked doubtfully. The others nodded, seemingly in agreement. Now, Alicia. "Don't be so quick to judge Brother Zero. You have no idea how strong he is," Hank cautioned. Alicia's eyes gleamed with interest. "Oh, strong, huh? Can he satisfy me in bed?" she teased with a mischievous smirk. "Alicia, all you think about is a man's thing. Don't you have anything else on your mind, you dirty girl?" Mara, a tall girl with fair skin, knocked Alicia on the head in mock reprimand. Hank sighed helplessly, seeing that no one was taking the situation seriously. "Guys, Brother Zero is a high human, and even I'm no match for him in terms of strength," Hank revealed. "What?" Alicia and the other 4 looked stunned. They studied Angus more closely and began to recognize some traits that matched what they'd heard about high humans. "You aren't kidding, Hank. Now that I really focus, he does seem like one. Mara, the tall girl with a slender figure, remarked. She turned to Angus with newfound respect. Zero, right? My name's Mara. Nice to meet you. Angus accepted her handshake, trying to stay friendly. Glad to meet you too, Mara. I came here from the Hero Empire alone. I'm hoping to join a party to enter the secret realm. When I met Hank, I decided to tag along with you guys. Oh, the Hero Empire? That far? Lark, a lean-built young man with dual swords strapped to his back, interjected, his voice laced with suspicion. Zero, how did you manage to travel such a long distance? Angus remained calm. I had something to help me along, he replied, clearly not wanting to go into details. Sensing it was a personal matter, they chose to change the subject. Did you meet any of the heroes from the Empire? Oh? The icy blue-haired boy asked, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Are they really as powerful as people say? I'd love to challenge one. Hey, shut up, Ice Cube. You think way too highly of yourself. Maybe grow some balls first, Alicia mocked, earning a glare from the boy. Were you horny succubus? Nate seethed, clearly angered by her remark. Stop it, you two. The last member, a slender girl with snowy white hair, stepped in between them, her calm demeanor restoring silence. Sophia turned to Angus, her expression serious. Zero, I'm Sophia, the party leader. I know you're a high human, but before you join us, we need a small demonstration of your strength, she offered, and the rest of the group nodded in agreement. A test of strength? Angus chuckled, amused. Sure, I'm always ready. His eyes scanned the group, Sophia, Alicia, Mara, Hank, Lark, and Nate. All of them were C-rank hunters, some with impressive backgrounds and skills. They were a bit older than Angus, but that didn't concern him. He knew he was far stronger than all of them. Alicia grinned, stepping forward confidently. All right, hotshot, I'll handle the assessment, she said, flexing her muscles and showing off her ample assets. Angus remained unfazed, while the others shook their heads at her flirtatious display. Despite her obvious beauty and boldness, he showed no reaction. They were all impressed by his composure. Alicia was a stunning, voluptuous woman, and most men would at least flinch under her gaze, but Angus remained indifferent. Of course, they didn't know he had a greater succubus demoness waiting for him back home, or someone far more alluring than Alicia. Alicia grinned seductively, eyeing his muscular frame, and extended her hand. Her right hand was tough and calloused from years of training. Zero, if you can resist her tug for 1 minute, you're in the party, Sophia said from the sidelines. All right, Angus replied calmly, extending his hand, which was notably free of any calluses. Let's start, hottie, Alicia teased as she clasped his hand and suddenly pulled with all her strength. But to her surprise, Angus didn't budge an inch. She gritted her teeth and gradually increased her force to the maximum, but it was no use. He remained still, like an immovable mountain. Hank burst out laughing. Ha ha, I told you guys. Brother Zero is a monster. His chubby cheeks jiggled with his laughter. The rest of the group hadn't expected the gap between them and Angus to be so big. Are high humans always this strong and talented? Isn't that a little unfair? Mara muttered, watching the display in disbelief. Lark chuckled, wrapping an arm around her. Life's that unfair, baby. But at least we're better off than most of ordinary people out there. As the couple shared a tender moment, leaving the single members of the group feeling envious, Nate cast a longing gaze at Sophia, clearly infatuated. Sophia noticed and shot him a sharp glare. What? She snapped. Nate gulped nervously. Nothing, Captain. Meanwhile, Angus gave a gentle tug, pulling Alicia toward him with ease. Before their bodies could collide, he swiftly sidestepped, letting her momentum carry her forward, but caught her by the back just before she could hit the ground. Alicia, her breath labored from the exertion, stared at Angus in astonishment. Her physical strength was well above average, yet she couldn't even make him flinch. Despite her embarrassment, there was also a gleam of excitement in her eyes. She had finally found someone who matched her strength. Of course, her insatiable flirtatiousness never goes off. Zero, wanna go for a night? She offered boldly. Angus looked at her and his reply was sharp. Number TSK. Alicia clicked her tongue at the rejection, but she didn't mind. "Alicia, I am here for you. I can accompany you." Hank stepped between them with a smile. "Go away, fatso." "Lose your weight first," she scoffed in disdain. Hank's smile stiffened.